Fires and Firemen, from the Eclectic Magazine of Foreign Literature, Science and Art, Volume 35, Number 1, May 1855. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Hibbard. Fires and Firemen, from the Eclectic Magazine of Foreign Literature, Science and Art, Volume 35, Number 1, May 1855, by Anonymous. 1. Fires and Firemen. Annual Reports of Mr. Braidwood to the Committee of the Fire Brigade, from the Quarterly Review. Among the more salient features of the metropolis which instantly strike the attention of the stranger are the stations of the fire brigade. Whenever he happens to pass them, he finds the sentinel on duty. He sees the red artillery of the force, and the polished axle, the gleaming branch, and the shining chain testify to the beautiful condition of the instrument, ready for active service at a moment's notice. Ensconced in the shadow of the station, the liveried watchmen look like hunters waiting for their prey, nor does the hunter move quicker to his quarry at the rustle of a leaf than the firemen dash for the first ruddy glow in the sky. No sooner comes the alarm than one sees with a shudder the rush of one of these engines through the crowded streets, the tearing horses covered with foam, the heavy vehicle swerving from side to side, and the black-helmeted attendants swaying to and fro. The wonder is that horses or men ever get safely to their destination. The wonder is still greater that no one is ridden over in their furious drive. Arrived at the place of action, the hunter's spirit which animates the firemen and makes him attack an element as determinedly as he would a wild beast becomes evident to the spectator. The scene which a London fire presents can never be forgotten. The shouts of the crowd as it opens to let the engines dart through it, the foaming head of water springing out of the ground and spreading over the road until it becomes a broad mirror reflecting the glowing blaze, the black snake-like coils of the leather hose rising and falling like things of life, whilst 100 arms work at the pump, their central heart, the applause that rings out clear above the roaring flame as the adventurous band throw the first hissing jet, cheer following cheer as stream after stream shoots against the burning mass, now flying into the socket holes of fire set in the black face of the house front, now dashing with a loud shirr against the window frame and wall, and falling off in broken showers. Suddenly there is a loud shrill cry, and the bank of human faces is upturned to where a shrieking wretch hangs frantically to an upper window-sill. A deafening shout goes forth as the huge fire escape comes full swing upon the scene. A moment's pause, and all is still, save the beat of the great water pulses, whilst every eye is strained towards the fluttering garments flapping against the wall. Will the ladder reach, and not dislodge those weary hands clutching so convulsively to the hot stone? Will the nimble figure gain the topmost rung ere nature fails? The blood in 1,000 hearts runs cold, and then again break forth 1,000 cheers to celebrate a daring rescue. Such scenes as this are of almost nightly occurrence in the great metropolis. A still more imposing yet dreadful sight is often exhibited in the conflagrations of those vast piles of buildings in the city filled with inflammable merchandise. Here the most powerful engines seem reduced to mere squirts, and the efforts of the adventurous brigademen are confined to keeping the mischief within its own bounds. When we recollect that London presents an area of 36 square miles, covered with 21,600 square acres of bricks and mortar, and numbers more than 380,000 houses, that all the riches it contains are nightly threatened in every direction by an ever-present enemy, that the secret match, the spontaneous fire, and the hand of the drunkard are busily at work, it is evident that nothing but a force the most disciplined and implements the most effective can be competent to cope with so sudden and persevering a foe. As late as 22 years ago, there was no proper fire police to protect the metropolis against what is commonly called the all-devouring element. There was, it is true, a force of 300 parochial engines set on foot by acts which were passed between the years 1768 to 74. Acts which are still in existence, but these engines are under the superintendence of the beadles and parish engineers, who are not the most active of men or nimble of risers. It may easily be imagined, therefore, that the machines arrived a little too late, and when brought into service were often found to be out of working order. Hence, their employment did not supersede the private engines kept by some of the insurance offices long prior to their existence. On the contrary, owing to the increase of business which took place about this time, the different companies thought it worth their while to strengthen their former establishments, and this process continued while the parochial engines, with a few honorable exceptions, were dropping into disuse. About the year 1833, it became evident that much was lost, both to the public and to the insurance companies, by every engine acting on its own responsibility. A folly which is the cause of such jealousy among the firemen of Boston, United States, that rival engines have been known to stop on their way to a fire to exchange shots from revolvers. It was therefore determined to incorporate the divided force and place it under the management of one superintendent, each office contributing towards its support according to the amount of its business. All the old established companies, with one exception, the West of England Fire Office, which retains the command of its own engines, shortly came into the arrangement, and Mr. Braidwood, the master of the fire engines of Edinburgh, being invited to take the command, organized the now celebrated London Fire Brigade. At the present moment, then, the protection against fire in London consists firstly in the 300 and odd parish engines, 2 to each parish, which are paid for out of the rates. The majority of these are very inefficient, not having any persons appointed to work them who possess a competent knowledge of the service. Even women used now and then to fill the arduous post of director, and it is not long since a certain Mrs. Smith, a widow, might be seen at conflagrations, hurrying about in her pattens, directing the firemen of her engine, which belonged to the united parishes of St. Michael Royal and St. Martin Vintry in the city. We question, indeed, if at the present moment any of the parish engines are much better officered than in the days of Widow Smith, with the exception of those of Hackney, Whitechapel, Islington, and perhaps 2 or 3 others. Secondly, there are an unknown number of private engines kept in public buildings, and large manufactories, which sometimes do good service when they arrive early at small fires in their neighborhood, although, singularly enough, when called upon to extinguish a conflagration in their own establishments, they generally lose their heads, as the brigade men express it, and very many instances have occurred where even the parish engines have arrived and set to work before the one on the premises could be brought to bear upon the fire. The cause is clear. The requisite coolness and method, which everyone can exercise so philosophically in other people's misfortunes, utterly fail them when in trouble themselves. The doctor is wiser in his generation, and is never so foolish as to prescribe for himself or to attend his own family. Thirdly, we have, in contrast to the immense rabble of bumble engines and the bashy-bazooks of private establishments, the small complement of men and material of the fire brigade. It consists of 27 large horse engines, capable of throwing 88 gallons a minute to a height of from 50 to 70 feet, and 9 smaller ones drawn by hand. To work them there are 12 engineers, 7 sub-engineers, 32 senior firemen, 39 junior firemen, and 14 drivers, or 104 men and 31 horses. In addition to these persons, who form the main establishment and live at the different stations, there is an extra staff of 4 firemen, 4 drivers, and 8 horses. The members of this supplementary force are also lodged at the stations. as well as clothed, but are only paid when their services are required, and pursue in the daytime their ordinary occupations. This not very formidable army of 104 men and 31 horses, with its reserve of 8 men and 8 horses, is distributed throughout the metropolis, which is divided into 4 districts as follows. On the north side of the river, first, from the eastward to Paul's Chain, St. Paul's Churchyard, Aldersgate Street, and Goswell Street Road, second, from St. Paul's, etc., to Tottenham Court Road, Crown Street, and St. Martin's Lane, third, from Tottenham Court Road, etc., westward, fourth, the entire south side of the river. At the head of each district is a foreman, who never leaves it unless acting under the superior orders of Mr. Braidwood, the superintendent or general-in-chief, whose headquarters are in Watling Street. In comparison with the great continental cities, such a force seems truly insignificant. Paris, which does not cover a 5th part of the ground of London, and is not much more than a third as populous, boasts 800 sapeurs-pompiers. We make up, however, for want of numbers by activity. Again, our lookout is admirable. The 6,000 police of the metropolis, patrolling every alley and lane throughout its length and breadth, watch for a fire as terriers watch at rat holes, and every man is stimulated by the knowledge that if he is the first to give notice of it at any of the stations, it is half a sovereign in his pocket. In addition to the police, there are the 1,000 eager eyes of the night cabman and the houseless poor. It is not at all uncommon for a cabman to earn 4 or 5 shillings of a night by driving fast to the different stations and giving the alarm, receiving a shilling from each for the call. In most continental cities, a watchman takes his stand during the night on the topmost point of some high building, and gives notice by either blowing a horn, firing a gun, or ringing a bell. In Germany, the quarter is indicated by holding out towards it a flag by day and a lantern at night. It immediately suggests itself that a sentinel placed in the upper gallery of St. Paul's would have under his eye the whole metropolis, and could make known instantly, by means of an electric wire, the position of a fire to the head station at Watling Street, in the same manner as the Americans do in Boston. This plan is, however, open to the objection that London is intersected by a sinuous river, which renders it difficult to tell on which bank the conflagration is raging. Nevertheless, we imagine that the northern part of the town could be advantageously superintended from such a height, whilst the southern half might rest under the surveillance of one of the tall shot towers on that bank of the Thames. The bridges themselves have long been posts of observation, from which a large portion of the riverside property is watched. Not long ago, there was a pieman on London Bridge who eked out a precarious existence by keeping a good lookout up and down the stream. Watling Street was chosen as the headquarters of the fire brigade for a double reason. It is very nearly the centre of the city, being close to the far-famed London Stone, and it is in the very midst of what may be termed, speaking igneously, the most dangerous part of the metropolis, the Manchester warehouses. As the fire brigade is only a portion of a vast commercial operation, fire insurance, its actions are regulated by strictly commercial considerations. Where the largest amount of insured property lies, there its chief force is planted. It will, it is true, go any reasonable distance to put out a fire, but of course it pays most attention to property which its proprietors have guaranteed. The central station receives the greatest number of calls, but as a commander-in-chief does not turn out for a skirmish of outposts, so Mr. Braidwood keeps himself ready for affairs of a more serious nature. When the summons is at night, there are sometimes as many as half a dozen. The fireman on duty below apprises the superintendent by means of a gutta-percha speaking tube which comes up to his bedside. By the light of the ever-burning gas, he rapidly consults the London directory, and if the call should be to what is called a greengrocer's street, or any of the small thoroughfares in by-parts of the town, he leaves the matter to the foreman in whose district it is, and goes to sleep again. If, however, the fire should be in the city, or in any of the great West End thoroughfares, he hurries off on the first engine. 5 minutes is considered a fair time for an engine to horse and away, but it is often done in 3. Celerity in bringing up aid is the great essential, as the first half hour generally determines the extent to which a conflagration will proceed. Hence the rewards of 30 shillings for the first, 20 for the second, and 10 shillings for the third engine that arrives, which premiums are paid by the parish. All the engines travel with as few hands as possible, the larger ones having an engineer, 4 firemen, and a driver, and the following furniture: several lengths of scaling ladder, each 6.5 feet long, all of which may be readily connected, forming in a short space of time a ladder of any required height, a canvas sheet with 10 or 12 handles of rope round the edge of it for the purpose of a fire escape, 1 10-fathom and 1 14-fathom piece of 2.5-inch rope, 6 lengths of hose, each 40 feet long, 2 branch pipes, one 2.5 feet, and the other from 4 to 6 feet long, with 1 spare nose pipe, 2 6 feet lengths of suction pipe, a flat rose, standcock, gooseneck, damboard, boat hook, saw, shovel, mattock, pole-axe, screw-wrench, crowbar, portable cistern, 2 dogtails, 2 balls of strips of sheepskin, 2 balls of small cord, instruments for opening the fire plugs, and keys for turning the stopcocks of the water mains. The weight of the whole, with the men, is not less than 27 to 30 cwt, a load which, in the excitement of the ride, is carried by a couple of horses at the gallop. The hands to work the pumps are always forthcoming on the spot at any hour of the night, not alone for goodwill, as every man, and there have been as many as 500 employed at a time, receives 1 shilling for the first hour and 6 pence for every succeeding one, together with refreshments. In France, the law empowers the firemen to seize upon the bystanders and compel them to give their services without fee or reward. An Englishman at Bordeaux, whilst looking on some few years since, was forced, in spite of his remonstrances, to roll wine cask for 7 hours out of the vicinity of a conflagration. We need not say which plan answers best. A Frenchman runs away as soon as the sapeurs-pompiers make their appearance upon the scene, to avoid being impressed. Still, such is the excitement that there are some gentlemen with us who pursue the occupation of firemen as amateurs, providing themselves with the regulation dress of dark green turned up with red, and with the accoutrements of the brigade, and working under the orders of Mr. Braidwood as energetically as if they were earning their daily bread. The fascination of fires even extends to the brute creation. Who has not heard of the dog Chance, who first formed his acquaintance with the brigade by following a fireman from a conflagration in Shoreditch to the central station at Watling Street? Here, after he had been petted for some little time by the men, his master came for him and took him home, but he escaped on the first opportunity and returned to the station. After he had been carried back for the 3rd time, his master, like a mother whose son will go to sea, allowed him to have his own way, and for years he invariably accompanied the engine, now upon the machine, now under the horse's legs, and always, when going uphill, running in advance and announcing the welcome advent of the extinguisher by his bark. At the fire he used to amuse himself with pulling burning logs of wood out of the flames with his mouth. Although he had his legs broken 6 times, he remained faithful to his pursuit, till at last, having received a severer hurt than usual, he was being nursed by the firemen beside the hearth when a call came, and at the well-known sound of the engine turning out, the poor brute made a last effort to climb upon it, and fell back dead in the attempt. He was stuffed and preserved at the station, and was doomed, even in death, to prove the fireman's friend. For one of the engineers having committed suicide, the brigade determined to raffle him for the benefit of the widow, and such was his renown that he realized £123, 10 shillings, 9 pence. Mr. Samuel Brown, of the Institute of Actuaries, after analyzing the returns of Mr. Braidwood, as well as the reports in the Mechanics magazine by Mr. Baddeley, who has devoted much attention to the subject, drew up some tables of the times of the year and hours of the day at which fires are most frequent. It would naturally be supposed that the winter would show a vast preponderance over the summer months, but the difference is not so great as might be expected. December and January are very prolific of fires, as in these months large public buildings are heated by flues, stoves, and boilers. But the other months share mishaps of the kind pretty equally, with the exception that the hot and dry periods of summer and autumn are marked by the most destructive class of conflagrations, owing to the greater inflammability of the materials than in the damper portions of the year. This, from the desiccating nature of the climate, is especially the case in Canada and the United States, and, coupled with the extensive use of wood in building, has a large influence in many parts of the continent. The following list of all the great fires which have taken place for the last 100 years will bear out our statement. Month, description of property, etc. Place, value of property destroyed, year. January, Webb's Sugar House, Liverpool, £4,600, 1829. Lancelot's Hay, Liverpool, £198,000, 1833. Town Hall and Exchange, Liverpool, £45,000, 1795. Caxton Printing House, Liverpool, 1821. Dublin and Company Warehouse, Liverpool, 1834. Suffolk Street, Liverpool, £40,000, 1818. Mile End, London, £200,000, 1834. Royal Exchange, London, 1838. February, York Minster, York, 1829. 3 West India Warehouses, London, £300,000, 1829. House of Commons, Dublin, 1792. Argyll Rooms, London, 1830. Camberwell Church, London, 1841. Custom House, London, 1814. Hop Warehouse, Southwark, 1851. J. F. Pawson and Company's Warehouses, St. Paul's Churchyard, £40,000, 1853. Pickford's Wharf, London, 1824. Gorey Warehouses, Liverpool, £50,000, 1846. March. New Orleans, United States, $650,000, 1853. 15,000 houses at Canton, China, 1820. 13,000 houses, Peru, 1799. Manchester, England, 1792. Fawcett's Foundry, Liverpool, £41,000, 1843. Oil Street, Liverpool, £12,600, 1844. Apothecaries Hall, Liverpool, £7,000, 1844. Sugar House, Harrington Street, Liverpool, £30,000, 1830. April. 1,000 Buildings, Pittsburgh, $1,400,000, 1845. Savannah, United States, $300,000, 1852. Parkshead, Bacon Street, Liverpool, £36,000, 1851. Windsor Forest, England, 1785. Margetson's Tan Yard, Bermondsey, London, £36,000, 1852. 1,158 buildings, Charleston, United States, 1838. Horsley Down, London, 1780. May. Dockhead, London, 1785. Great Fire, 1,749 houses, Hamburg, 1842. 23 steamboats at St. Louis, United States, $600,000, 1849. 15,000 houses, Quebec, 1845. York Minster, York, 1840. Duke's Warehouses, Liverpool, 1843. O'Kell's Sugar House, Liverpool, 1799. Gibraltar Row, Liverpool, 1838. Livermills, Liverpool, £8,700, 1841. Billingsgate, London, 1809. June. Rotherhithe, London, 1765. Copenhagen, Denmark, 1759. Montreal, Canada, $1 million, 1852. St. John, Newfoundland, 1846. Louisville, United States, $100,000, 1853. 47 persons, Quebec Theatre, Canada, 1846. 1,300 houses, Quebec, Canada, 1845. Gutta Percha Company, Wharf Road, London, £23,000, 1853. Humphreys Warehouse, Southwark, London, £100,000, 1851. July. Hindon, Wiltshire, 1754. 15,000 houses, Constantinople, 1756. 12,000 houses, Montreal, 1852. 300 houses, Philadelphia, 1850. 300 buildings, North America, $160,000, 1846. 302 stores, New York, $1,200,000, 1846. Apothecaries Hall, Liverpool, 1851. Glover's Warehouses, Liverpool, £17,000, 1851. Dockyard, Portsmouth, 1770. Wapping, London, £1 million, 1794. Ratcliffe Cross, London, 1794. Varna, Turkey, 1854. August. Dublin, Ireland, 1833. Gravesend, England, £60,000, 1847. Walker's Oil Mill, Dover, £30,000, 1853. Falmouth Theatre, Falmouth, 1792. Buildings, Albany, United States, $600,000, 1849. 10,000 houses, Constantinople, 1782. Smithfield, London, £100,000, 1822. East Smithfield, London, 1840. Bankside, London, 1814. Gateshead, England, 1854. September, 46 buildings, New York, $500,000, 1839. 200 houses, Brooklyn, New York, $150,000, 1848. Scott, Russell and Company, Shipbuilders, Mill Wall, London, £80,000, 1853. St. Paul's Church, Covent Garden, London, 1795. 60 houses, Rotherhithe, London, 1791. Astley's Amphitheatre, London, 1794. Mark Lane, London, £150,000, 1850. Covent Garden Theatre, London, 1808. Store Street and Tottenham Court Road, London, 1802. Macfie's, Liverpool, £40,000, 1846. Gories, Liverpool, £400,000, 1802. Formby Street, Liverpool, £380,000, 1842. Cowdray House, Sussex, 1793. October, 52 buildings, Philadelphia, $100,000, 1839. Grimsdale's Builder's Yard, Spitalfields, 1852. Withwith Mills, Halifax, £35,000, 1853. Robert Street, North Liverpool, £150,000, 1838. Lancelot's Hay, Liverpool, £80,000, 1854. Memel Great Fire, Prussia, 1854. London Wall, London, £84,000, 1849. 20 Houses, Rotherhithe, London, 1790. Lancelot's Hay, Liverpool, £30,000, 1834. Wapping, London, £100,000, 1823. Houses of Parliament, London, 1834. Pimlico, London, 1834. November. Royal Palace, Lisbon, 1794. New York, United States, 1835. 20 Houses, Shadwell, London, 1796. Aldersgate Street, London, £100,000, 1783. Cornhill, London, 1765. Liver Street, Liverpool, £6,000, 1829. Wright and Aspinall, Oxford Street, London, £50,000, 1826. Hills Rice Mills, London, £5,000, 1848. December. Dockyard, Portsmouth, 1776. Patent Office and Post Office, Washington, 1836. 600 Warehouses, New York, $4 million, 1835. Fenwick Street, Liverpool, £36,000, 1831. Branker's Sugar House, Liverpool, £34,000, 1843. Extracted from the Royal Insurance Company's Almanac, 1854. One reason, perhaps, why there is such a general average in the number of conflagrations throughout the year is that the vast majority occur in factories and workshops where fire is used in summer as well as winter. This supposition appears at first sight to be contradicted by the fact that nearly as many fires occur on Sunday as on any other day of the week. But when it is remembered that in numerous establishments it is necessary to keep in the fires throughout that day, and in the majority of cases a very inadequate watch is kept, it is at once apparent why there is no immunity from the scourge. Indeed, some of the most destructive fires have broken out on a Sunday night or on a Monday morning, no doubt because a large body of fire had formed before it was detected. A certain number of accidents occur in summer in private houses from persons on hot nights opening the window behind the toilet glass in their bedrooms when the draught blows the blind against the candle. Swallows do not more certainly appear in June than such mishaps are found reported at the sultry season. If we watch still more narrowly the habits of fires, we find that they are active or dormant according to the time of the day. Thus, during a period of 9 years, the percentage regularly increased from 1.96 at 9 o'clock a.m., the hour at which all households might be considered to be about, to 3.34 at 1 p.m., 3.55 at 5 p.m., and 8.15% at 10 p.m., which is just the time at which a fire left to itself by the departure of the workmen would have had swing enough to become visible. The origin of fires is now so narrowly inquired into by the officers of the brigade and by means of inquests that we have been made acquainted with a vast number of curious causes which would never have been suspected. From an analysis of fires which have occurred since the establishment of the brigade, we have constructed the following tables. Curtains, 2,511. Candle, 1,178. Flues, 1,555. Stoves, 494. Gas, 932. Light dropped down area, 13. Lighted tobacco, falling down ditto, 7. Dust falling on horizontal flue, 1. Doubtful, 76. Incendiarism, 89. Carelessness, 100. Intoxication, 80. Dog, 6. Cat, 19. Hunting bugs, 15. Clothes horse upset by monkey, 1. Lucifers, 80. Children playing with ditto, 45. Rat gnawing ditto, 1. Jackdaw playing with ditto, 1. Rat gnawing gas pipe, 1. Boys letting off fireworks, 14. Fireworks going off, 63. Children playing with fire, 45. Spark from fire, 243. Spark from railway, 4. Smoking tobacco, 166. Smoking ants, 1. Smoking in bed, 2. Reading in ditto, 22. Sewing in ditto, 4. Sewing by candle, 1. Lime overheating, 44. Waste ditto, 43. Cargo of lime ditto, 2. Rain slacking ditto, 5. High tide, 1. Explosion, 6. Spontaneous combustion, 43. Heat from sun, 8. Lightning, 8. Carboy of acid bursting, 2. Drying linen, 1. Shirts falling into fire, 6. Lighting and upsetting naphtha lamp, 58. Fire from iron kettle, 1. Sealing letter, 1. Charcoal fire of a suicide, 1. Insanity, 5. Bleaching nuts, 7. Unknown, 1,323. Among the more common causes of fire, such as gas, candle, curtains, taking fire, children playing with fire, stoves, etc., it is remarkable how uniformly the same numbers occur under each head from year to year. General laws obtain as much in small as in great events. We are informed by the post office authorities that about 8 persons daily drop their letters into the post without directing them. We know that there is an unvarying percentage of broken heads and limbs received into the hospitals. And here we see that a regular number of houses take fire year by year from the leaping out of a spark or the dropping of a smoldering pipe of tobacco. It may indeed be a long time before another conflagration will arise from a monkey upsetting a clothes horse, but we have no doubt such an accident will recur in its appointed cycle. Although gas figures so largely as a cause of fire, it does not appear that its rapid introduction of late years into private houses has been attended with danger. There is another kind of light, however, which the insurance offices look upon with terror, especially those who make it their business to insure farm property. The assistant secretary of one of the largest fire offices, speaking broadly, informed us that the introduction of the Lucifer match caused them an annual loss of £10,000. In the foregoing list, we see in how many ways they have given rise to fires. Lucifers going off probably from heat, 80. Children playing with lucifers, 45. Rat gnawing lucifers, 1. Jackdaw playing with lucifers, 1. 127. 127 known fires thus arise from this single cause. And no doubt, many of the 25 fires ascribed to the agency of cats and dogs were owing to their having thrown down boxes of matches at night, which they frequently do, and which is almost certain to produce combustion. The item, rat gnawing lucifer, reminds us to give a warning against leaving about wax lucifers where there are either rats or mice, for these vermin constantly run away with them to their holes behind the inflammable canvas, and eat the wax until they reach the phosphorus, which is ignited by the friction of their teeth. Many fires are believed to have been produced by this singular circumstance. How much, again, must lucifers have contributed to swell the large class of conflagrations whose causes are unknown? Another cause of fire, which is of recent date, is the use of naphtha in lamps, a most ignitable fluid when mixed in certain proportions with common air. A delightful novel figures as approximate, if not an immediate cause of 22 fires. This might be expected, but what can be the meaning of a fire caused by a high tide? When we asked Mr. Braidwood the question, he answered, "Oh, we always look out for fires when there is a high tide. They arise from the heating of lime upon the addition of water. Thus rain, we see, has caused 4 conflagrations, and simple overheating 44. The lime does no harm as long as it is merely in contact with wood. But if iron happens to be in juxtaposition with the two, it speedily becomes red hot, and barges on the river have been sunk by reason of their bolts and iron knees burning holes in their bottoms." Of the singular entry, rat gnawing a gas pipe, the firemen state that it is common for rats to gnaw leaden service pipes, for the purpose, it is supposed, of getting at the water, and in this instance the grey rodent laboured under a mistake and let out the raw material of the opposite element. Intoxication is a fruitful cause of fires, especially in public houses and inns. It is commonly imagined that the introduction of hot water, hot air, and steam pipes as a means of heating buildings cuts off one avenue of danger from fire. This is an error. Iron pipes, often heated up to 400 degrees, are placed in close contact with floors and skirting boards, supported by slight diagonal props of wood, which a much lower degree of heat will suffice to ignite. The circular rim supporting a still at the apothecary's hall, which was used in the preparation of some medicament that required a temperature of 300 degrees, was found not long ago to have charred a circle at least 1/4 of an inch deep in the wood beneath it in less than 6 months. Mr. Braidwood, in his evidence before a committee of the House of Lords in 1846, stated that it was his belief that by long exposure to heat, not much exceeding that of boiling water or 212 degrees, timber is brought into such a condition that it will fire without the application of a light. The time during which this process of desiccation goes on, until it ends in spontaneous combustion, is, he thinks, from 8 to 10 years, so that a fire might be hatching in a man's premises during the whole of his lease without making any sign. Under their heads, incendiarism, doubtful, and unknown, are included all the cases of willful firing. The return incendiarism is never made unless there has been a conviction, which rarely takes place, as the offices are only anxious to protect themselves against fraud, and do not like the trouble or bad odor of being prosecutors on public grounds. If the evidence of willful firing, however, is conclusive, the insured, when he applies for his money, is significantly informed by the secretary that unless he leaves the office, he will hang him. Though arson is no longer punished by death, the hint is usually taken. Now and then such flagrant offenders are met with that the office cannot avoid pursuing them with the utmost rigor of the law. Such, in 1851, was the case of a respectable solicitor living in Lime Street, Watling Street, who had insured his house and furniture for a sum much larger than they were worth. The means he adopted for the commission of his crime without discovery were apparently sure, but it was the very pains he took to accomplish his end which led to his detection. He had specially made to order a deep tray of iron, in the center of which was placed a socket. The tray he filled with naphtha, and in the socket he put a candle, the light of which was shaded by a funnel. The candle was one of the kind which he used for his gig lamp, for he kept a gig, and was calculated to last a stated time before it reached the naphtha. He furtively deposited the whole machine in the cellar, within 8 inches of the wooden floor, in a place constructed to conceal it. The attorney went out, and on coming back again found, as he expected, that his house was on fire. Unfortunately, however, for him, if it is ever a misfortune to a scoundrel to be detected, it was put out at a very early stage, and the firemen, whilst in the act of extinguishing it, discovered this infernal machine. The order to make it was traced to the delinquent. A female servant, irritated at the idea of his having left her in the house to be burnt to death, gave evidence against him. He was tried and convicted and is now expiating his crime at Norfolk Island. Plans for rebuilding this villain's house and estimates of the expense were found afterwards among his papers. The class doubtful includes all those cases in which the offices have no moral doubt that the fire has been willful, but are not in possession of legal evidence sufficient to substantiate a charge against the offender. In most of these instances, however, the insured has his reasons for taking a much smaller sum than he originally demanded. Lastly, we have the unknown, to which 1,323 cases are put down, one of the largest numbers in the entire list, though decreasing year by year. Even of these, a certain percentage are supposed to be willful. There is no denying that the crime of arson owes its origin entirely to the introduction of fire insurance, and there can be as little doubt that of late years it has been very much increased by the pernicious competition for business among the younger offices, which leads them to deal too leniently with their customers, or, in other words, to pay the money and ask no questions. It is calculated that 1 fire in 7, which occur among the small class of shopkeepers in London, is an incendiary fire. Mr. Braidwood, whose experience is larger than that of any other person, tells us that the greatest ingenuity is sometimes exercised to deceive the officers of the insurance company as to the value of the insured stock. In one instance, when the brigade had succeeded in extinguishing the fire, he discovered a string stretched across one of the rooms in the basement of the house, on which ringlets of shavings dipped in turpentine were tied at regular intervals. On extending his investigations, he ascertained that a vast pile of what he thought were pounds of moist sugar consisted of parcels of brown paper, and that the loaves of white sugar were made of plaster of Paris. 10 to 1, but the artful dodge, which some scoundrel flatters himself is peculiarly his own, has been put in practice by hundreds of others before him. For this reason, fires that are willful generally betray themselves to the practiced eye of the brigade. When an event of the kind is going to happen at home, a common circumstance is to find that the fond parent has treated the whole of his family to the theatre. There is another class of incendiary fires which arise from a species of monomania in boys and girls. Not many years ago, the men of the brigade were occupied for hours in putting out no less than half a dozen fires, which broke out one after another in a house in West Smithfield. And it was at last discovered that they were occasioned by a youth who went about with lucifers and slyly ignited everything that would burn. He was caught in the act of firing a curtain in the very room in which a fireman was occupied in putting out a blaze. A still more extraordinary case took place in the year 1848 at Torlock House in the Isle of Mull. On Sunday, the 11th of November, the curtains of a bed were ignited, as was supposed, by lightning. A window blind followed, and immediately afterwards the curtains of 5 rooms broke out, one after another, into a flame. Even the towels hanging up in the kitchen were burnt. The next day a bed took fire, and it being thought advisable to carry the bed linen into the coach-house for safety, it caught fire 3 or 4 times during the process of removal. In a few days the phenomenon was renewed. The furniture, books, and everything else of an inflammable nature were, with much labor, taken from the mansion, and again some body linen burst into a flame on the way. Even after these precautions had been taken, and persons had been set to watch in every part of the house, the mysterious fires continued to haunt it until the 22nd of February, 1849. It was suspected from the first that they were the act of an incendiary, and upon a rigid examination of the household before the fiscal general and the sheriff, the mischief was traced to the daughter of the housekeeper, a young girl who was on a visit to her mother. She had effected her purpose, which was perfectly motiveless, by concealing combustibles in different parts of the house. The most ludicrous conflagration that perhaps ever occurred was that at Mr. Phillip's workshop, when the whole of his stock of instruments for extinguishing flame were at one fell swoop destroyed. "'Tis rare to see the engineer hoist with his own petard," says the poet, and certainly it was a most laughable contretemps to see the fire engines arrive at the manufactory just in time to witness the fire annihilators annihilated by the fire. A similar mishap occurred to these unfortunate implements at Paris. In juxtaposition with this case, we are tempted to put another, in which the attempt at extinction was followed by exactly the opposite effects. A tradesman was about to light his gas when, finding the cock stiff, he took a candle to see what was the matter. Whilst attempting to turn it, the screw came out, and with it a jet of gas, which was instantly fired by the candle. The blaze igniting the shop, a passerby seized a wooden pail and threw its contents upon the flames, which flared up immediately with tenfold power. It is scarcely necessary to state that the water was whiskey and that the country was old Ireland. Spontaneous combustion is at present very little understood, though chemists have of late turned their attention to the subject. It forms, however, no inconsiderable item in the list of causes of fires. There can be no question that many of those that occur at railway stations and buildings are due to the fermentation which arises among oiled rags. Overheating of waste, which includes shoddy, sawdust, cotton, etc., is a fearful source of conflagrations. The cause of most fires which have arisen from spontaneous combustion is lost in the consequence. Cases now and then occur where the firemen have been able to detect it, as for instance at Hibernia Wharf in 1846, one of Alderman Humphrey's warehouses. It happened that a porter had swept the sawdust from the floor into a heap, upon which a broken flask of olive oil that was placed above dripped its contents. To these elements of combustion the sun added its power, and 16 hours afterwards the fire broke out. Happily, it was instantly extinguished, and the agents that produced it were caught, red-handed as it were, in the act. The chances are that such a particular combination of circumstances might not occur again in 1,000 years. The sawdust will not be swept again into such a position under the oil, or the bottle will not break over the sawdust, or the sun will not shine in on them to complete the fatal sum. It is an important fact, however, to know that oiled sawdust, warmed by the sun, will fire in 16 hours, as it accounts for a number of conflagrations in sawmills, which never could be traced to any probable cause. By means of direct experiment, we are also learning something on the question of explosions. It used to be assumed that gunpowder was answerable for all such terrible effects in warehouses where no gas or steam was employed, and as policies are vitiated by the fact of its presence, unless declared, many squabbles have ensued between shearers and insured upon this head alone. At the late great fire at Gateshead, a report having spread that the awful explosion which did so much damage arose from the illicit stowage of 7 tons of gunpowder in the Messrs. Sisson's warehouse, the interested insurance companies offered a reward of £100 to elicit information. The experiments instituted, however, by Mr. Pattison in the presence of Captain Duquesne of the Royal Engineers and the coroner's jury impaneled to inquire into the matter showed that the water from the fire engine falling upon the mineral and chemical substances in store was sufficient to account for the result. The following were the experiments tried at Mr. Pattison's works at Felling, about 3 miles from Gateshead. Mr. Pattison first caused a metal pot to be inserted in the ground until its top was level with the surface, and having put into it 9 pounds of nitrate of soda and 6 pounds of sulfur, he ignited the mass, and then, heating it to the highest possible degree of which it was susceptible, he poured into it about a quart of water. The effect was an immediate explosion, accompanied by a loud clap, which would have been exceedingly perilous to any person in its immediate vicinity. The experiment was next made under different conditions. The pot into which the sulfur and nitrate of soda were put was covered over the top with a large piece of thick metal of considerable weight, and above that again were placed several large pieces of clay and earth. It was deemed necessary to try this experiment in an open field, away from any dwelling house, and which admitted of the spectators placing themselves at a safe distance from the spot. The materials were then ignited as before, and when in the incandescent state, water was poured upon the mass down a spout. The result was but a comparatively slight explosion, and which scarcely disturbed the iron and clods placed over the mouth of the vessel. Another experiment of the kind was made with the same result. At length, a trial having been made for a 3rd time, but with this difference that the vessel was covered over the top with another similar vessel, and that the water was poured upon the burning sulfur and nitrate of soda with greater rapidity than before by slightly elevating the spout, the effect was to blow up the pot on the top into the air to a height of upwards of 70 feet, accompanied by a loud detonation. With this, the coroner and jury became convinced that whether or not the premises in Hillgate contained gunpowder, they contained elements as certainly explosive and perhaps far more destructive. We may here mention as a curious result of the Gateshead fire that several tons of lead, whilst flowing in a molten state, came in contact with a quantity of volatilized sulfur. Thus the lead became reconverted into lead ore, or a sulphuret of lead, which, as it required to be resmelted, was thereby debased in value from some 22 to 15 shillings a ton. The Great Fire, again, which occurred in Liverpool in October last, was occasioned by the explosion of spirits of turpentine, which blew out one after another 7 of the walls of the vaults underneath the warehouse, and in some cases destroyed the vaulting itself, and exposed to the flames the stores of cotton above. Surely some law is called for to prevent the juxtaposition of such inflammable materials. The turpentine is said to have been fired by a workman who snuffed the candle with his fingers and accidentally threw the snuff down the bunghole of one of the barrels of turpentine. The warehouses burnt were built upon Mr. Fairbairn's new fireproof plan, which the Liverpool people introduced some years ago at a great expense to the town. Water alone, brought into sudden contact with red-hot iron, is capable of giving rise to a gas of the most destructive nature. Witness the extraordinary explosions that are continually taking place in steam vessels, especially in America, which mostly arise from the lurching of the vessel when waiting for passengers, causing the water to withdraw from one side of the boiler, which rapidly becomes red hot. The next lurch in an opposite direction precipitates the water upon the highly heated surface, and thus explosive gas, in addition to the steam, is generated faster than the safety valves can get rid of it. A very interesting inquiry, and one of vital importance to the actuaries of fire insurance companies, is the relative liability to fire of different classes of occupations and residences. We already know accurately the number of fires which occur yearly in every trade and kind of occupation. What we do not know, and what we want to know, is the proportion the tenements in which such trades and occupations are carried on bear to the total number of houses in the metropolis. The last census gives us no information of this kind, and we trust the omission will be supplied the next time it is taken. According to Mr. Braidwood's returns for the last 21 years, the number of fires in each trade and in private houses has been as follows. Private houses, 4,638. Lodgings, 1,304. Victuallers, 715. Sale shops and offices, 701. Carpenters and workers in wood, 621. Drapers of woolen and linen, 372. Bakers, 311. Stables, 277. Cabinet makers, 233. Oil and color men, 230. Chandlers, 178. Grocers, 163. Tinmen, braziers, and smiths, 158. Houses under repair and building, 150. Beer shops, 142. Coffee shops and chop houses, 139. Brokers and dealers in old clothes, 134. Hat makers, 127. Lucifer matchmakers, 120. Wine and spirit merchants, 118. Tailors, 113. Hotels and clubhouses, 107. Tobacconists, 105. Eating houses, 104. Booksellers and binders, 103. Ships, 102. Printers and engravers, 102. Builders, 91. Houses unoccupied, 89. Tallow chandlers, 87. Marine store dealers, 75. Sawmills, 67. Firework makers, 66. Warehouses, 63. Chemists, 62. Coachmakers, 50. Warehouses, Manchester, 49. Public buildings, 46. If we look at the mere number of fires, irrespective of the size of the industrial group upon which they committed their ravages, houses would appear to be hazardous according to the order in which we have placed them. Now, this is manifestly absurd, inasmuch as private houses stand at the head of the list, and it is well known that they are the safest from fire of all kinds of tenements. Mr. Brown, of the Society of Actuaries, who has taken the trouble to compare the number of fires in each industrial group with the number of houses devoted to it, as far as he could find any data in the Post Office Directory, gives the following average annual percentage of conflagrations calculated on a period of 15 years. Lucifer matchmakers, 30. Lodging houses, 16.51. Hatmakers, 7.74. Chandlers, 3.88. Drapers, 2.67. Tinmen, braziers, and smiths, 2.42. Carpenters, 2.27. Cabinet makers, 2.12. Oil and colormen, 1.56. Beer shops, 1.31. Booksellers, 1.18. Coffee shops and coffee houses, 1.20. Cabinet makers, 1.12. Licensed victualers, 0.86. Bakers, 0.75. Wine merchants, 0.61. Grocers, 0.34. It will be seen that this estimate in a great measure inverts the order of dangerous as we have ranged them in the previous table, making those which from their aggregate number seem to be the most hazardous trades appear the least so, and vice versa. Thus, Lucifer matchmakers have a bad preeminence. Indeed, they are supposed to be subject to a conflagration every 3rd year, while the terrible victualers, carpenters, mercers, and bakers at the top of the column shrink to the bottom of the list. These conclusions, nevertheless, are only an approximation to the truth, since it is impossible to procure a correct return of the houses occupied by different trades. Even if a certain class of tenements is particularly liable to fire, it does not follow that it will be held to be very hazardous to the insurers. Such considerations are influenced by another question. Are the contents of houses forming the group of that nature that, in case of their taking fire, they are likely to be totally destroyed, seriously, or only slightly damaged? For instance, lodging houses are very liable to fire, but they are very seldom burnt down or much injured. Out of 81 that suffered in 1853, not one was totally destroyed. Only 4 were extensively affected. The very large majority, 77, were slightly scathed from the burning of window and bed curtains, etc. Among the trades which are too hazardous to be insured at any price are, we quote from the tariff of the County Fire Office, floor cloth manufacturers, gunpowder dealers, hatters stock in the stove, lamp black makers, lucifer matchmakers, varnish makers, and wadding manufacturers, whilst the following are considered highly hazardous: bone crushers, coffee roasters, composition ornament makers, curriers, dyers, feather stovers, flambeau makers, heckling houses, hemp and flax dressers, ivory black makers, japaners and japan makers, laboratory chemists, patent japan leather manufacturers, lint mills, rough fat melters, musical instrument makers, oil and color men, leather dressers, oiled silk and linen makers, oil of vitriol manufacturers, pitch makers, rag dealers, resin dealers, sawmills, seed crushers, ship biscuit bakers, soap makers, spermaceti and wax refiners, sugar refiners, tar dealers and boilers, thatched houses in towns, and turpentine makers. It is a notable fact that the city of London, which is perhaps the most densely inhabited spot the world has ever seen, has long been exempt from conflagrations involving a considerable number of houses. The devouring element, it is true, has made many meals from time to time of huge warehouses and public buildings, but since the Great Fire of 1666, it has ceased to gorge upon whole quarters of the town. We have never had, since that memorable occasion, to record the destruction of 1,000 houses at a time, a matter of frequent occurrence in the United States and Canada, indeed in all parts of continental Europe. The fires which have proved fatal to large plots of buildings in the metropolis have in every instance taken place without the sound of bow bells. A comparison between the number of fires which occurred between the years 1838 and 1843 in 20,000 houses situated on either side of the Thames shows at once the superior safety of its northern bank, the annual average of fires on the latter being only 20 against 36 on the southern side. For this exemption, we have to thank the great disaster, if we might so term what has turned out a blessing. At one fell swoop, it cleared the city and swept away forever the dangerous congregation of wooden buildings and narrow streets, which were always affording material for the flame. The means to be adopted to prevent the flame spreading resolve themselves into taking care not to open doors or windows, which create a draught. The same rule should be observed by those outside. No door or glass should be smashed in before the means are at hand to put out the fire. Directions for aiding persons to escape from premises on fire. 1. Be careful to acquaint yourself with the best means of exit from the house, both at the top and bottom. 2. On the first alarm, reflect before you act. If in bed at the time, wrap yourself in a blanket or bedside carpet. Open no more doors or windows than are absolutely necessary, and shut every door after you. 3. There is always from 8 to 12 inches of pure air close to the ground. If you cannot therefore walk upright through the smoke, drop on your hands and knees, and thus progress. A wetted silk handkerchief, a piece of flannel, or a worsted stocking drawn over the face permits breathing, and, to a great extent, excludes the smoke. 4. If you can neither make your way upwards nor downwards, get into a front room. If there is a family, see that they are all collected here, and keep the door closed as much as possible. For remember that smoke always follows a draught, and fire always rushes after smoke. 5. On no account throw yourself or allow others to throw themselves from the window. If no assistance is at hand and you are in extremity, tie the sheets together and, having fastened one end to some heavy piece of furniture, let down the women and children one by tying the end of the line of sheets round the waist and lowering them through the window that is over the door, rather than through one that is over the area. You can easily let yourself down when the helpless are saved. 6. If a woman's clothes should catch fire, let her instantly roll herself over and over on the ground. If a man be present, let him throw her down and do the like, and then wrap her in a rug, coat, or the first woolen thing that is at hand. 7. Bystanders, the instant they see a fire, should run for the fire escape, or to the police station if that is nearer, where a jumping sheet is always to be found. Dancers, and those that are accustomed to wear light muslins and other inflammable articles of clothing, when they are likely to come in contact with the gas, would do well to remember that by steeping them in a solution of alum, they would not be liable to catch fire. If the rule were enforced at theaters, we might avoid any possible recurrence of such a catastrophe as happened at Drury Lane in 1844, when poor Clara Webster was so burnt before the eyes of the audience that she died in a few days. End of Fires and Firemen, from the Eclectic Magazine of Foreign Literature, Science and Art, Volume 35, Number 1, May 1855, by Anonymous. Recording by Anita Hibbard, April 13th, 2021.
Excerpt from A Genealogical-Historical Visitation of Andover, Massachusetts, in the year 1863, by Alfred Poor, M.D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. A Genealogical-Historical Visitation of Andover, Massachusetts, in the year 1863, by Alfred Poor, M.D. Alfred Poor, M.D., 1818 to 1907, author of A Memoir and Genealogy of John Poor and The Historical and Genealogical Researches and Recorder of Passing Events of Merrimack Valley, was in the habit of making house-to-house journeys in various Essex County towns in search of genealogical information and family lore. On several occasions, more extended trips were made through Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and even into Canada, in search of material relating to those families who had removed from Essex County and settled in the northern part of New England. He would walk from town to town, examining and copying from the town and church records, gravestones, family Bibles, and private memoranda, and making extended inquiries into unwritten family history covering its genealogy and immigration. His notebooks, kept during these various visitations, are now preserved by the Essex Institute. Almost the first extended visitation undertaken by Dr. Poor was an examination of the town of Andover, Massachusetts, occupying the larger part of the summer of 1863, and it is believed that much of the information then gathered and here published is not preserved in any other form. Started from home in West Haverhill at 9 a.m. on May 5, 1863, passing through Salem, New Hampshire, Methuen, and Lawrence, and arrived at W.F. Draper's about 2 p.m. Called on John H. Manning, who says that Wilson Flagg, who came from Beverly, resided in Andover a few years, and now probably resides in Cambridge, is interested in history, and is a writer for periodicals. Dr. Sanborn's son is interested in entomology. Mr. Manning says that his grandfather, Thomas Manning, shoemaker, came from Billerica to Andover when he was about 21 years old. He purchased the homestead where he now resides, probably about the time he was married, of Joseph Ballard and his widowed mother. Timothy, who owned the mills, from whom the village derived its name, was brother to Joseph Ballard. Thomas Manning's wife was Mehitable Kidder, and probably all of the children were born on the farm. Some of the children were born in a house which stood about 40 rods west of the present house. A part of this old house was moved to form the L of this house, but in 1842 it was taken away and a new L built. The house was built in 1758, and the barn, which was raised up about 1850 to 51, was probably built at the same time. The balm of Gilead trees in front of the house were set out about 1833, and the elm tree on the opposite side of the street, and which contains about 5 cords, was brought there on Mr. Ballard's shoulders and set out the day he was 21 years old. His shoemaker's shop, which was once a blacksmith's shop, stood just below the old house, but it was torn down before Mr. Manning can remember. Deacon Gould's wife is related to the Ballards. Nathaniel Whittier's wife, Summer Street, is a descendant of the Mannings. Thomas Manning's children were Thomas, father of John H., Chloe married a Holly, and her son William edited a newspaper in New Hampshire. Hannah married a Burt and lived near Haggett's Pond, William Burt being chaplain of the State Almshouse. Thomas Manning, the father of John H., and probably the youngest of the children, married first Sarah, daughter of Joseph and Anna Blank of North Reading, and settled on this homestead, where he always lived. She was the mother of all his children and died in 1839, aged about 55 years, and was buried in the Old South graveyard. He married second Adeline A., daughter of Asa Blank, who still resides at the homestead. In his younger days, Thomas Manning was a shoemaker, but many years before he died in 1849, he was a farmer. The farm consisted of 48 acres, and he owned 80 acres more. The family now own about 20 acres near Pomp's Pond. The children of Thomas Manning, Jr. were 1. Edward Augustus, farmer, now of Manchester, Iowa, who formerly owned the place where Mr. Church now resides on Phillips Street. He was overseer of repairs on the Boston and Maine Railroad from very soon after the road was built until he removed to Iowa, first from Andover Depot to Wilmington, and when the double track was built, he had a section from the depot to Ballard Vale. He married Hannah Merrill of Derry, New Hampshire, and has 4 children living, 3 daughters and 1 son, the oldest having died in March 1863, and a daughter in 1840. His son Augustus L., about 21 years old, is in the 12th or 13th Iowa Regiment, and was taken prisoner at Pittsburgh Landing, held 8 months, suffered very much, and was nearly all the time at Macon, Georgia. 2. Sarah A., died 1840, unmarried. 3. Mary K., died young. 4. Joseph M., died young. 5. Mary Anjanette, who married Henry F. Barnard and died 1850, leaving 2 children. 6. John Hart, born February 8, 1824, married Lois Ann, daughter of Amos and Myra Nichols Batchelder, who was born North Reading, March 11, 1832. Her father was son of Simeon and Betsy Batchelder, and her mother was daughter of Mrs. Lois Nichols. Children, all born at the homestead: A. Mary Alton, born October 31, 1850, B. John Hart, Jr., born February 3, 1858, C. Martha, born April 23, 1860, D. Frederick Wilbur, born June 26, 1862. John H. Manning lived in Nahant in 1851-2, in the South in the winters of 1859 and 60, and in Magnolia, St. Johns River, Florida, for his health in 1860-61. 7. Rebecca Jane, born March 23, 1827, married Henry F. Barnard, her deceased sister's husband. 2 other families have occupied this house. Horace Lewis, who came from New Hampshire, perhaps New Boston, lived in the Abiel Abbott place a while, then moved here and occupied a part of the house from April 1852 to April 1854, and John W. Haley, a member of the middle class at the seminary, who occupied it in November 1861, but later moved into one part of the house in which Fitzwilliam Rogers now resides. Called on Asa A. Abbott, who has been one of the selectmen often, and found him in his field south of his house, which land extends about 80 rods to where Dr. Whitney of Charlestown, formerly of Haverhill, now owns. The latter was a west lot and was given to Holt. Probably Benjamin West had no children. One Allen once owned the land about 3/4 of a mile southwest of A. Abbott's, now owned by his brother Sylvester and Nathan B. Abbott, and it was here that Mr. Abbott's great-great-grandfather, Ephraim Abbott, settled. The plain, before reaching Ballardville, was called Preston's Plain as long ago as 1718, perhaps from one John Preston who once lived there. Isaac Wilson, who resides near the line between Andover and North Andover, has the proprietor's records, he being the clerk. John Russ probably resided where Peter Smith now resides. Mr. Abbott says that beginning at the turnpike where Moses Abbott now resides, the land formerly was owned by the Chandlers until about 1806. John Chandler, son of David, had left the place before 1807, because that year the turnpike was built and the workmen lived there. John Chandler was a shoemaker, and probably mortgaged his place to Jonathan Swift, the tanner, who resided where the present Jonathan Swift now lives. Moses Abbott, son of Moses and grandson of Barachias, came into possession of the place after the Moses first referred to was born. On May 6th, called on Captain Joshua Ballard, who says his grandfather, Deacon Hezekiah Ballard, was son of Hezekiah and a descendant of William, who came to this town from Saugus. Deacon Hezekiah married Lydia Chandler and lived where Mr. Manning now resides. Their children were 1. Lydia, born July 30th, 1742, married Dane Holt, settled at Prospect Hill, had 3 children, and died November 1813. 2. Rebecca, born May 16, 1744, married Deacon Zebediah Abbott, and died 1821 in West Andover, where Benjamin Boynton now resides. Children: A. Deacon Zebediah, B. Anna, married Christopher Osgood, settled in Pembroke, New Hampshire, C. Herman. 3. Lois, born July 19, 1746, married Joshua Phelps, died December 26, 1836, settled in West Andover, about 1.5 miles from the West Andover Church, on the road to Lowell. Children: A. Joshua, B. Mrs. Blunt, C. Mrs. Noah Abbott. 4. Hannah, born December 6, 1748, married first Obadiah Foster, second Captain Joshua Chandler, and died December 1838. With her first husband, she lived where Nathan Abbott, second, now lives. 5. Mary, born February 27, 1751, married Henry Phelps, another son of Samuel Phelps, settled where her sons Henry and Chandler Phelps now reside in West Andover, and died 1835. 6. Joshua, born June 27, 1753, died 1753, choked to death by a piece of corn. 7. Sarah, born January 27, 1756, married Deacon Nathan Abbott, settled in Scotland District, where Nathan B. Abbott now resides, and died 1825. 8. Dorcas, born October 16, 1757, died unmarried. 9. Lucy, born April 4, 1760, married Nathan Chandler of West Andover, removed to Concord, New Hampshire, and died June 8, 1827. 10. Hezekiah, born July 18, 1762, married Mary, daughter of Zebediah and Deborah Blanchard Chandler of West Andover, who died March 16, 1834. He died October 4, 1847. Hezekiah Ballard settled on the farm which is now owned by William Allen, the last house before reaching the Wilmington line, the land having been purchased from Joshua Wardell and wife Mary in 1771 by Deacon Hezekiah Ballard. It was owned previously by Joseph Foster, Jr. Here Deacon Ballard kept a public house a few years during the Revolution. The barn on the old place, which was taken down about 1812, was raised when Hezekiah Ballard was 21 years old, that is, in 1783, and the present barn was built in 1839. The present house was built on the Job Foster place, which Captain Ballard bought in 1834. The old house was on the opposite side of the road toward Boston, about 30 rods. About half of this farm was purchased of the town by Captain Ballard's ancestors, besides about 70 acres on the Wilmington side. His father bought of the town on the eastern side of John's Hill, so called because an Irishman, John Dunlap, lived in the angle made by the Boston Road and that leading by Rattlesnake Hill. Caesar Dull afterwards lived there. Captain Ballard owned at one time about 300 acres, but retains about 50. He sold about 75 acres to William Allen, April 1, 1852, Mr. Allen having hired it 5 years previous to buying. Others who lived in any part of the old house where the tavern was kept were widow Susanna Marshall, whose sons, Jacob and James, died in Andover, and whose daughter Abigail was there a while. Tabitha and Hannah Holt kept house there 1800 to 1810. They were spinners, and had a brother, Michael Holt, who lived in North Andover. Isaac Jones, a native of Wilmington, was there about 2 years and left in the autumn of 1810 to go to Stoddard, New Hampshire. He soon after died, and his family went west. Nathaniel Dunkley, an old Revolutionary soldier, lived in the next house about 1808. The children of Hezekiah and Mary Ballard were 1. Joshua, born January 3, 1785, married 1810, observed their golden wedding November 13, 1860. Phoebe, daughter of Jonathan and Dorcas Abbott, and granddaughter Jonathan and Martha Lovejoy Abbott. Her mother was daughter of Stephen and Mary Abbott, born January 17, 1788, where Stephen D. Abbott lives. The house stood near his residence and was taken down about 1830. Joshua lived on the homestead of his father and grandfather until May 1, 1848, when he bought of Merrill Pettingill a 2-acre farm, corner of the Turnpike and Punchard Avenue. Pettingill built the house, but upon removing to Boston or Melrose, he rented it to different persons. Mr. Ballard made some additions, and on August 27, 1851, the year when several fires occurred in Andover, it was partially destroyed. In about 11 weeks it was repaired and made into its present shape. Children: A. Phoebe Abbott, born August 22, 1811, married Herman Phelps Chandler, cousin to her father. B. Joshua, born January 28, 1813, married May 1840 Mehitable, daughter of Jonathan and Betsy Batchelder, Abbot of Temple, New Hampshire. Resides in Southbridge, Massachusetts, agent of the Hamilton Woolen Company of Boston since 1846, but previously agent for the Amoskeag Company. No children. C. Stephen, born September 9, 1815. Married first, December 24, 1830, to Sarah Ballard, daughter of Abiel and Sarah Abbott Russell, who died October 1851. Married second, in Lowell, Abby Dodge, born Amherst. Resides in Williamsburg, New Hampshire, making belts for machinery. For 11 years after his brother left Amoskeag Mills, he was agent, removing in the autumn of 1858. D. Edward, born June 26, 1819, lives at home, unmarried. E. Gayton, born July 8, 1821, married Sybil Brown Abbott, sister to Joshua's wife, settled in Hooksett, New Hampshire, where he remained about 3 years and went to Southbridge about 1849. He, with his brother Joshua and Adolphus Merriam, own a small woolen mill, the firm being Merriam and Ballard. Children Sybil Eliza, Mary Alma, and Daniel all died young. Sarah Eliza, born August 1852. Arthur Gayton, born 1854. F. William, born May 15, 1826. G. Mary, born March 24, 1828, unmarried. Notes: Hezekiah, next to Captain Joshua, died with a throat distemper, aged 11 years. Mary died, aged about 14 years. Hannah died at the age of 45 years. Sarah and Dorcas died young. Hezekiah married Susan Brown and died December 21, 1837, aged 41 years, of falling from a wagon in Reading where he resided. Nathan died young. Joseph Ballard, who married Hannah, daughter of Colonel George Abbott, and sold to Manning, was probably cousin to Deacon Hezekiah. Timothy Ballard, who owned the mills at Ballardvale Village, was not a brother to Deacon Hezekiah. He married Mary, daughter of William and Hannah Abbott, and had no children, but they adopted her niece, Mary B., daughter of Captain Joseph and Sarah Foster Brown, who is second wife of Deacon Abraham Jones Gould. Old Nehemiah Abbott married Hannah Ballard, whose sister Betty was a blind maiden lady. She owned the mills with Timothy Ballard. Nehemiah Abbott had one son who was a physician. The former sold his interest in the mills to Timothy. On the brook that runs from Foster's Pond to the river, there was a small grist mill owned by William Goldsmith, and afterwards by his son Jeremiah, but no grinding has been done there since about 1800. There was a winter mill on the road by Rattlesnake Hill. The Ballardvale Company owned the water privilege, which they bought some years ago. Called again on Asa A. Abbott on May 6th. General Washington took breakfast in the house where Locke resides, near Valpy's, which was occupied as a tavern by Deacon Isaac Abbott, and when the general left town, he went down Phillips Street on toward Billerica. Phillips lived in Moses Abbott's house when he was building the mansion house. Gardner Abbott, the blacksmith, resided in Moses Abbott's house. He died in North Andover. Captain Joseph Gleason lived there next, and he went to West Reading, Wood End, where he died. Mr. Vinell, one of the carpenters on the seminary buildings, also lived there. David I. C. Hidden resides on the farm that was probably originally owned by the Chandlers. The first of that name, whom Mr. Asa A. Abbott can recollect, was Philemon Chandler, who owned the homestead of about 30 acres, besides a larger tract of meadow and woodland near Chandler's Bridge pasture, where the Stone Academy stands. Roger Brook pasture, the brook named for an old Indian by the name of Roger. Next, William, son of Philemon Chandler, owned the place, and William's son Isaac next owned it. The latter died about 1835, and his daughter Abigail resides there now. David Hidden, who came up with William Bartlett in his chaise with his tools when they built the seminary buildings, concluded to settle here, and married Mary, daughter of Isaac Chandler. He died on the place, and D.I.C. Hidden is his son. The widow of Reverend Mr. Barnard of Salem occupied a part of the house before old Mr. Hidden was married. Reverend Mr. Mills and a Mr. Avery lived here at different times. Timothy Abbott owned the homestead of about 44 acres, mostly on the south side of the street, although there was some land near Deer's Jump, Foster's Pond, and Falls Woods in the southern part of the town, Preston's Plain, Pine Swamp, east of Seminary Hill, all of which has been divided among his descendants. Asa A. and Sylvester Abbott own and occupy the homestead of 155 acres, and since their barn, which stood on the opposite side of the street, was burned on June 21, 1855, each has built a barn of uniform design. In the old barn was stored a large collection of old furniture, as well as very old papers and books taken from the old house, all of which were burned. The present house was built on the site of the old one that stood about 80 or 90 years, having been built by Asa Abbott, of the fourth generation from George, the emigrant, when Timothy was 9 years old, about 1754. The original house stood on the opposite side of the street, about 6 rods southwest. The latter part of Timothy's life was spent with his brother William in a house which stood about 50 feet from where Deacon Albert Abbott's house stands. None but Abbott families have ever occupied the place of Asa A. and Sylvester Abbott. Mr. Manning's house is next. There were several houses in the rear of Manning's, one of which a Mr. Stone occupied not far from Stewart's house. It is said that Stone cut his wife's throat. One Stephen Abbott once lived near Professor Phelps's house. Joseph Ballard's father built a barn 78 by 30 feet, and Asa Abbott built one 60 by 30 feet. Hugh Wilson owns on the northerly side of the street, which was formerly owned by David Blunt, and perhaps before by his ancestor. Blunt left only one child, a daughter, Mary P., who married Peter Shedd from Tewksbury. They settled on the place and continued there until they went to Milford, New Hampshire, about 1837. 5 children were born to them before they left, and about 7 since, all of whom were living, except 2 who were killed recently in the army. Peter Shedd sold the place to Andrew B. Stimson, who went to Ballardville and died there. The latter was a riding master, and at one time was connected with Ordway's Circus, Ordway and Stimson of New York. Afterwards, one of the factory company owned the place, and it was occupied by W.C. McDonald, now Donald, who is the ink manufacturer at Fry Village. Cruikshanks and Turnbull bought the place, and the latter occupied it a while. Joseph J. Pearson and William Marland have lived there. Warren Mason, a returned soldier, last occupied the house owned by Mr. Ellis. Before him, William Simpson, who now resides on the street back of the seminary. Reverend Alonzo T. Deming, a student in the seminary, occupied it a while. He now resides in Bridgewater, Vermont, having left here in 1859. John Hackett built the house about 1849 and lived there. Then Samuel Evans, who came from and went back to North Andover, and whose wife is a daughter of Eben Fish of North Andover. William Hackett, brother to John, built his house west of John's about 1859. The Hacketts bought the land of Marland, and it was formerly a part of the Blunt place. There was formerly a house which probably stood about 50 rods south of the street before the Philemon Chandler place is reached. This Philemon was probably son of Philemon of the 3rd generation, who owned the Hidden place, and whose wife was the widow of Job Foster, who lived near the Allen place. He had children by a former wife. Jabez Hayward came from where Captain Henry now resides, on the line between Andover and North Reading, and bought a part of this Philemon Chandler place about 1805. Since then, his son, Captain Harry, and the latter's son, Henry Edwards Hayward, have occupied the place. Isaac Goldsmith, a natural genius, who resides last before reaching the plain, lives where Captain Thomas C. Foster's father formerly owned. The house was of 1 story, and moved from the Allen place. It was afterward owned by Ephraim Allen, and a part of it was removed to the Whiting place where his servant resides. Kendall Parker, the hatter, occupied it after Foster, and one Dalton resided there about 1812. He came from Charlestown or Chelsea, and returned there. Levi Troll, a blacksmith, with a shop in the corner beyond, was there a while. Ephraim Abbott's son Daniel was a blacksmith on the Allen place until he died. One Russell and one Johnson also lived there. About half a mile from Goldsmith's, the plain is reached, and the turn is made from the old Boston Road to the Ballardvale Road, where the gate stood that was the entrance to the Bridle Way. The plain was owned formerly by several of the early proprietors of the town. William Mears resides on the plain, in a home that was removed from Stephen D. Abbott's farm by his father Zebediah. The latter married a Miss Butters about 1800 and had a large family, and he married second, a Wood. Moses built his house near his father's. The first meeting of the company to consider the purchase of land above Contoocook was held at the Ballard Tavern. The company was composed of men from Andover, Wilmington, and Woburn. There was quite a controversy about the line between Andover and Wilmington, then Woburn, as many as 100 years ago. The road from the gate on the plain to Ballardvale was fenced out by the proprietors when they had a meeting under an oak in 1794. The 3 ash trees in front of A. and S. Abbott's house were set out in the spring of 1822, and the elm at the west of them in 1829. The sugar maple was raised from seed brought from Maine by Asa. Wadley Noyes owns the Osgood Tavern in West Andover near Hackett's Pond, and it was here that James Otis was killed by lightning. Deer Jump is in West Andover and is now called the Gulf, the name having originated from the story of a deer jumping from Andover into Draycote over the Merrimack and leaving the prints of his feet. Down Chutes is in North Andover near Reading. Old Salem Road runs by the oak tree. Called on Mr. Moses Abbott on May 7th. He says that Asa A. and Sylvester are great musicians and play the fife. He, Mr. Moses, beat the snare drum. Reuben Jones, who resides about 1 mile southeast of his house, was one of the company. At first, old Mr. Samuel Valpy, who resided in Lawrence, was bass drummer. Then Samuel Merrill, who went to Dover. Ferguson learned the snare. Samuel Gray sometimes played cornet, and Richard Carleton, a printer, played the bugle. Captain Flagg, the printer, was a military man and took an interest in music, and Major Dudley was in his employ. Deacon Gould was also captain of the Light Infantry Company. There was also an artillery company, composed mostly of South Andover men, and a cavalry company, of which Major Samuel P. Blunt, who resides on the road from the seminary to North Andover, was commander. The butternut tree that stands where the barn which was burned formerly stood was brought by Martha Chandler in her handkerchief from the West Parish. Her father was Benjamin Fry, who married Elizabeth Clark and died with smallpox soon after his return from the war in which he was engaged in privateering. Mr. Moses Abbott says his father first resided in the house now occupied by I. Alvin Farley, in which Governor Phillips kept his store, and Mr. Abbott and his sister Martha F. were born there. They removed to the Chandler place, where the other children were born, all of whom died. Martha was born March 16, 1800, married Timothy Ballard, who died December 1844, and resides in Needham. Mr. Abbott, born April 10, 1802, married Tryphena Montague Bowman, born Amherst, Massachusetts, December 23, 1804, and they have always resided on the place. Their children were Oramel Graves, born April 2, 1832, married October 14, 1863, to Martha A. Carroll of Milford, Connecticut, Second Lieutenant Company D, 50th Massachusetts, also was in Company B, 5th Regiment, and at the First Bull Run battle. William Francis, born February 25, 1837, farmer, unmarried, is corporal in Company G, 37th Massachusetts Regiment. Hubbard Moses, born January 29, 1839, unmarried, clerk in a gentleman's furnishing store in Northampton, Massachusetts. sergeant in Company G, 37th Regiment. George Bowman, born May 20th, 1843, married Anne Elizabeth, daughter of John and Phoebe Russell Chandler of Andover, and served in Company G, 37th Regiment. They have also adopted a daughter, Mary Adise, born Sumner, Massachusetts, August 23, 1843, daughter of Curtis and Miranda Clapp Fairchild. Richard Murphy, an Irish boy, aged 14 years, taken from the State Almshouse in Tewkesbury, June 21, 1859, also lives there. Mr. Abbott's father, William Bowman, was son of William, born Westbrook, and Susanna Hines Bowman. Susanna Hines was born in Brookfield, Massachusetts, and lived to the age of 100 years, 2 months, and 5 days. Her mother, Tirzah, was daughter of Caleb and Tryphena Montague Hubbard. Major Caleb Hubbard died in 1850, aged nearly 96 years, having been in the Battle of Bunker Hill and a witness of the burning of Charlestown. Mr. Abbott's grandfather lived to the age of 90 years and 6 months, and his wife Elizabeth, who was daughter of Henry and Rebecca Holt, lived where Deacon Eben Jones now resides, and died at the age of 95 years. Mr. Abbott has in his possession a commission from Governor Thomas Pownall, dated March 5, 1760, and belonging to Ensign Jonathan Holt for the 2nd Militia Company of Andover, 4th Regiment, under Captain George Abbott, Jr. and Colonel George Abbott, Jr. Mr. Abbott's ancestor, Barachius, son of John and Elizabeth Abbott, bought his house of Joseph Faulkner on November 14, 1730, about a mile east of the seminary, and now occupied by Noah Abbott Jr.'s widow. Among his children were Rhoda, born April 24, 1747, who fell into a kettle of suds on June 1, 1749. Timothy, a twin brother, who died by a fall at the age of 25 years and was buried in Wilton, New Hampshire. Elizabeth, who married a Shattuck and died at Beverly, September 1779, on a journey from Blue Hill to her father's, aged 39 years. Mr. Abbott's grandfather, Captain Moses Abbott, was a surveyor, selectman, and schoolteacher. He was in the Indian Wars and kept a journal of his trip to Maine, but the account is lost, it having been loaned to a Boston man. He was also a referee to settle difficulties. Mr. Abbott's father lived a while in Salem and went to the farm about 1809, next after Vinell left. His wife's mother, Fry, occupied a part of it. John Chandler, who once lived here, has a son, John, also George, who works for Captain Thomas Foster in the village next to Elm House, and Samuel, who has worked as a ship carpenter in the Navy Yard at Charlestown some time. In Hiddon's house have lived, besides Chandler's and Hiddon's, the widow of Reverend Barnard of Salem, John Shipman the trader, Richard Moores, John C. Allen, who married Captain Isaac Blunt's daughter, John H. Avery, student in 1835, widow Wyman in 1837, William Waters, who was a bookbinder in New York, Squire Peabody, who died in the village in 1842, William H. Wardwell, while his house was built in 1846, Professor Phelps about 1847, and Reverend Charles L. Mills, 1862-63. Miss Abigail Chandler says that her father Isaac married Abigail, daughter of James Holt, and lived on the homestead, and he married second Elizabeth Wyman. Children by first wife, Abigail died young. Isaac married Sally Thompson in Wilmington. Mary, born June 5, 1786, married David Hiddon, who was born September 21, 1784, in Newburyport. Sarah Ann married John Crocker, resides in Springfield. Abigail, born September 3, 1795. Hannah, born about 1801, died aged 9 years. David Hiddon was the son of David and Elizabeth Stickney Hiddon, and the grandson of Joseph Hiddon, who died August 30, 1787, aged 73 years, and wife Mary, who died October 8, 1789, aged 73 years. Elizabeth Stickney Hidden's mother died November 30th, 1787, aged 63 years, and her father was drowned at Newburyport Bar, April 1769. David and Mary Chandler Hidden's children: Mary Elizabeth, born February 13th, 1818. David Isaac, born August 15th, 1823. Abigail Jane, born 1825, died young. William Henry died young. Their house was built 1811 to 1812, and the old house about 25 rods west was standing a few years after this was built. Mr. Woodbridge resided here before it was taken down and converted into the present house of John Parnell, near Salem Street, by Moses Wood. A large hickory stands just back of the site of the old house. Called on Sylvester Abbott, brother to Asa A. The water under the oaks dries up generally in June, but there is a spring in the pasture at the Sunset Rock, beyond Dr. Whitney's place. Mrs. Abbott says her father, Deacon Reuben Batchelder, born in Hampton Falls, was son of Deacon David and Mary Emery Batchelder. Her mother was Betsy, daughter Michael and Lucy Burnham Tilton. Mrs. Rhoda Abbott was born at Hampton Falls, New Hampshire, August 24th, 1814. Their children: Carolyn Brown, born September 23rd, 1846. Horace Sylvester died young. Elizabeth Batchelder, born July 27th, 1850. Mary Smith, born June 8th, 1854. Mr. Abbott's boarders now are John Harry Hughes from Cincinnati, Marlon S. Hughes from Reading, and Willard Sperry. Pompey Lovejoy was a slave to his grandmother's father, Henry Abbott, whose wife was Rose. They lived near what is now called Pomp's Pond, and every election day people went to his house to get his cake. At Marland Village was a powder mill, paper mill, and a grist mill, but now there is nothing but the mills. At Abbott Village there was a grist mill, carding mill, and fulling mill, also about 1820 a nail mill. At Ballardvale, the sawmill, grist mill, 2 runs of stone, and a small house for the man who tended the mill were all there were on this side of the river until Goldsmiths is reached. The mills were tended by Butterfield, the millwright, who perhaps came from Tingsboro about 1815. William Ferguson, who was a drummer and was in the War of 1812, was there as early as 1820. The grist and sawmill were taken away when the second mill was built, and on the opposite side of the river, the second mill was built near the site of the saw and grist mill, and some years after a machine shop and foundry were built of stone, which was brought from about 3 or 4 miles east of Falls Wood. The building was used as a shoe manufactory a while, and is now used for the manufacture of files. The second house after the Millers on the side of this river was Marland's. He built on the site of Ellis's present house, and the house was burned. Daniel Poor probably built the first one. On the north side was only Timothy Ballard's, and a small one where Jonathan Abbott resided before the cloth mills were built, until N. Clark's house is reached. Timothy Ballard was injured by a cartload of corn, and later became insane and cut his throat in 1828. This was the first funeral after Reverend Mr. Badger was settled. On the Shawsheen River above Ballardvale, there was a saw and grist mill on the edge of Tewksbury, but both are gone now. There is a grist mill in the Holt district and eastern part of the town, on a brook that rises in Pine Hole at the west side of Prospect Hill, where there was formerly a carding mill owned by Thomas Gray. James Parker was a very strong man, as were also Charles and Jonathan Holt, sons of Dia Holt, who resided west of Nathan Clark's. Jonathan was the champion wrestler of the North, South, and West parishes. Captain Nathan Shattuck is the handsomest wrestler in town. Called upon Deacon Gould's wife, who says that Timothy Ballard was born in Manning's house, July 31st, 1757, and died February 29th, 1828. His mother died at his house in 1809. Levi Troll lived in another small house, which two were the only houses when Mrs. Gould first went there to live in 1803. Eaton occupied the Troll house, and after him Jonathan Abbott lived there. Ballard had a quantity of land, also a blacksmith shop and cider mill. They also took summer boarders. Indian Ridge has been cut down, but formerly the top and sides were covered with oak trees. This place was named by Deacon Gould when they commenced building the factory. Mrs. Gould says her grandfather, William Foster, died August 30th, 1803, aged 73 years. Her Aunt Mary, born July 21st, 1763, married Timothy Ballard. Her grandmother, Hannah Abbott, wife of William Foster, died March 19th, 1820, aged 87 years. Timothy Ballard was probably son of Timothy and Sarah, and his mother Sarah died August 2nd, 1809, aged 77 years. May 8th, called on William, son of William and Elizabeth Hackett, who says he bought his land, about 21 acres, of John Marland a few years before he built his house, which was in 1850, and they have resided in Andover since May 30th, 1851, the day after they were married. He is this year putting up a barn that he bought of Jonathan Merrill in Abbott Village and removed to this place. Their children are William Henry, born May 9th, 1852, and Edward Franklin and Albert Warren, twins, born October 3rd, 1855. Mr. Hackett was born in Brookfield, New Hampshire, October 8th, 1812, and his father was second cousin to Daniel Webster. Mr. Hackett's mother was a daughter of James Thurston, and Mrs. Hackett's father, John Smith, is son of John and Susanna Newell Smith, and her mother was daughter of Aaron and Elizabeth Moulton Marsh. Mrs. Hackett was born in Danvers, May 9, 1820. Marland bought the land of Andrew B. Stimson, which belonged to the place on the other side of the street. Nearly opposite Mr. Hackett's, and on the northerly side of the street, is where Joseph J. Pearson has resided since April 1853, having hired it of Hugh Wilson, now in Salem. Mrs. Ruth Wilkins was in the house at one time, but she removed to the Noah Abbott House and is now in Scotland District. Mr. Turnbull once owned and occupied it. The place was formerly called the Peter Shed Place. Mr. Pearson was born where Albert Bancroft now resides, whose wife is Mr. Pearson's sister, on February 5, 1820, the son of Joseph and Sarah Foster Pearson. Mrs. Pearson was Dorcas Chadwick, daughter of James and Dorcas Ricker Chadwick, and was born in South Berwick, Maine, October 11, 1822. They resided in the Carter House, now Dr. Whiting's, in the house in which the widow of Putnam Curtis resides. Their children, George Henry, born October 12, 1848, Frank J. and Fred J., born June 11, 1855. Soon after leaving Mr. Pearson's, came to the crossing of an old bridleway, and the street descends. Called at Henry Edwards Hayward's, whose wife says that they have lived there 27 years or since marriage. Others who have resided there, William Hackett, 1842 to 1843, William Donald, a Scotchman, 1843 to 1844, Mrs. Alexander Beckett, while her husband was in England buying Durham cattle for Mr. Marland, and who had previously lived where Pearson lives now, and later moved to Lowell. Mr. Jabez Hayward's grandfather lived on the place until he died, which was about 2 years before Jabez was married. His grandfather's second wife, Lydia Swinnerton, formerly of Danvers, died in August 1837. Jabez Hayward's first wife was Nabby Graves, and his father is Captain Harry Hayward, and his mother is Eliza, daughter of Nathan and Hepzibah Ames Stimson. Mrs. Hayward, Polly Swain Curtis, is daughter of Israel and Phoebe, born in Middleton, October 10, 1811. Her father was son of Israel, and her mother daughter of John and Polly Swain Fuller. Mr. Hayward was born in the house on the line on October 7, 1815, and is a farmer with about 80 acres. Children: Helen Elizabeth, died aged 19 years, 4 months, Harriet Eliza, born February 3, 1839, Henry Albert, born January 6, 1841, is in the Navy on ship Potomac, enlisting June 17, 1861, stationed at Pensacola. George Edward, born February 13, 1842, who has been in Company H, 14th Regiment since July 1862. Charles Warren, born September 17, 1843. They have a niece boarding with them this summer, Sarah, daughter of Israel and Olive Flint Curtis, who lives about 8 miles from Macomb, Illinois. Widow Ruth Upton of Wilmington is also there. Mr. Hayward has driven a milk cart to Ballardvale for 9 years, being preceded by Deacon Dascombe and Herman P. Chandler. End of Excerpt from A Genealogical-Historical Visitation of Andover, Massachusetts, in the year 1863, by Alfred Poor, M.D. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Part 4 of Our Homes and Their Adornments by Alman C. Varney. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Our Homes and Their Adornments, or How to Build, Finish, Furnish, and Adorn a Home. Part 4. The Culture and Propagation of Flowers. God might have bade the earth bring forth enough for great and small, the oak tree and the cherry tree without a flower at all. We might have had enough for every want of ours, for luxury, medicine, and toil, and yet have had no flowers. Our outward life requires them not, then wherefore had they birth? To minister delight to man, to beautify the earth, to comfort man, to whisper hope, whene'er his faith is dim. For whoso careth for the flowers will care much more for him. Mary Howitt. Chapter 1. The Culture of Flowers. How to have thriving plants and abundance of flowers. Useful suggestions. How to construct and manage hotbeds and flower beds. There is no employment which tends to the development of the better nature of men and women more than the culture of flowers. However humble the circumstances, the possession and culture of at least a few choice varieties will make the home more tidy, and lend an air of refinement not to be attained in any other way. An English writer says, "To have a flower garden is to have many friends continually near." Indeed, who will say that flowers do not lend a companionship to those who faithfully care for them? There is perhaps no better index of refinement in a home than the presence of flowers. It is no doubt very difficult in large cities, where the yards are of small dimensions, to do much in the way of flower gardens. But even there a few varieties, planted in the backyard, can be made to furnish many a bouquet for the breakfast, dinner, or tea table. In the smaller cities and towns, and in the country, no excuse can be offered for the neglect of flowers. Many plead want of time, but the excuse is not a good one, for but few minutes per day are required, and these few minutes furnish just such relaxation as everyone needs to keep away the wrinkles, cares, and perplexities of regular employment. Besides, the satisfaction and happiness gained in their care generally repay the possessor for all the attention they require. Brief hints on sowing and cultivating. In the outset, do not make the common mistake of most new beginners, and undertake too many varieties at once, giving all the same treatment, for defeat will attend the effort. A good plan is to procure a seed catalogue, like D. M. Ferry and Company's of Detroit, and others which will tell you what every flower is, its culture, and when to expect flowers. Select from the catalogue a dozen or more good varieties, and content yourself with their culture until you can secure good results, and then increase your stock. The following hints will be of value in their care and culture. Selection of varieties. Success in flower culture depends quite largely upon a judicious selection of varieties. Every sort is, under certain conditions, attractive and desirable. But some of them, while exceedingly beautiful under favorable circumstances, will be most unsatisfactory and little better than weeds under others. The soil. Another great object to be considered is the soil into which flower seeds are to be sown. The soil best adapted to flowering plants generally is a light, friable loam, containing a sufficient amount of sand to render it porous. A great many varieties will live in almost any kind of soil, except it be extremely dry, calcareous, or of a stiff, heavy character. Still, to give them a fair chance for development, some little pains should be taken in adding to the soil as much as possible what may be wanting in it. Most flowers are better if produced on plants of most vigorous growth, so the greater portion of the garden should be prepared by deep digging, through pulverization, and liberal enriching with large quantities of well-rotted manure. On the other hand, some sorts do best on very poor soil, so a portion of the garden should be left without enriching at all. As the process of germination is shorter or longer in the different kinds of seeds, the patience of the cultivator is often sorely tried with seeds of a slowly germinating character. The patience of a devoted florist, however, is never exhausted in these manipulations, and the certainty of his final success repays him fully for the trouble. Sowing the seed. 9/10 of the failures in flower culture come from improper treatment of the seeds and young plants, and we urge everyone who makes an attempt to train and care for flowers to study our descriptions of each variety found in the succeeding pages, observing the following general rules. Make the surface as fine and smooth as possible. Do not plant any of the seeds when the ground is wet. Cover each sort of seed to a depth proportionate to its size. The finest, like portulaca, not more than 1/4 inch deep. Those the size of a pinhead 1/2 inch, and those as big as a pea 1 inch. Press the soil down firmly over the seed. After making the soil as fine as possible with the rake, make it for the smaller seeds still finer, by crushing the lumps up in the hands. Procure a bit of lath. It would be better if plain smooth, about 2 feet long. Press the edge down into the soil evenly, so as to make a groove as deep as the seed is to be planted. Scatter the seed along this, allowing 4 or 5 of the larger, or 15 to 20 of the smaller seeds, to the space one plant is to occupy when grown. Take care not to spill any of the seeds between the rows. Cover the seed by pinching the earth together over it. Then turn your lath flatways and press the soil down firmly and evenly. Put a little stick at each end of each row, so as to mark it. Then pull up all weeds that appear between the rows the first day they can be seen. Do not pull plants out of the row unless you are sure they are weeds. Classification of flowers. All flowers raised from seed are usually known as annuals, biennials, or perennials. Annuals are those plants which flower or ripen their seeds or fruits the season they are sown, and then perish. This class of plants is again divided by the cultivator into 2 classes, the hardy and the half-hardy or tender kinds. Hardy annuals are those which require no artificial heat at any period of their growth, every stage of their development, from germination to ripening of the seed, being passed in the open ground. They are the most easily cultivated of all plants. The number of their varieties is large, and their flowers, when properly grown, are frequently of most attractive beauty and elegance. It is only to be regretted that they are not generally cultivated to that extent to which their merit justly entitles them. The seed may be sown from the 1st of April to the middle of June, along the border, in little patches 4 or 6 inches square, or in drills on the spot where they are wanted to blossom. And in doing so, care should be taken to have the different varieties arranged in such a manner as to produce a pleasing effect when they are in bloom. Half-hardy annuals are those species that flower and ripen their seeds in the open air, but need the assistance of artificial heat in the earlier stages of their growth. They should be sown in a hotbed, or in pots in a greenhouse, if one is available, or in a sunny window. Keep them well shaded, which will prevent absorption by the rays of the sun, and the consequent necessity of frequent watering, which bakes the soil, and does much mischief to seeds of slow growth. Toward the middle or end of May, many of the seedlings will be ready for transplanting to borders, but previous to this exposure, it will be necessary to harden them preparatory to removal, by gradually admitting air to the frame both day and night. Biennials and perennials. Biennials are those plants that do not generally flower the first year, and are only in perfection one season. Perennials continue to flower several years in succession. The seed may be sown, as has already been stated, at times when the ground is moist, but not very wet, from the 1st of April to August. Many of them may be raised in the open ground, like hardy annuals, and transplanted. But tender or half-hardy kinds should be sown as directed for half-hardy annuals. As they do not generally bloom the first year, they may be thinned out or removed from the seed bed as soon as they are well rooted, and planted either in different parts of the garden, or into nursery beds in rows a foot apart. The half-hardy or tender biennials must be kept during winter in a greenhouse or dry cellar, and tender perennials must be protected from frost by a cloth or mat being fastened or tied around them, and covered afterward with leaves or litter. Brief directions for sowing are given in our descriptions of varieties. Still, to render success more certain, a careful observance of the above directions, which are based on the practical experience of growers, will be found of great benefit to inexperienced florists. Hotbed culture. Many varieties of flowers can scarcely be brought to perfection without the assistance of hotbed or cold frame, and much care is often necessary in transplanting, sheltering, and pricking out the young plants. It is a work that requires much experience, and no doubt many disappointments will naturally occur. Still, a hotbed is a necessity, without the aid of which many of our choicest and most beautiful flowers cannot be successfully grown. Experience is a rapid teacher, and the lover of flowers is an apt scholar. How to make a hotbed. A hotbed that may be used for the germination of either flower or garden seeds may be made at little expense in the following manner. If possible, it should be built against the south side of a shed or board fence, as this arrangement will protect it from winds and will increase the heat. Construct a box or frame of boards, 2 feet high on the side that is to face the south, and 1 1/2 feet higher on the opposite side. When the frame is in place, fill it with nearly fresh manure from a horse stable to the depth of 1 1/2 feet. Fit sashes, with panes of glass lapping like shingles over the top, and let it stand 2 or 3 days, or longer if the weather is cold. Now fill in on top of the manure from 4 to 6 inches of good, rich, finely pulverized garden soil, which, if of stiff clay, should be mixed with sand, and cover the bed as before. Leave it for a few days, taking the precaution to raise a bank of earth around the outside of the frame to further protect it. After a few days, stir the soil and sow the seeds in drills marked with flat sticks. Label the sticks with each variety. Give the bed fresh air each day, and sprinkle with warm water as often as may be required. Use great care in attending to the bed. When the day is warm, the sash should be lifted and replaced at night, and unless it is cold enough to chill the plants, fresh air should be admitted at all times. It sometimes happens that the bed heats, and it is necessary then to watch it closely. Examine it by plunging the hand down several inches. If it is hot, remove the sash. Use water, not cold, and make deep holes in the bed with sticks for the escape of heat, and fill them up when the heat is reduced. If the nights are very cold, cover the frame with mats or blankets. If such a frame is made large enough, garden vegetables can be had several weeks earlier than when grown in the ordinary manner. Flowers may also be raised by planting the seeds in the pots intended for them, and then sinking them in the hotbed. The flower garden. Where it is possible, flower gardens should be so located as to be shaded from the afternoon sun. Elaborate beds are to be avoided unless one has abundant time to devote to their care. An endless variety of simple designs for beds can be arranged, and the simpler the better for the effect, unless much elaboration can be afforded. Spade the beds very deep, and mix manure, sand, and rotted leaves with the soil, raising them very little above the surface. For borders, use brick set edgewise, large smooth pebbles, or narrow planking. Strips of turf, if the grass is kept well clipped, also make a pretty border. Well-sodded mounds, topped with low flowers, look quite pretty, but in dry weather they are very liable to dry out, and need abundance of water. Chapter 2. Description of varieties. A list of bulbs with methods of treatment. Climbers. Annuals. Varieties suitable for all purposes. The following descriptions will be of great value in the selection of flowers. The list includes all kinds: climbers, bulbs, annuals, and hardy shrubs. Bulbs. Tuberose. Of all the summer-flowering, bulbous plants, we think the tuberose the most desirable. The flowers are waxy white, double, and so fragrant as to perfume the whole atmosphere for some distance around. They are useful for making buttonhole bouquets, in large bouquets, or as single specimens. Each bulb flowers only once, but the smaller bulbs can be set out for future flowering when their growth is completed. A good way to grow tuberoses is to fill 5-inch pots half full of cow manure, and the remainder with good rich earth mixed with sand. Plant the bulbs in this in April, water moderately, and hasten growth by putting in a warm, light place. When the weather has become warm, plunge the pots in the earth out of doors. They will usually flower before cold weather in autumn. If they do not, the pots can be brought in, and they will bloom in the house. Cyclamen. Well-known and universally admired bulbous-rooted plants, producing exceedingly handsome red and white flowers. The seed should be sown in spring, and by autumn will produce a bulb, which, if potted and placed in a conservatory or greenhouse, will blossom the following spring, propagated only from seed. Cyclamen, persicum, mixed, greenhouse variety of great beauty and many colors. Madeira vine. Tuberous-rooted climber, with glossy green leaves and delightfully fragrant white blossoms, sometimes called mignonette vine. It is of rapid growth, and from a few tubers, vines will be produced sufficient to cover one side of a cottage. The tubers are tender, and must be protected from frost during the winter. Lily. The lily has been, with eminent propriety, styled the queen of flowers, and truly no flower conveys so adequate an idea of queenly beauty, majestic grandeur, and faultless purity as the lily. Their culture is simple, and with a little care, failure is impossible. Select a deep, rich soil, enrich it well with thoroughly decomposed manure, and set the bulbs from 3 to 6 inches deep, according to size. In the autumn, the bed should be protected by a liberal covering of leaves or litter, and care should be taken that the bulbs have the proper drainage, no water being allowed to stand around the roots. The bulbs can be transplanted either in spring or autumn, but should be kept out of the ground the shortest possible time. Once firmly established, they should not be disturbed oftener than once in 5 years. Many of the varieties force well in the greenhouse, but are more suitable for parlor culture. Bleeding heart. This is a tuberous-rooted plant, blooming in the spring, and favorably known almost everywhere. It requires only the ordinary culture of border plants. Roots planted in autumn will flower freely in the spring. The roots should be divided every 3rd year. The flowers are a delicate pink color, very graceful, produced continuously from May to July. Dahlia. The dahlia has always been a favorite for autumn flowering. The flowers are so symmetrical and perfect, and the range of brilliant colors so wide and varied, that they will always be popular where display is wanted. The roots are tender and easily injured by frost. They should be set out 3 feet apart, after all danger of frost is over, and placed in a cool cellar, and not be allowed to freeze during winter. The plants should be supported by tying to stakes. Gladiolus. Magnificent plants, with sword-like leaves and long spikes of flowers of every conceivable color and shade. The varieties are now numbered almost by thousands, each year bringing forth new and choice selections which have been produced from seed, this being the only method of obtaining new varieties. The bulb, which is produced from seed, requires 3 years' growth before being of sufficient size to flower well. They should be taken up on approach of winter, and kept from freezing till warm weather in spring, and then planted out in groups and borders. Calla. An old and very desirable plant, either as an aquatic or for the ornamentation of the drawing-room and conservatory. Thrives in any light, rich soil when plentifully watered. The seeds, which should be sown in greenhouse in early spring, produce small bulbs in the fall, which should be repotted in rich soil. The production of large plants from seed takes some time, but the beautiful creamy white flowers are an ample reward for the care and patience bestowed. Half-hardy perennial. Climbers. Clematis. Well-known and universally admired climbers, some of the varieties being remarkable for the beauty and fragrance of their blossoms. Fine for covering arbors, verandas, etc., as they cling readily to almost any object. Most of the kinds are hardy herbaceous perennials, but some little protection in northern latitudes through winter is advised. Will do well in any good garden soil. Cypress vine. A most beautiful climber, with delicate, dark green feather foliage, and an abundance of bright, star-shaped, rose, scarlet, and white blossoms, which in the bright sunshine presents a mass of beauty. Planted by the side of veranda, tree, or stakes, and trained properly, there is nothing prettier. The seeds will germinate more freely if warm water be poured on the ground after planting. Tender annual, 15 feet high. Gourds, a tribe of climbers with curiously shaped fruit in various colors. Being of rapid growth, they are fine to cover old fences, trellises, stumps, etc. The foliage is quite ornamental, and the markings of some of the fruit quite extraordinary. Do not plant the seed till all danger of frost is over, and select rich, mellow ground. Tender annual climbers, 10 to 20 feet high. Ipomoea, beautiful climbers, and exceedingly attractive mixed with other climbers. The flowers are of a variety of shapes and sizes, and of an endless number of colors, many being wondrously brilliant and of graceful form. They are alike good for greenhouse, for pots and baskets, and for trellises, stumps, arbors, etc. They require heat in starting, and some of the varieties will not succeed out of the greenhouse. Tender annuals, 5 to 10 feet high. Morandia, graceful climber for greenhouse, parlor, baskets, or outdoor purposes. Set out in the border with a little frame to which to attach their tendrils, they will be loaded all the season with rich purple, white, and rose foxglove-shaped blossoms. The seed should be started in hotbed or greenhouse, as without artificial heat they will scarcely flower the first season. They must be removed to a warm place on the approach of cold weather in autumn. Tender perennial climber, 6 feet high. Smilax. No climbing plant in cultivation surpasses this for the graceful beauty of its foliage. In cut flowers and for wreaths, etc., it is indispensable to florists. Its hard texture enables it to be kept several days after being cut, without wilting. Nothing is finer for clothing statuettes, vases, etc. Soak the seed in warm water 12 hours, and plant in pots in hotbed or greenhouse in February, and keep in a warm, moist place. 1 plant in a 2-inch pot is enough. After they have completed their growth and the foliage begins to turn yellow, turn the pots on their sides, and withhold water till August, when the little bulb which has formed can be repotted in good, rich earth, and watered freely, and it will grow all winter. Tender perennial climber, 10 feet high. Annuals and perennials. Aster. No family of plants bears such distinct marks of progress as the aster, and none are more eagerly sought. An almost endless variety, always reliable, it is not strange that they should become a necessity. The kinds found in the flower garden are usually French or German, and when circumstances for their growth are favorable, present a constant varying succession of blossoms till frost comes. The taller varieties should be supported by stakes or trellises. The seed should be sown early in spring, and the young plants transplanted from 1 to 2 feet apart, according to the height and size. Begonia. Ornamental foliage, greenhouse and stove plants, with many-colored, succulent leaves, oblique at their base. very useful for ferneries, greenhouses, and parlor decoration. Some of the varieties, in addition to their beautiful foliage, produce magnificent blossoms. They have been so much improved, and so many new flowering sorts introduced, that we almost fail to recognize the species. Some are propagated from seed only, others from cuttings. All require a rich soil. Camellia. All species of camellias are universally admired, on account of their beautiful rose-like flowers and elegant dark green, shining, laurel-like leaves. They are hardy greenhouse shrubs of easy culture, requiring only to be protected from frost. The best soil for them is an equal quantity of good sandy loam and peat. They are propagated by inarching, cuttings, grafting, and from seed, the latter being the only method of obtaining new varieties. When the plants are not growing, they should receive but little water, and when growing freely, can scarcely receive too much. A regular succession of flowers may be obtained from autumn till July, if attention be given to removing the potted and growing plants from a warm to a cooler atmosphere. When the growth is completed and the flower buds formed, a cool, sheltered situation is best, for they will be seriously injured if exposed to the rays of the sun. Calceolaria, a favorite and universally admired genus, remarkable for its large, beautifully spotted blossoms, which are very showy, and from which an almost countless number of hybrids have been raised. They are perennial, are grown in pots in the conservatory, greenhouse, and garden, but few flowers are held in greater esteem. They prefer a turfy loam, a mixture of peat and sand, or a rich, open garden mold, and are propagated from seed or cuttings. Some of them are herbaceous perennials, others shrubby evergreens. Carnation. No flower can surpass in delicacy of marking, form, or delicious fragrance the richly hued carnation. It has always been one of the most esteemed of the florist's collection, and there is no flower more desirable for the garden. The seed will not produce all double flowers, though a good percentage will be double, and of all shades and colors, many being very fragrant. Sow under glass in greenhouse or hotbed, and when of sufficient size, transplant 2 feet apart each way. New and choice varieties are obtained from seed. Half-hardy perennial, 1½ feet high. Candy tuft, universally known and cultivated, and considered indispensable for cutting. All the varieties look best in beds or masses. Seed sown in the autumn produces flowers early in spring. When sown in April, flower from July to September, and some of the sorts till frost comes. All the varieties are hardy and easy to cultivate. Single plants transplanted look well and bloom profusely. Hardy annual, 1 foot high. Chrysanthemum. The following are the old garden varieties, producing flowers white, yellow, and variegated, single and double. They flower in autumn, and are desirable where there are large collections, as they are brilliant and striking. The single sorts are quite as handsome as the double. Hardy annual, 1½ to 2 feet high. Chrysanthemum coronarium, double white. Chrysanthemum coronarium, double yellow. Chrysanthemum buridganum, crimson, white center, single. Chrysanthemum coronarium, mixed. Dahlia. This exceedingly beautiful genus comprises an almost endless number of varieties, all more or less showy in the flower garden in autumn, when most other flowers have faded. They are all of easy cultivation, growing freely in almost any soil, from seed sown in spring. The seed should be sown in shallow pans in March, and the seedlings transplanted to small pots. As soon as danger of frost is over, plant out 1 foot apart. These plants will make tubers, which should be taken up in the fall and kept through the winter in a cool, dry place, away from frost, and planted out in the spring, when they will blossom the following autumn. New varieties are constantly being produced from seed, some of them of exquisite beauty. Fuchsia. Well-known, half-hardy perennial, deciduous shrubs worthy a place in every garden. The varieties are now numbered by hundreds, and some are exceedingly beautiful. They are easily grown from seed, and as cuttings, and from seed many improved varieties are obtained. Sow in March in shallow pots. Prick out in crocks 4 inches in diameter, when of convenient size, where they can continue to grow till they bloom. As soon as they have flowered, select such as have good points, and change into larger pots. When frost appears, protect the plants. Heliotrope. Highly valued for the fragrance of their flowers and duration of bloom, and are to be met with in most gardens. They succeed in any rich, light soil, and cuttings of the shrubby kinds, taken off while young, strike readily. Half-hardy perennial, 1 foot high. Mignonette. A well-known, hardy annual, producing dense, semi-globular heads of exceedingly fragrant flowers, borne on spikes from 3 to 6 inches long. Is in bloom nearly the whole season, and the perfume is so fragrant that the whole atmosphere around is perfumed. No garden should be without it. If sown at intervals during the spring and early summer, it will be in bloom till killed by the frost. Seeds sown in autumn will bloom early in spring. Hardy annual, perennial if protected. 1 foot. Oleander. This well-known shrub, originally a native of India, is of easy culture, and flowers freely the greater part of the year. In warm, moist climates, it requires no protection, and attains the proportions of a good-sized tree. The flowers have a salver-shaped corolla, with a crown of torn appendages in the center, and are of a beautiful shade of pinkish red. They can be produced successfully in the house if the atmosphere is kept moist and warm. Sow seeds in gentle heat in February or March, in light, rich soil, which must be kept moist. When young plants are 3 or 4 inches high, repot in rich soil. The temperature in which plants are grown should not fall below 35 degrees. The young shoots made one season should bloom the next. Pansy. These lovely flowers are favorites with all, not only for the brilliancy and variety of their colors, but for the durability of their bloom. Seed may be sown in open ground in spring or summer, or in hotbed early in spring. Young plants produce the largest and best flowers. The plants should always occupy a cool, partially shaded situation, and the ground cannot be too rich. Coolness and moisture are necessary. Transplant when an inch high. Seed sown in July will blossom late in autumn. If sown in October, will bloom the following spring. Hardy biennial, 4 inches high. Geranium. Probably the geranium is better known and more universally admired than any other plant grown. The constant succession and durability of bloom till frost comes, the brilliancy of the scarlet and other colors, and the exquisite markings of the leaves of some of the varieties render them very desirable for pot culture and bedding. No garden seems complete without a bed of them, and in every collection of conservatory or parlor plants we are sure to find the geranium. Propagation by seed is the only sure way to obtain superior varieties. Sow in March in gentle heat in well-drained pots. Water moderately, and as soon as the third leaf appears, pot singly in 2-inch crocks, exchanging for larger ones as the plants require. As soon as the weather will permit, plunge the pots in open border, and on the approach of frost, remove them to a shed. They will blossom the succeeding spring. Propagation for common varieties can be made from cuttings. Ferns. Flowerless plants, too well known to need description. Many of the varieties are exquisitely beautiful. There are so many sorts, varying so widely in habit, that to give explicit directions for the culture of each would require a volume of itself. As a general rule, they should be kept in a warm, humid atmosphere, and watered abundantly. The soil best adapted to their growth is a turfy, fibrous peat, mixed with sand and leaf mold, and underlaid with pieces of broken crock. In places too shady for other plants to thrive, they grow in great beauty. Coming as they do from every clime, we find them a very interesting study. They are alike good for baskets, vases, rockwork, ornamental plants for parlor or conservatory, and the pressed leaves of some of the varieties are marvels of graceful beauty. Many of the most beautiful sorts are propagated from seed only. Their exceeding grace and beauty will well repay all care bestowed upon them. Phlox Drummondii. Remarkable for the brilliancy and abundance of their large terminal flowers, completely hiding the foliage. The blossoms are of many colors, from pure white to deepest purple, eyed and striped. For masses of separate colors, and for cutting for bouquets, they are unsurpassed. The seed can be planted in open ground in autumn or spring, or plants may be started in hotbed and transplanted. Give good, rich ground, and set plants 6 inches apart each way. Hardy annual, 1 foot high. Snapdragon. The snapdragon is an old favorite border plant, with dark and glossy leaves, and large, curiously shaped flowers, with finely marked throats. They have been much improved by careful selection, and now are really magnificent flowers. They will blossom the first season from seeds sown in spring, but the blossom will be much stronger the second season. Succeeds best in dry, loamy soil. Tender perennial, 2 feet high. Violet. The violet should not be wanting in any garden on account of its fragrance and early appearance. A single flower will perfume a whole room. It is well adapted for border or rock work, and commences putting forth its beautiful double and single blossoms in April, and continues through May. Succeeds best in a shady, sheltered place, and can be easily increased by dividing the root. The violet is an emblem of faithfulness. Hardy perennial, 4 inches high. Zinnia. A very showy plant, with large double flowers, which, when fully expanded, form hemispherical heads, become densely imbricated, and might easily be mistaken for dwarf dahlias. The colors run through all the shades of carmine, lilac, scarlet, purple, crimson, yellow, to pure white. If any single blossoms appear, they should be at once pulled up. Sow the seed early in spring in open ground, and transplant to 1½ feet apart in good rich soil. Half hardy annual, 1½ feet high. Chinese primrose. These are perhaps the most desirable of all house-blooming plants, and will richly compensate for the little care they require. They are in almost constant bloom all winter, and if the plants be transferred to the border, they will bloom nearly all summer. Though perennial, new plants flower more freely, and seed should be sown every year. Give them a long time for growth before flowering, and do not force the young plants, but simply protect them from frost and damp cutting winds. Sow the seed in shallow boxes, filled with good rich soil, dusting a little fine earth over them. If covered too deeply, or if the seed be wet and allowed to dry again, they will not germinate. Transplant into pots, and they will be ready for winter blooming in the drawing-room. Tender perennial, 6 to 9 inches high. Roses. The rose requires high culture. It should be planted in good, well-drained soil. The ground can scarcely be made too rich. The pruning required will vary with the sorts planted, the rank growing requiring less pruning than the weak ones. The points particularly to be observed are to prune before the buds start in spring, to cut out all unripe or old and feeble shoots, and to cut back the last season's growth to from 1/2 to 2/3 its length, according to the vigor of the sorts. Winter protection of tender sorts is accomplished by covering after a few severe frosts, with leaves, straw, evergreen boughs, or earth, or by removing the plants to a cool cellar. With a little care of this kind, the choicest tender roses may be safely wintered, and as they are the only really perpetual roses, they are abundantly worth the extra care. The insects most commonly injurious to the rose, as the aphis, which appear in great numbers upon the young growing shoots, and the thrips, which prey upon the under side of the leaf, giving it a sickly, yellowish look, may easily be destroyed by syringing or dipping the plants in tobacco water. Petunia. Petunias are unsurpassed, if indeed equaled, for massing in beds. Their richness of color, duration of bloom, and easy culture will always render them popular. They will do well sown in open border in spring, or earlier in cold frame or hotbed, and transplanted 18 inches apart. By the latter process, they will come into bloom much earlier, though they do perfectly well sown in open ground. Be careful not to cover the small seeds too deep. They like a sandy loam. Tender perennial, 1½ feet high. Water lily. Hardy aquatic plant, bearing exceedingly beautiful, fragrant white blossoms, which appear as if floating on the water. They are very much admired, and are constantly becoming more and more popular. Are increased by sowing the seed, or by dividing the roots or tubers. They grow readily in ponds or streams of shallow water, having muddy bottoms, and can be grown in aquariums, tubs, or tanks in the house, if there be sufficient mud at the bottom, and the seeds or roots be kept continually covered with water. Cultivation in tubs. For a tub, take a strong barrel, free from tar, oil, or salt. Saw it in 2, Fill this 1/3 full with fine black garden soil, or meadow mud if handy. Plant the seeds in this mixture, covering them 1 inch deep. Add water gently so as not to disturb the seed, until the tub is full. This is all the care needed. Always keep the tub full of water. Set this on a brick or board platform in any place you desire. The tubs with their contents should be placed in a cellar during the winter, kept from frost, and not allowed to entirely dry up. For aquariums, put in 5 inches of fine black loam. Cover the seed 1 inch deep in this, and sift on enough fine sand to entirely cover the loam. Ice plant, a handsome and curious plant for hanging baskets, rockwork, vases, and edgings. The leaves and stems are succulent and fleshy, and appear as though covered with ice crystals, and look like rock candy. The whole plant is peculiarly brilliant in the sunshine. The flower is white and not conspicuous. Succeeds best in dry, sandy loam and in a warm situation. Can be grown in pots or open border, the former having preference. Tender annual trailer, 6 inches high. Balsam. The balsam or lady's slipper is an old favorite, but has been so much improved by cultivation as to be scarcely recognized. The blossoms are double, though some semi-double and single ones will be pretty certain to appear, and such plants should be removed. The prevailing colors are red and white, the former running into all shades of crimson, scarlet, rose, and purple, spotted and striped. The flowers will be improved by planting in a hotbed, and transplanting when 2 leaves have formed, 1 or 2 feet apart. Pinch off a portion of the shoots, which will increase the size of the flower and vigor of the plant. Needs a rich soil and good cultivation, well repaying for both with the abundance of its magnificent flowers. Ageratum, a valuable plant on account of the length of time it remains in bloom, and for contrasts of color with the more brilliant varieties. It blooms constantly all summer in the garden, and if removed to the greenhouse, all winter. Desirable for cut flowers for bouquets. Grows 1½ feet high, and the plants should stand 2 feet apart. Colors light blue and pure white. Start the seeds under glass and transplant. Hardy annual. Abutilon. Very popular, perennial, greenhouse shrub, with bell-shaped, drooping flowers, which are borne in profusion nearly the entire year. Well adapted to house culture, and desirable for bedding out in the summer. There are several varieties, the flowers of which vary from pure white and yellow to deep orange and crimson, streaked with yellow. Can be propagated by cuttings, in sand, under glass, during summer. If seeds are sown before April, under glass, the plant will bloom the first season. Chapter 3. Window Gardening. How to have flowers all winter. Best varieties for winter use. How to care for the flowers. Their arrangement in the window. In addition to what has been said in the chapters on the culture of flowers, it is thought proper to add a few hints upon the subject of window gardening. There are but few plants that will not thrive indoors under proper conditions of light and temperature. A window which admits much light by day should be selected, and as plants must have their periods of sleep, provision should be made for shutting off the bright glare of the lamp at night. A few plants, well cared for, look better than a window full of plants so closely crowded as to cause them to grow spindling and turn yellow. Regarding soil, the reader is referred to other chapters in this work, but it is well to state that the pots for window plants should be filled to the depth of 1 or more inches with charcoal, to assist in drainage and to keep the soil sweet. Care should be used in watering, as plants are easily drowned out. If during a gentle, warm shower the plants can be so placed as to receive it, they will be all the better for it. They should generally be watered once a day with a watering pot, never poured on, the water being about the temperature of the room. The morning is perhaps the best time for watering, and it should never be done while the sun shines upon the plants. Plants that have flowered all the summer cannot be expected to continue the process during the winter, as they must have a period of rest before they can mature. Those which are wanted for flowering in winter must be started late in the summer from seeds or cuttings, or if started earlier, they must be set away or laid down till autumn. The bulbous plants for winter use should be laid down in the shade in May, and given no water till September, when they may be repotted, and will become active in a few weeks. Cuttings for winter may be potted in midsummer. Monthly roses, geraniums, fuchsias, heliotropes, callas, begonias, and for climbers, the cypress vine, nasturtium, and ivy are the plants that require the least trouble and succeed best. For supporting the pots, a window box is the cheapest. It can be lined with zinc and filled in around the pots with moss if desirable. A strong wire stand set on casters is very handy, as it can be moved around, and is moreover ornamental. The illustrations given in this department are intended to suggest the methods that may be employed in window gardening, and it is not deemed necessary to enter into a lengthy description of them. On page 329 is illustrated a bay window. Below is given a good plan where the bay window is wanting, and drops a hint as to how an ivy may be concealed behind a mirror, with its graceful loops hanging down on each side, and a small portion just peeping into the glass. The cut on page 331 shows how the scroll saw may be employed in window gardening. The lambrequin at the top is made of wood, decorated with the scroll saw. We have seen shrubs employed with excellent results in making a background for the more showy plants, and in one instance, a species of maple, 8 feet high and full leaf in midwinter, was perhaps the most admired of the whole collection. Of course, the arrangement of plants in a window or cabinet must depend in a great measure upon the taste of the possessor. But excellent effects can be produced almost anywhere with small-leafed ivy, Madeira vine, smilax, and other hardy climbers, set off by a few showy geraniums and similar flowers. One of the principal reasons why flowers bought on the streets or at the markets prove so unsatisfactory is because they are placed in small pots to save room, in the damp pits where they are grown, and when they come to be transferred to the sitting-room or balcony, the earth soon bakes, and the flower buds fall off without opening. If the common flower pots in which the plants are growing be placed inside ornamental pots a few sizes larger, and the intermediate space be stuffed with wet moss, the closing up and fading can generally be prevented. A still better plan is to arrange a window box to receive the pots. This should be from 7 to 10 inches deep, filled with earth or moss, and lined with zinc. End of Part 4 of Our Homes and Their Adornments by Almond C. Varney.
Section on Knots of Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Freddie Pan. Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th edition, Volume 15, Slice 8. First part of the Entry of Knots, by Peter Guthrie Threatt. Knot, Old English knotta, from a Teutonic stem nut, confer knit, and German knoten. An intertwined loop of rope, cord, string, or other flexible material used to fasten two such ropes and other similar things to one another or to another object. For the various forms which such knots may take, see below. The word is also used for the distance markers on a log line, and hence as the equivalent of a nautical mile. See log. And for any hard mass resembling a knot drawn tight, especially one formed in the trunk of a tree at the place of the intersection of a branch. Knots in wood are the remains of dead branches which have become buried in the wood of the trunk or branch on which they are borne. When the branch dies down or is broken off, the dead stump becomes grown over by a healing tissue, and, as the stem which bears it increases in thickness, gradually buried in a newer wood. When a section is made of the stem, the dead stump appears in the section as a knot. Thus, in a broad, it forms a circular piece of wood, liable to fall out and leave a knot hole. Knot, or knob, is an architectural term for a bunch of flowers, leaves, or other ornamentation carved on a corbel or on a boss. The word is also applied figuratively to any intricate problem, hard to disentangle, a use stereotyped in the proverbial Gordian knot, which, according to tradition, was cut by Alexander the Great. See Gordium. Knots, bends, hitches, splices, and seizings are all ways of fastening cords or ropes, either to some other object, such as a spar or a ring, or to one another. The knot is formed to make a knob on a rope, generally at the extremity, and by untwisting the strands at the end and weaving them together. A seizing, French sasir, is made by fastening two spars to one another by a rope, or two ropes by a third, or by using one rope to make a loop on another, as for example the racking seizing, the round seizing, and the midshipman's hitch. The use of the words is often arbitrary. There is, for instance, no difference in principle between the fisherman's bend and the timber hitch. Speaking generally, the knot and the seizing are meant to be permanent, and must be unwoven in order to be unfastened, while the bend and hitch can be undone at once by pulling the ropes in the reverse direction from that in which they are meant to hold. Yet the reef knot can be cast loose with ease, and is wholly different in principle, for instance, from the diamond knot. These various forms of fastening are employed in many kinds of industry, as for example in scaffolding, as well as in seamanship. The governing principle is that the strain which pulls against them shall draw them tighter. The ordinary knots and splices are described in every book on seamanship. Overhand knot, used at the end of ropes to prevent their unreeving and as the commencement of other knots. Take the end A around the end B. Figure of 8 knot, used only to prevent ropes from unreeving. It forms a large knob. Reef knot, from an overhand knot as above, then take the end A over the end B and through the bight. If the end A were taken under the end B, a granny would be formed. This knot is so named from being used in tying the reef points of a sail. Bowline, lay the end A of a rope over the standing part B. Form with B a bight C over A. Take A round behind B and down through the bight C. This is a most useful knot employed to form a loop which will not slip. Running bowlines are formed by making a bowline around its own standing part above B. It is the most common and convenient temporary running noose. Bowline on a bight. The first part is made similar to the above with the double part of the rope. Then the bight A is pulled through sufficiently to allow it to be bent over past D and come out in the position shown in figure 9. It makes a more comfortable sling for a man than a single bight. Half hitch. Pass the end A of the rope around the standing part B and through the bight. 2 half hitches. The half hitch repeated. This is commonly used and is capable of resisting to the full strength of the rope. A stop from A to the standing part will prevent it from jamming. Clove hitch. Pass the end A around a spar and cross it over B. Pass it around the spar again and put the end A through the second bight. Blackwall hitch. Form a bight at the end of a rope and put the hook of a tackle through the bight so that the end of the rope may be jammed between the standing part and the back of the hook. Double blackwall hitch. Pass the end A twice around the hook and under the standing part B at the last cross. Cat's paw. Twist up 2 parts of a lanyard in opposite directions and hook the tackle in the eyes eye. A piece of wood should be placed between the parts at G. A large lanyard should be clove hitched around a large toggle and the strap passed around it below the toggle. Marling spike hitch. Lay the end A over C. Fold the loop over on the standing part B, then pass the marline spike through, over both parts of the bight and under the part B. Used for tightening each turn of a seizing. Fisherman's bend. Take 2 turns around the spar, then a half hitch around the standing part and between the spar and the turns. Lastly, a half hitch around the standing part. Studding sail halyard bend. Similar to the above, except that the end is tucked under the first round turn. This is more snug. A Magnus hitch has 2 round turns and 1 on the other side of the standing part with the end through the bight. Timber hitch. Take the end A of a rope around the spar, then around the standing part B, then several times around its own part C against the lay of the rope. Carrick bend. Lay the end of one hawser over its own part to form a bight as E0 and B. Pass the end of another hawser up through the bight near B, going out over the first end at C, crossing under the first long part and over its end at D, then under both long parts, forming the loops, and above the first short part at B, terminating at NE0, in the opposite direction, vertically and horizontally to the other end. The ends should be securely stopped to their respective starting parts, and also a stop put on the becket or extreme end to prevent it catching a pipe or choke. In that form, this is the best quick means of uniting 2 large hawsers, since they cannot jam. When large hawsers have to work through small pipes, good security may be obtained either by passing 10 or 12 taut racking turns with a suitable strand and securing each end to a standing part of the hawser, or by taking half as many round turns taut, crossing the ends between the hawsers over the sizings and reef knotting the ends. This should be separated in 3 places and the extreme ends well stopped. Connecting hawsers by bowline knots is very objectionable, as the bend is large and the knots jam. Sheet bend. Pass the end of one rope through the bight of another, round both parts of the other and under its own standing part. Used for bending small sheets to the clews of sails which present bights ready for the hitch. An ordinary net is composed of a series of sheet bends. A weaver's knot is made like a sheet bend. Single wall knot. Unlay the end of a rope and with the strand form a bight. Take the next strand B around the end of A. Take the last strand C round the end of B and through the bight made by A. Haul the ends taut. Single wall crown. Form a single wall and lay one of the ends, A, over the knot. Lay B over A and C over B and through the bight of A. Haul the ends taut. Double wall and double crown. Form a single wall crown, then let the ends follow their own paths round till all the paths appear double. Put the ends down through the knot. Matthew Walker. Unlay the end of a rope. Take the first strand round the rope and through its own bight. The second strand around the rope, through the bight of the first and through its own bight. The third through all three bights. Haul the ends taut. Inside clitch. The end is bent close round the standing part till it forms a circle and a half. When it is securely seized at A, B, and C, thus making a running eye, when taut around anything, it jams the end. It is used for securing hemp cables to anchors, the standing parts of topsail sheets, and for many other purposes. If the eye were formed outside the bight, an outside clinch would be made, depending entirely on the seizings, but more ready for shipping. Midshipman's hitch. Take 2 round turns inside the bight, the same as a half hitch repeated. Stop up the end or let another half hitch be taken or held by hand. Used for hooking a tackle for a temporary purpose. Turk's head. With fine line, very dry, make a clove hitch around the rope, cross the bights twice, passing the end the reverse way, up or down, each time. Then, keeping the whole spread flat, let each end follow its own path round and round till it is too tight to receive any more. Used as an ornament variously on side ropes and foot ropes of jibboms. It may also be made with 3 ends, 2 formed by the same piece of line secured through the rope and 1 single piece. Form them a diamond knot, then each end cross over its neighbor follows its own path as above. Spanish windlass. An iron bar and 2 marling spikes are taken. 2 parts of a seizing are twisted like a cat's paw, passed around the bar, and hoofed round till sufficiently taut. In heaving shrouds together to form an eye, 2 round turns are taken with a strand and the 2 ends hove upon. When a lever is placed between the parts of a long lashing or frapping and hove round, we have what is also called a Spanish windlass. Slings. This is simply the bight of a rope turned up over its own part. It is frequently made of chain when a shackle, bow up, takes the place of a bight at S and another at Y, connecting the 2 ends with the part which goes round the masthead. Used to sling lower yards. For boats' yards, it should be a gummet with a thimble seized in at Y. As the tendency of all yards is to cant forward with the weight of the sail, the part marked by an arrow should be the foreside, easily illustrated by a round ruler and a piece of twine. Spirit sail sheet knot. This knot consists of a double wall and double crown made by the 2 ends, consequently with 6 strands with the ends turned down. Used formerly in the clews of sails, now as an excellent stopper, a lashing or shackle being placed at S and a lanyard around the head at L. Turning in a dead-eye cutter stay fashion. A bend is made in the stay or shroud around its own part and hooved together with a bar and strand. 2 or 3 seizings, diminishing in size, 1 round, and 1 or 2 either round or flat, are hooved on taut and snug, the end being at the side of the fellow part. The dead-eye is put in and the eye driven down using a commander. Turning in a dead-eye end up. The shroud is measured around the dead-eye, and mark where a throat seizing is hove on. The deadeye is then forced into its place, or it may be put in first. The end beyond A is taken up taut and secured with a round seizing. Higher still, the end is secured by another seizing. As it is important that the lay should always be kept in the rope as much as possible, these eyes should be formed comfortably, either right-handed or left-handed. It is easily seen which way a rope would actually kink by putting a little extra twist onto it. A shroud whose deadeye is turned in and up will bear a fairer strain, but it is more dependent on the seizings. The underturns of the throat are first to break, and the others the first to slip. With the cutter stay fashion, the standing part of the shroud gives way under the nip of the eye. A rope will afford the great resistance to strain when secured round large timbals with a straight end and a sufficient number of flat or racking seizings. To splice shrouds round deadeye is objectionable on account of opening the strands and admitting water, thus hastening decay. In small vessels, especially yachts, it is admissible on the score of neatness. In that case, a round seizing is placed between the deadeye and the splice. The deadeye should be in diameter 1.5 times the circumference of a hemp shroud and thrice of that wire. The lanyard should be half the nominal size of hemp and the same size as wire. Thus, hemp shroud 12 inches, wire 6 inches, deadeye 18 inches, lanyard 6 inches. Short splice. The most common description of splice is when a rope is lengthened by another of the same size, or nearly so. Figure 36 represents a splice of its kind. The strands have been unlaid, married, and passed through with the assistance of a marling spike, over one strand and under the next, twice each way. The ends are then cut off close. To render the splice neater, the strands should have been halved before turning them in a second time, the upper half of each strand only being turned in, then all are cut off smooth. Eye splice. Unlay the strands and place them upon the same rope spread at such a distance as to give the size of the eye. Enter the center strand, unlaid, under a strand of the rope, as above, and the other two in a similar manner on their respective sides of the first, taper each end and pass them through again. If neatness is desired, reduce the ends and pass them through once more. Cut off smooth and serve the part disturbed tightly with suitable hard line. Uses too numerous to mention. Cut splice. Made in a similar manner to an eye splice, but of 2 pieces of rope, therefore with 2 splices. Used for masthead pendants, jib guys, breast backstays, and even odd shrouds to keep the eyes of the rigging lower by 1 part. It is not so strong as to separate eyes. Horseshoe splice. Made similar to the above, but 1 part much shorter than the other, or another piece of rope is spliced across an eye, forming a horseshoe with 2 long legs. Used for back ropes on dolphin striker, back stays 1 on each side, and cutter surrender pendants. Long splice. The strands must be unlaid about 3 times as much for a short splice and married, care being taken to preserve the lay or shape of each. Unlay one of the strands still further and follow up the vacant space with the corresponding strand of the other part, fitting it firmly into the rope until only a few inches remain. Treat the other side in a similar manner. There will then appear 2 long strands in the center and a long and short one on each side. The splice is practically divided into 3 distinct parts. At each, the strands are divided and the corresponding halves knotted and turned in twice. The half strand may, if desired, be still further reduced before the halves are turned in for the second time. This and all other splices should be well stretched and hammered into shape before the ends cut off. The long splice alone is adapted to running ropes. Shroud knot. Pass a stop at such distance from each end of the broken shroud as to afford sufficient length of strands. When it is unlaid, to form a single wall knot on each side after the parts have been married. It will then appear as represented in the figure, the strands having been well tarred and hoof taut separately. The part A provides the knot on the opposite side, and the ends B, B. The part C provides the knot and the ends D, D. After the knot has been well stretched, the ends are tapered, laid smoothly between the strands of the shroud, and firmly served over. This knot is used when the shrouds or stays are broken. French shroud knot. Marry the parts with a similar amount of N as before. Stop one set of strands taut up on the shroud to keep the parts together, and turn the ends back on their own part, forming bights. Make a single wall knot with the other 3 strands round the said bights and shroud. Haul the knot taut first and stretch the whole, then heave down the bights close. It will look like the ordinary shroud knot. It is very liable to slip. If the ends by which the wall knot is made after being hooved will pass through the bights, it would make the knot stronger. The ends would be tapered and served. Felmish eye. Secure a spar or toggle twice the circumference of the rope intended to be rove through the eye. Unlay the rope which is to form the eye about 3 times its circumference, at which part place a strong whipping. Point the rope vertically under the eye and bind it taut up by the core if it is a 4-stranded rope, otherwise by a few yarns. While doing so, arrange 6 or 12 pieces of spun yarn at equal distances on the wood, and exactly half the number of yarns that have been unlaid. If it is a small rope, select 2 or 3 yarns from each side near the center, cross them over the top at A, and half knot them tightly. So continue till all are expanded and drawn down tightly on the opposite side to that form which they came, being thoroughly intermixed. Tie the pieces of spun yarn which were placed under the eye tightly round various parts to keep the eye in shape when taken off the spar, till they are replaced by the turns of marline hoof on as taut as possible, the hitches forming a central line outside the eye. Heave on a good seizing of spun yarn close below the spar, and another between 6 and 12 inches below the first. It may then be parcelled and served. The eye is served over twice, and well tarred each time. As large ropes are composed of so many yarns, a greater number must be knotted over the toggle each time. A 4-inch rope has 132 yarns, which would require 22 knottings of 6 each time. A 10-inch rope has 834 yarns. Therefore, if 10 were taken from each side every time, about twice that number of hitches will be required. Sometimes only half the yarns are hitched, the others being merely passed over. The chief use of these eyes has been to form the collars of stays, the whole stay in each case having to be rove through it, a very inconvenient device. It is almost superseded for that purpose by a leg spliced in the stay and lashing eyes above the mast, for which it is commonly used at present. This eye is not always called by the same name, but the weight of evidence is in favour of calling it a Flemish eye. Rope maker's eye, which also have alternative names, is formed by taking out of a rope 1 strand longer by 6 inches, or a foot, than the required eye, then placing the ends of the 2 strands a similar distance below the disturbance of the 1 strand. That is, at the size of the eye, the single strand is led back through the vacant space it left till it arrives at the neck of the eye, with a similar length of spare end to the other 2 strands. They are all seized together, scraped, tapered, marred, and served. The principal merit is neatness. Mouse on a stay, formed by turns of coarse spun yarn hoof taut round the stay. over parceling at the requisite distance from the eye to form the collar. Assistance is given by a padding of short yarns distributed equally around the rope, which, after being firmly secured, especially at which is to be under part, are turned back over the first layer and seized down again, thus making a shoulder. Sometimes it is formed with parceling only. In either case, it is finished by marling, followed by serving or grafting. The use is to prevent the Flemish eye in the end of the stay from slipping up any further. Rolling hitch. 2 round turns are taken around a spar or large rope in the direction in which it is to be hauled, and 1 half hitch on the other side of the hauling part. This is very useful, as it can be put on and off quickly. Round seizing. So named when the rope it secures does not cross another, and there are 3 sets of turns. The size of the seizing line is about 1/6 nominal, that of the ropes to be secured, but varies according to the number of turns to be taken. An eye is spliced in the line and the end rove through it, embracing both parts. If either part is to be spread open, commence furthest from the part. Place tarred canvas under the seizing. Pass the line round as many times, with much slack, as it is intended to have under turns, and pass the end back through them all and through the eye. Secure the eye from rendering round by the ends of its splice. Heave the turns on with a marling spike, perhaps 7 or 9. Haul the end through taut, and commence again the riding turns in the hollows of the first. If the end is not taken back through the eye, but pushed up between the last 2 turns, as it is sometimes recommended, the riders must be passed the opposite way in order to follow the direction of the under turns, which are always 1 more in the number than the riders. When the riders are complete, the end is forced between the last lower turns and 2 cross turns are taken. The end coming out where it went down, when a wall knot is made from the strands and the ends cut close, or the end may be taken once round the shroud. Throat seizing. 2 ropes or parts of ropes are laid on each other parallel and receive a seizing similar to that shown in figure 35. That is, with upper and riding, but no cross turns. As the 2 parts of rope are intended to turn up at right angles to the direction in which they are secured, the seizing should be of stouter line and short, not exceeding 7 lower and 6 riding turns. The end is better secured with a turn round the standing part, used for turning in dead-eyes and variously. Flat seizing. Commence similarly to the above, but it has neither riding nor cross turns. Racking seizings. A running eye having been spliced around 1 part of the rope, the line is passed entirely round the other part, crossed back round the first part, and so on for 10 to 20 turns, according to the expected strain, every turn being hove as tight as possible, after which round turns are passed to fill the spaces at the back of each rope, by taking the end A over both parts into the hollow at B, returning at C, and going over to D. When it reaches E, a turn may be taken round that rope only, the end rove under it, and a half hitch taken, which will form a clove hitch. Knot the end and cut it close. When the shrouds are wire, which is half the size of hemp, and the end turned up round a dead-eye of any kind, wire seizings are preferable. It appears very undesirable to have wire rigging combined with plates or screws for setting it up, as in case of accident, such as that of the mast going over the side, a shot or collision breaking the ironwork, the seamen are powerless. Diamond knot. The rope must be unlaid as far as the center if the knot is required here, and the strands handled with great care to keep delay in them. 3 bights are turned up as in figure 42, and the end of A is taken over B and up the bight C. The end of B is taken over C and up through A. The end C is taken over A and through B. When hauled taut and the strands are laid up again, it will appear as in figure 43. Any number of knots may be made on the same rope. They are used on man ropes, the foot ropes on the jibboom, and similar places where it is necessary to give a good hold for the hands or feet. Turks' heads are now generally used. Double diamond, made by the ends of a single diamond following their own path till the knot is repeated, used at the upper end of a side rope as an ornamental stopper knot. Stropping blocks. There are various modes of securing blocks to ropes. The most simple is to splice an eye and the end of the rope a little longer than a block and pass a round seizing to keep it in place. Such is the case with the jib pendants. As a general rule, the parts of a strop combined should possess greater strength than the parts of the fall which act against it. The shell of an ordinary block should be about 3 times the circumference of the rope, which is to reeve through it, as a 9-inch block for a 3-inch rope, but small ropes require larger blocks in proportion, as a 4-inch block for a 1-inch rope. When the work to be done is very important, the blocks are much bigger. Brace blocks are more than 5 times the nominal size of the brace. Leading blocks and sheaves in racks are generally smaller than the blocks through which the ropes pass further away, which appears to be a mistake, as more power is lost by friction. A clump block should be double the nominal size of the rope. A single strop may be made by joining the ends of a rope of sufficient length to go round the block and thimble by a common short splice, which rests on the crown of the block, the opposite side end to the thimble, and is stretched into place by a jigger. A strand is then passed twice round the space between the block and the thimble, and hove taut by a Spanish windlass to cramp the parts together, ready for the reception of a small round seizing. The cramping or pinching into shape is sometimes done by machinery invented by a rigger in Portsmouth dockyard. The strop may be made the required length by a long splice, but it will not possess any advantage. Groomed strop, made by unlaying a piece of rope of the desired size about a foot more than 3 times the length required for the strop. Place the center of the rope round the block and thimble. Mark with chalk where the parts cross. Take 1 strand out of the rope, bring the 2 chalk marks together, and cross the strand in the lay on both sides, continuing round and round till the 2 ends meet the 3rd time. They are then half and the upper halves half knotted and passed over and under the next strands, exactly as one part of a long splice. A piece of worn or well-stretched rope will better retain its shape, upon which success entirely depends. The object is neatness, and if 3 or multiples of 3 strops are to be made, it is economical. Double strop, made with 1 piece of rope, the splice being brought as usual to the crown of the block T, the bights fitting into scores some inches apart, converging to the upper part, above which the thimble receives the bights A, and the 4 parts of the strop are secured at S, by a round seizing doubly crossed. If the block be not then on the right sleeve, the shell horizontal or vertical, a union thimble is used with another strop, which produces the desired effect. Thus the fore and main brace blocks, being very large and thin, are required, for appearance, to lie horizontally. A single strop round the yard vertically has a union thimble between it and the double strop around the block. The double strop is used for large blocks. It gives more support to the shell than the single strop and admits of smaller rope being used. Wire rope is much used for block strops. The fitting is similar. Metal blocks are also used in fixed positions. Durability is their chief recommendation. Great care should be taken that they do not chafe the ropes which pass by them, as well as those which reeve through. Selvagi shrub. Twine, rope yarn, or rope is wrapped around 2 or more pegs placed at a desired distance apart, till it assumes the requisite size and strength. The 2 ends are then knotted or splitted. Temporary firm seizings are applied in several places to bind the parts together before the rope or twine is removed from the pegs, after which it is marred with suitable material. A large shrub should be wrapped around 4 or 6 pegs in order to give it the shape in which it is to be used. This description of shrub is much stronger and more supple than rope of similar size. Twine shrubs covered with duck are used for bolts, blocks, and in similar places requiring neatness. Rope yarn and spun yarn shrubs are used for attaching luff tackles to shrouds and for many similar purposes. To bring a shroud or hawser, the center of the shrub is passed round the rope and each part crossed 3 or 4 times before hooking the luff. A spun yarn stop above the center will prevent slipping and is very necessary with the wire rope. As an instance of a large Selvagi block shrub being used, when the Melville was hove down at Chusan, China, the main purchase block was double shrub with a Selvagi containing 28 parts of 3 inches rope that would produce 112 parts in the neck, equal to a breaking strain of 280 tons, which is more than 4 parts of a 9-inch cable. The estimated strain in bore was 80 tons. Stoppers for ordinary running ropes are made by splicing a piece of rope to a bolt or to a hook and thimble, unlaying 3 or 4 feet, tapering it by cutting away some of the yarns and marling it down securely, with a good whipping also on the end. It is used by taking a half hitch round the rope which is to be hauled upon, dogging the end up in the lay and holding it by hand. The rope can come through it when hauled, but cannot go back. Whipping and pointing. The end of every working rope should at least be whipped to prevent it fragging out. In ships of war and yachts, they are invariably pointed. Whipping is done by placing the end of a piece of twine or knittle stuff on a rope about 1 inch from the end, taking 3 or 4 turns taut over, working towards the end. The twine is then laid on the rope again lengthways contrary to the first, leaving a slack bight of twine, and taut turns are repeatedly passed round the rope, over the first end and over the bight, till they are in all 6 to 10 turns. Then haul the bight taut through between the turns and cut it close. To point the rope, place a good whipping a few inches from the end according to size. Open out the end entirely, select all the outer yarns and twist them into nettles either singly or 2 or 3 together. Scrape down and taper the central part, marling it firmly. Turn every alternate nittle and secure the remainder down by a turn of twine or a smooth yarn hitch closed up, which acts as the weft in weaving. The nittles are then reversed and another turn of the weft taken, and this is continued till far enough to look well. At the last turn, the ends of the nittles, which are laid back, are led forward, over and under the weft, then hauled through tightly, making it present a circle of small bites, level with which the core is cut off smoothly. Hawsers and large ropes have a beaked formed in their ends during the process of pointing. A piece of 1 to 1.5 inch rope, about 1.5 to 2 feet long, is spliced into the core by each end while it is open. From 4 to 7 yarns, equal to a strand, are taken at a time and twisted up. Open the ends of the becket, only sufficient to marry them and close in. Turn in the twisted yarns between the strands as splicings 3 times, and stop it above and below. Both ends are treated alike. When the pointing is completed, a loop a few inches in length will protrude from the end of the rope, which is very useful for reeving it. A hauling line or reeving line should only be rove through the becket as a fair lead. Grafting is very similar to pointing, and frequently done the whole length of a rope, as a side rope. Pieces of white line more than double the length of the rope, sufficient in number to encircle it, are made up in hanks called foxes. The center of each is made fast by twine and the weaving process, continued as in pointing. Block strops are sometimes so covered, but, as it causes decay, a small wove mat which can be taken off occasionally is preferable. Sheepshank, formed by making a long bight in a topgallant backstay, or any rope which it is desirable to shorten, and taking a half hitch near each band, as at A, rope yarn stops at B, are desired to keep it in place till the strain is brought on it. Wire rope cannot be so treated, and it is injurious to hemp rope that is large and stiff. Knotting yarns. This operation becomes necessary when a comparatively short piece of junk is to be made into spun yarn, or large rope into small, which is called twice-laid. The end of each yarn is divided, rubbed, smoothed, and married as for splicing. Two of the divided parts as C and D are passed in opposite directions round all the other parts and knotted. The ends E and F remain passive. The figure is drawn open, but the forks of A and B should be pressed close together, the knot hauled taut, and the ends cut off. Butt slings, made of 4-inch rope, each pair being 26 feet in length with an eye spliced in one end, through which the other is rove before being placed over one end of the cask. The rope is then passed around the opposite side of the cask and 2 half hitches made with the end, forming another running eye, both of which are beaten down taut as the tackle receives the weight. Slings for smaller casks requiring care should be of this description. True of smaller rope, as the cask cannot possibly slip out. Bale slings are made by splicing the ends of about 3 fathoms of 3-inch rope together, which then looks like a long strop, similar to the double strop presented in figure 45. The bights T being placed under the cask or bale and one of the bights A are rove through the other and attached to the whip or tackle. For a complete treatise on the subject, the reader may be referred to the Book of Knots, being a complete treatise on the art of cordage, illustrated by 172 diagrams, showing the manner of making every knot, tie, and splice by Tom Bowling, London 1890. Mathematical theory of knots. In the scientific sense, a knot is an endless physical line which cannot be deformed into a circle. A physical line is flexible and inextensible, and cannot be cut, so that no lap of it can be drawn through another. The founder of the theory of knots is undoubtedly Johann Benedict Listing, 1808 to 1882, in his Vorstudien zur Topologie, Grottenstudien, 1847, a work in many respects of startling originality. A few pages only are devoted to the subject. He treats knots from the elementary notion of twisting one physical line or thread round another, and shows that from the projection of a knot on a surface, we can thus obtain a notion of the relative situation of its coils. He distinguishes reduced from reducible forms, the number of crossings in the reduced knot being the smallest possible. The simplest form of reduced knot is of 2 species, as in figures 49 and 50. Listing points out that these are formed the first by right-handed, the second by left-handed twisting. In fact, if 3 half twists be given to a long strip of paper, and the ends be then pasted together, the 2 edges become one line, which is the knot in question. We may free it by slitting the paper along its middle line, and then we have a juggler's trick of putting a knot on an endless unknotted band. One of the above forms cannot be deformed into another. The one is, in Listing's language, the perversion of one another, i.e., its image in a plane mirror. He gives a method of symbolizing reduced knots, but shows that, in this method, the same knot may, in certain cases, be represented by different symbols. It is clear that the brief notice he published contains a mere sketch of his investigations. The most extensive discussion on the properties of knots is that of Peter Guthrie Trade, Transactions of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, Volume 28, number 145, where the substance of a number of papers in the proceedings of the same society is reproduced. It was for the most part written in ignorance of the work of listing, and was suggested by an inquiry concerning vortex atoms. Trade starts with the almost self-evident proposition that, if any plane closed surface have double points only, in passing continuously along the curve from one of these to the same again, an even number of double points has been passed through. Hence, the crossings may be taken alternatively over and under. On this he bases a scheme for the representation of knots of every kind, and employs it to find all the distinct forms of knots which have, in their simplest projections, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 crossings only. The numbers are shown to be 1, 1, 2, 4, and 8. The unique knot of 3 crossings has been already given as drawn by listing. The unique knot of 4 crossings merits a few words, because its properties led to a very singular conclusion. It can be deformed into any of the 4 forms, figures 51 and 52, and their perversions. Knots which can be deformed into their own perversion Trade calls amphicerial, from the Greek phi on both sides, around her, hand, and he has shown that there is at least one knot of this kind for every even number of crossings. He shows also that links, in which 2 endless physical lines are linked together, possess a similar property, and he then points out that there is a third mode of making a complex figure of endless physical lines, without either knotting or linking. This may be called lacing or locking. Its nature is obvious from figure 53, in which it will be seen that no one of the 3 lines is knotted, no 2 are linked, and yet the 3 are inseparably fastened together. The rest of Trade's paper deals chiefly with numerous characteristics of knots, such as their knottiness, benottedness, and knotfulness. He also shows that any knot, however complex, can be fully represented by 3 closed plane curves, none of which has double points, and no 2 of them intersect. It may be stated here that the notion of benottedness is founded on the remark of Gauss, who, in 1833, considered the problem of the number of interlinkings of 2 closed circuits, and expressed it by the electrodynamic measure of the work required to carry a single unit magnetic pole round one of the interlinked curves, while a unit electric current is kept circulating in the other. This original suggestion has been developed at considerable length by Otto Boedicker. This author treats also of the connection of roads with Riemann's surfaces. It is to be noticed that, although every knot in which the crossings are alternatively over and under is irreducible, the converse is not generally true. This is obvious at once from figure 54, which is merely the 3-crossing knot with a double string, what listing calls paradromic. Christian Felix Klein, in the Mathematische Annalen 9, 478, has proved the remarkable proposition that knots cannot exist in the space of 4 dimensions. End of the entry for knots. Encyclopedia Britannica, 11th edition, volume 15, slice 8. Authored by Peter Guthrie Trade. Recording by Freddie Pan.
Events of the years 1801 and 1802. From Norfolk Annals, Volume 1, 1801 to 1850. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Norfolk Annals, Volume 1, 1801 to 1850, by Charles Mackey. 1801, January. January 1st. This day, Thursday, was observed as the first day of the 19th century. It was also the day upon which the legislative union of Great Britain and Ireland was effected. At Norwich, the 13th Regiment of Light Dragoons and the East Essex Militia fired a feu de joie in the marketplace, and the Union flag was displayed upon the tower of St. Peter Mancroft. At Yarmouth, there was a ceremonial parade of the Durham Militia, and the vessels in the roads fired a royal salute and hoisted their new colors in honor of the Union. Rain fell heavily throughout the day. January 3rd. The Norwich Theatre was opened with the performance of the last new comedy, Life, and the farce, Curiosity. The manager, Mr. Hines, delivered an address to a crowded and fashionable audience. The alterations in the house were executed after designs by Mr. William Wilkins, the patentee, and it was said to be one of the handsomest theatres in the provinces. January 5th. The Duke of Grafton's hounds unkennelled a fox at Fakenham Wood near Euston, and after a chase of upwards of 50 miles in 4 hours 5 minutes, killed him at New Buckingham. January 27th. A match for 10 guineas, 2 miles, was trotted on the turnpike road between Setch and Lynn, between Mr. Robeson's pony Filch and Mr. Scarf's pony Fiddler, which was won with great ease by the former, he having trotted over the ground at the rate of 18 miles an hour. Great scarcity prevailed throughout this month. About £1,500 was subscribed for supplying the poor of Norwich with soup, and upwards of 247,000 quarts were distributed. At Norwich, market wheat was quoted at the beginning of the month at 146 shillings per quarter, and rose at the end to 180 shillings. Barley, 84 shillings, and oats, 50 shillings. Various expedients were adopted to lessen the consumption of bread. The officers of the West Norfolk Militia, it was stated, have entirely left off the use of bread at their mess, and have forbid the use of puddings and pies, except the crust is made of rice or potatoes, which they eat in a variety of shapes as a substitute for bread. Nurses were advised to use linseed meal and water instead of bread and milk in making poultices. February. February 9th. Died at Postwick, aged 21, Edward West, who had served as midshipman under Lord Nelson at the Battle of the Nile, and accompanied Captain Sir Edward Bury in the Foudroyant. In the action with the Guillaume Tell, he received a most severe wound, which occasioned a decline. February 11th. A general fast was observed in Norwich. February 14th. It is much to be regretted that although many large manufactures of hempen cloth are established in Norwich, all the spinning of the hemp is done in Suffolk, and a sufficient quantity is with difficulty obtained from thence. It is suggested to establish a spinning school for children, under the patronage of benevolent ladies. February 17th. A company was formed at Norwich for the erection of a public mill to be worked by steam, for supplying the bakers and inhabitants with flour. A capital of £12,500 was raised in transferable shares of £25, and the mill was erected upon a site near Blackfriars Bridge. February 24th. Mr. Charles Harvey, steward of Norwich, elected recorder, in place of Mr. Henry Partridge, resigned. February 28th. The price of wheat at Norwich Market was 168 shillings per quarter. March. March 6th. The Anacreontic Society, which for many years has been established in Norwich, and to which the cause of music owes so much, closed its winter session. The Honourable Mr. Woodhouse, Sir William Jerningham, Sir Richard Bedingfield, and Captain Sir Edward Bury were present. The Society gave monthly concerts in the Assembly Room from October to March. In the advertisement announcing the commencement of the next session, It was stated that the first concert would begin precisely at 6, supper rooms open at 9, and the president to quit the chair at 12 o'clock. March 7th. Arrived in Yarmouth Roads the St. George of 98 guns, bearing the flag of Lord Nelson. The grand fleet of 47 ships of war with 3,000 marines sailed on the 12th under the command of Admiral Sir Hyde Parker in the London of 98 guns, with Nelson as his vice-admiral. The fleet first rendezvoused in Leith Roads, where it was joined by 7 sail of the line, and afterwards proceeded to Copenhagen. March 10th. A mob assembled at Lynn and grossly assaulted several millers and farmers by throwing at them stones and dirt. In the evening they broke the windows in the dining room of the Duke's Head Inn. One of the ringleaders was taken to jail, and by the active exertions of the Rutland militia, tranquillity was restored without bloodshed. March 11th. Mr. Kett, butcher of Norwich, undertook to ride his horse 50 miles in 4 hours. He started from St. Stephen's Gates at 12 o'clock, reached the 25th milestone on the Thetford Road in about 2.5 hours, and returned to the place whence he had set out 1.5 minutes before the time allowed. 6 to 4 was laid that the horse did not perform the journey. March 14th. Advertisement. The Yarmouth and Norwich mail coach will set out from the King's Head, Market-place, Norwich, and the Star Tavern, Quay, Yarmouth, every day at 12 o'clock. March 16th. The Invincible, of 74 guns, built in 1766, Rear Admiral Toddy, on her way to join the Grand Fleet, got on the ridge near Happisburgh Sand and remained there till daybreak next morning, when she floated off. On entering deep water, she went down immediately with several officers and 300 men. Daniel Gregson, master of the Nancy Codsmack, saved 7 officers and about 190 of the crew. At a court-martial held at Sheerness on March 31st, on Admiral Toddy and the surviving officers and crew, it was proved that the disaster occurred through the ignorance of the pilot, and a verdict of honorable acquittal was returned. March 19th. At the Norfolk Assizes, held at Thetford before Mr. Justice Grose, the action The King versus Augustus Beaver, Clerk, was tried. The information was filed against the defendant by leave of the Court of King's Bench for sending a challenge to Major Edward Payne in consequence of a dispute that had taken place between the Major and the defendant's father. Defendant, referring to this dispute, wrote to Major Payne demanding an apology, or he should be under the necessity of compelling it by a mode generally used among gentlemen. No notice was taken of the letter, and the defendant, meeting Major Payne in the market-place at Norwich, told him publicly that the contempt he had for his character protected his person. The defendant was found guilty, and at the next term of the Court of King's Bench, May 7th, was sentenced to 3 weeks' imprisonment in the King's Bench prison, and ordered to enter into his own recognizances of £500, to find 2 sureties of £250 each, and to be of good behavior for 3 years. March 20th. The remains of Miss Sophia Goddard of the Theatre Royal, Norwich, were interred at St. Peter Mancroft. Mr. Hines, the manager, and the principal actors attended on the melancholy occasion. This young lady had obtained considerable reputation on the Norwich boards, and was making rapid advance to eminence in her profession, when death prematurely deprived the theatrical world of an actress whose talents would have ensured her success on any stage. She supported with great fortitude and resignation a long and painful illness, brought on by exertions that her constitution was unequal to, and died on Sunday last, March 15th, in her 26th year, sincerely beloved and lamented by her family and friends. Wheat this month rose to 180 shillings per quarter. April 3rd. Died at the Cavalry Barracks, Norwich, Lieutenant Robert Scully. His remains were interred on Sunday, April 4th, with military honors at St. Peter Mancroft. April 4th. Died at Cambridge Mrs. Lloyd, widow of Dean Lloyd, aged 79. Her performances in needlework were so exquisitely wrought that they may justly be compared with the paintings of the most celebrated artists. The Transfiguration and other figures represented in the eastern windows of Norwich Cathedral have displayed the superior skill of her personal attainments. Mousehold Heath, Norwich, was enclosed and cultivated. Plots of land were afterwards let at 25 shillings per acre. John Allen, 23, and John Day, 26, for burglary at the house of the Reverend Isaac Horsley at North Walsham. Richard Grafton for stealing a cow and 3 heifers, and James Chettleberg, 36, for stealing 6 sheep at Saxlingham, were executed at Thetford. Day confessed to having committed 4 burglaries previous to that for which he suffered, and to having deserted 13 times from different regiments. In consequence of objections being made to the elections of Messrs. Staff and Proctor in the Weimar ward, and of Messrs. Britton and Scott in the northern ward, Norwich, on the ground of their being ineligible under the Corporation Act, having omitted to receive the sacrament within a year previous to the election of Common Council. The mayor did not make the returns till several days after the usual time. At a court held on this day, the recorder, Mr. Harvey, after the objections had been fully argued by counsel, declared that the persons objected to, who had the majority of votes, having omitted to come into court according to summons, were not duly elected. But as no regular notice had been given previous to the election, the candidates in the minority could not be returned. On May 2nd, a rule was moved for in the Court of King's Bench to show cause why a mandamus should not be directed to the mayor of Norwich to admit Mr. George Weimar into the office of Common Councilman of the city. Similar motions were made on behalf of Messrs. Bacon, Cook, Fisk, and Webster, the other defeated candidates. Lord Kenyon desired counsel to take rule to show cause, and to serve the rule not only on the mayor, but also on those persons who were elected in fact, but not de jure. On May 13th, Lord Kenyon confirmed the decision of the recorder that neither the candidates who had the majority of votes, from their not having taken the sacrament, nor those in the minority were duly elected. Another election for the wards took place on May 25th and 26th. April 11th. Advertisement. To be seen alive in a genteel room at Mr. Peck's Coffee House, Church Style, Market-place, Norwich. The largest rattlesnake ever seen in England, 42 years old, near 9 feet long, in full health and vigor. He is well secured, so that ladies and gentlemen may view him without the least danger. He has not taken any sustenance for the last 11 months. Admittance, ladies and gentlemen, 1 shilling. Working people and children, 6d. April 14th. Intelligence received at Yarmouth of the destruction of the Danish fleet in Copenhagen Bay by the British fleet under the immediate command of Lord Nelson on April 2nd after a battle of 4 hours. 17 sail of the Danish navy were taken or destroyed. The news was conveyed to Norwich by the coach, which entered the city with colours flying. The volunteer corps paraded in the market-place and fired a feu de joie, and the bells of St. Peter Mancroft and of other churches were rung. April 18th. By the latest returns of the secret committee, the county of Norfolk is reported amongst the most loyal counties in the kingdom. April 20th. A performance took place at the Theatre Royal, Norwich, towards raising a fund for the benefit of those who through age or infirmity are obliged to retire from the stage. April 23rd. Died at Norwich Mr. John Bonesell, aged 75 years, an eminent leather cutter, who for upwards of 20 years lived an abstemious life, refraining from animal food and fermented liquors. He rendered himself very conspicuous in the religious world, as he professed opinions in a great measure peculiar to himself, which bordered upon fanaticism. He wrote several religious controversial pamphlets, as The Ram's Horn, etc. April 25th. Comparative returns of the population of Norwich, as taken in 1801, 1786, 1752, and 1693 were published. In 1801, the population was 36,832. In 1786, 40,051. In 1752, 36,169. In 1693, 28,881. The decrease of the population of this city since 1786 is 3,219, but it is to be observed that 1786 was a year of peace, and that in the returns of 1801, those serving in the Navy, Army, and militia are not included. Norwich, during the present war, has furnished at least 4,000 recruits for the Army and Navy, and these will account for the decrease, and also for the great excess of females, which appears by the returns to be above 1/4. Of the present population, 408 are chiefly employed in agriculture, and 12,267 in trade, manufactures, and handicrafts. May 1st. There being again this year no aldermen below the chair who had served the office of sheriff, the following aldermen were put in nomination for the office of mayor: James Crow, Sir Roger Kerrison, John Morse, and Jeremiah Ives, Jr. At the close, the numbers were Ives 668, Crow 638, Kerrison 375, Morse 37. At a court of mayoralty held on Sunday, May 3rd, it was ruled that Mr. Crow was ineligible, in consequence of having served the office 3 years previously to the date of the election. Sir Roger Kerrison, who stood next on the poll, retired in favor of Mr. Ives, who was thereupon declared elected and was duly sworn on June 16th. May 9th. Died at Easton House Sir Lambert Blackwell, Baronet, aged 69. The title, conveyed on his grandfather in 1718, became extinct. He bequeathed all his estates, with his valuable paintings, books, coins, etc., to Mr. William Foster, Jr. of Norwich, subject to certain annuities. May 16th. A reduction of from 15 shillings to 20 shillings per quarter in the price of bread corn was announced. There was also a decrease in the price of live cattle of all kinds. A 6-penny standard wheaten loaf, which about 6 weeks ago weighed only 1 pound 4 ounces 6 drams, now weighs 2 pounds 10 ounces 6 drams. May 23rd. Another capital prize in the lottery has come down to Norwich. The whole ticket, number 24,350, a prize of £15,000 in the July Irish lottery, is the sole property of Charles Weston, Esquire, banker and brewer of this city. The ticket was purchased 12 months ago, and not being registered, the fortunate holder remained unconscious of his wealth until last week, when, on examining the public lists, he discovered that his ticket was a prize of the amount above stated. June 2nd. Mr. Henry Harmer elected Speaker of the Common Council of Norwich, in place of his father, Mr. Samuel Harmer, who held the office upwards of 20 years. June 4th. The King's birthday was celebrated at Norwich with great demonstrations of joy. The corporation attended service at the cathedral. The Loyal Military Association and the several parochial associations paraded in the marketplace and fired a feu de joie, and the members of the Norwich Light Horse, after a like ceremony, dined at the Maid's Head. Major Pattison's corps adjourned to Nietzsche's Gardens, Captain Blake's corps to the Rose Inn, St. Augustine's, and the other corps to different taverns. The mayor gave a dinner to the aldermen. June 8th. A quartermaster of the 13th Light Dragoons rode a certain distance up Thorpe Road in a given time, with his face to the horse's tail, and afterwards up the sand hill near Kett's Castle in the same position, and won both wagers. June 18th. The body of William Suffolk, who was executed in March 1797 for the murder of Mary Beck of North Walsham, was taken down by authority of the magistrates and interred on the spot where the gibbet was erected. About 10 days back, a starling's nest, with young ones, was taken out of the breast of Watson, who hangs on a gibbet on Bradenham Common, near Swaffham, for the murder of his wife, which was witnessed by hundreds of people as something very singular and extraordinary. June 20th. The ensign of the Généraux having been presented to the city by Captain Sir Edward Berry, the corporation caused it to be displayed in St. Andrew's Hall, Norwich, with a suitable inscription. June 22nd. Holkham sheep-shearing commenced and lasted until the 26th. Among those present were the Duke of Bedford, the Duke of Manchester, and other distinguished visitors. The new implements exhibited included a machine for drilling turnips, invented by the Reverend T.C. Munnings. It was described as nothing more than a perforated tin box affixed to and vertical with the axis of a wheelbarrow. A thrashing machine was much approved of. At this meeting, Mr. Coke announced his intention to give premiums for promoting the improvement of livestock and for encouraging experimental husbandry. June 25th. A fire broke out on the roof of Norwich Cathedral and occasioned damage to the amount of £500. Bishop Manners Sutton personally distributed refreshments to the soldiers and others who assisted in extinguishing the flames. About 45 feet of the roof were destroyed. The fire originated from the carelessness of plumbers at work upon the building. June 27th. At the ordinary visitation of the clergy and general confirmation held during this month, Bishop Manners Sutton confirmed at Newmarket 1,150 persons of both sexes, at Bury St. Edmunds 4,500, at Stowmarket 1,150, at Ipswich 1,300, at Woodbridge 1,150, at Framlingham 960, at Beccles 660, and at Norwich 1,100. June 29th. Vice Admiral Lord Nelson arrived at Yarmouth in the Kite sloop Captain Dammet from Copenhagen. He immediately proceeded on foot from the jetty to the hospital and visited the sick and wounded seamen. After a stay of about 3 hours, his lordship left Yarmouth for London under escort of a troop of yeomanry cavalry. The price of wheat at the end of this month fell to 120 shillings per quarter. July 11th. The duty on port wine expected at Lynn alone will, it is said, amount to £80,000. The Postmasters General have permitted the mail coach to be established from Lynn to unite with that from Norwich and Yarmouth at Barton Mills. July 17th. Wroxham Regatta took place. The novelty of a sailing match attracted a great deal of company. It was won by the Union, the property of the Reverend Mr. Preston. July 18th. The population of Norfolk was returned as 274,221, of whom 130,249 were males, and 143,972 females. July 28th. At a general meeting of the deputy lieutenants and magistrates, presided over by the Lord Lieutenant, the Marquis Townsend, it was resolved to adopt measures for the effectual defense of the county and the preservation of property. August 1st. At the Norfolk Assizes, held at Thetford before Lord Chief Baron MacDonald, was tried the action Stracey versus Davy. The plaintiff was Lord of the Manor of Rackheath, and the defendant a tenant of Mr. John Morse, Jr. The action, which was for trespass, was brought for the purpose of ascertaining certain rights set up by the defendant. Davy sought to establish the privilege of sheep walk over that part of Mousehold Heath then belonging to the parish of Rackheath. He claimed severally the right of feeding 500, 400, and 300 sheep, and also the right of depasturing his sheep levant and couchant, and in various other modes. The special jury found a verdict for the defendant, and confirmed his right of feeding 500 sheep at 60 to the 100. August 3rd. The annual venison feast was held at the Red Lion, Fakenham, to celebrate Lord Nelson's victory at the Nile. August 4th. the Norwich Parochial Volunteer Associations assembled at St. Andrew's Hall, and afterwards marched to the marketplace, where Captain William Herring, the commanding officer for the day, read a letter from the Lord Lieutenant, requesting the men to be prepared in case of invasion. This day, from 5 in the morning till 10 at night, heavy cannonading was distinctly heard by the Reverend Mr. Burton and several of his parishioners at Horsford, which was at the time supposed to be the cannonading from Lord Nelson's fleet before Boulogne. August 15th. Henry Lawn, aged 41, executed on the Castle Hill, Norwich, for horse-stealing. He denied to the last that he was guilty. He left a wife and 6 children. He would have enjoyed a considerable property, which the present possessor has entailed upon his children. August 24th. The supplementary militia was re-embodied. During this month, meetings were held in different parishes in city and county to discuss the means to be adopted in case of invasion. The clergy in country parishes took account of the live and dead stock that could be removed, and of the number of wagons and carts to be made use of. The drilling of yeomanry and volunteer corps became general. September 20th. Died at Brompton Sir John Gresham, Baronet, the last male heir of the family. September 26th. A person residing in this city has within the last week been convicted in penalties amounting to £166 10 shillings for having laid a leaden pipe from his dwelling house to communicate with the pipes belonging to the proprietors of the waterworks without having obtained their consent or paid the accustomed water rent. The amount was paid to the company's solicitor, who immediately returned the money except 30 guineas, which he has paid to the Norfolk and Norwich Hospital for the benefit of that institution. The portraits of Lord Nelson by Sir William Beechey and of Mr. John Herring, Mayor of Norwich in 1799, by Opie, were this month placed in St. Andrew's Hall. October 1st. Intelligence was received at Yarmouth from Constantinople of the surrender of Alexandria to the British and Turkish armies under General Hutchinson and the Grand Vizier. October 3rd. The intelligence reached Norwich that the preliminaries of peace had been signed in Paris. There were great rejoicings on the 10th on the ratification of the news. The horses of the mail coach, by which the intelligence was brought to the city, were so terrified by the demonstration that they became unmanageable. The coach was overturned, and the coachman, the guard, and some of the passengers injured. October 5th. At Yarmouth, during the peace illuminations, a mob broke the windows of several houses occupied by Quakers. The ringleaders were committed for trial at the sessions. October 7th. At the Norfolk County Sessions, Elizabeth Manship of Ormsby was indicted for committing an outrage upon the Reverend Eli Morgan Price, when in the act of officiating at divine service at the parish church. It appeared that while Mr. Price was reading a new form of thanksgiving for the late plentiful season, the defendant rushed out of her pew and snatched the paper out of his hands, to the very great disturbance and alarm of the congregation. The jury found the defendant guilty, and she was sentenced to pay a fine of £20. October 21st. A general illumination took place in Norwich in celebration of the peace. There was a grand display of transparencies, and a huge bonfire was lighted in the marketplace, around which the mayor and corporation paraded. The celebration was general throughout the county. October 24th. In the spring of this year, the Palace Workhouse, Norwich, contained 1,017 paupers. They are now reduced to 425, a smaller number than has been known for the past 20 years. The reduction in the other workhouse has been nearly proportionate. November 2nd. The Prince of Orange arrived at Yarmouth from London, and on the 6th sailed in the Diana packet for Cuxhaven. November 13th. Peter Donahue, a sergeant in the 30th Regiment of Foot, was executed at Lynn for uttering counterfeit Bank of England notes. We are sorry to add that he appeared sensible for many minutes after he was turned off, and a large effusion of blood gushed from his mouth and nose, which rendered the scene most awful, terrible, and distressing. November 20th. Prince William Frederick of Gloucester arrived at the house of Mr. J. Pattison at Norwich, and in the afternoon stood sponsor for Mr. Pattison's youngest son, who was christened at St. Stephen's Church by the name of William Frederick. The prince afterwards went to Houghton, where Lord Cholmondeley gave a grand fete in honor of the peace. On his return to Norwich on November 25th, His Royal Highness attended a ball and supper given by Mrs. Charles Manners Sutton at the Bishop's Palace. November 21st. The coursing meeting at Swaffham last week was numerously and respectably attended. The silver cup was won by Mr. Denton's bitch Nettle, which beat Mr. Tyson's bitch. The assembly was brilliantly and numerously attended. December 5th. It was announced that the Duke of Norfolk intended to pull down the old palace, now used as a workhouse, and employ the premises for some beneficial and ornamental purpose. December 16th. The old hall at Stratton Strawless, belonging to Mr. Robert Marsham, was destroyed by fire. The family had removed a few weeks before into the new hall. December 26th. A serious affray occurred at Horsford between two excise officers, assisted by 2 privates of the 3rd Dragoon Guards and 30 smugglers. The officers had seized a large quantity of smuggled goods at Cawston, and the smugglers succeeded in retaking only a small part. One of the soldiers was shot. Several of the smugglers were desperately wounded, and 2 died of their wounds. Advertisement. The Lord Nelson new light coach from London to Lynn in 14 hours through Cambridge and Ely. Agreeable to the wishes of the Vice-Chancellor and several members of the University, the proprietors mean to relinquish travelling on the Sunday. The coach will leave the Golden Cross, Charing Cross, on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings at 5:30, arrive at Cambridge at 1, and Lynn at 8 in the evening. The coach will return from the Globe Inn, Lynn, on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday mornings. The coach carries 4 inside. Advertisement. The Lord Nelson coach from London to Fakenham. The coach leaves the Crown, Fakenham, on Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, sups at Cambridge, and arrives in London about 7 in the morning. From the Golden Cross, same days, at 6 in the evening. Prices of corn at the end of the year. Wheat, 70 shillings to 76 shillings. Rye, 36 shillings. Barley, 40 shillings to 42 shillings per quarter. Oats, 20 shillings to 24 shillings. Malt, 32 shillings per coombe. Best flour, 3 pounds 1 shilling 8 1/4 pence per sack. Coals, 40 shillings 4 pence per chaldron. 1802. January 2nd. Mr. W. E. Bulwer of Hayden has resolved to divide all his farms into 200 acres as they come out of lease. They are worthy the attention of industrious men wanting situations. January 4th. The Duke of Bedford, Lord Paget, and Lord John Thynne, with 4 other gentlemen, on a visit to Lord Cholmondeley at Houghton, had the greatest day's sport ever known in Norfolk. They killed altogether 165 hares, 42 pheasants, 5 rabbits, 2 woodcock, and 2 partridges, and this notwithstanding that the woods had been beat 5 times this season. January 9th. A reduction of 3 shillings 6 pence in the pound poor rates announced. The mulct was fixed at 7 shillings in the pound. For the last 30 years, there have not been so few paupers in the 2 workhouses, principally owing to the manufacturers of Norwich having such large orders to execute that hands are actually wanted. The non-commissioned officers and privates of the Blowfield and South Walsham troop of yeomanry cavalry offered to continue their services to the government, and thanked the officers for the unremitting and polite attention paid to them since the establishment in 1794. Other troops of yeomanry in the county made similar offers. January 13th. Died lately at Bristol Hot Wells, where she'd gone for the recovery of her health, the Countess of Leicester. Died last week Mr. William Webstale, This venerable man lived in 3 centuries and expired at the advanced age of 102 years. The following coach advertisements were published on this date. Royal Lynn Mail Coach sets out daily from the Duke's Head Inn, Lynn, by way of Brandon, Barton Mills, Newmarket, Burnbridge, and Epping, to the White Horse in Fetter Lane, whence it returns every day at 3 o'clock. The Fakenham and Swaffham Light Post Coach sets out daily from the Red Lion in Fakenham at 2 o'clock, and returns from London as above. The Lord Nelson Coach from Lynn to Norwich in 7 hours. From the Globe, Lynn, to the King's Head, Norwich, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, returning Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 7 o'clock in the morning. The Lynn and Norwich Machine, from the Crown Tavern, Lynn, to the White Swan, Norwich, runs 3 times a week. Insides 12 shillings, outsides 7 shillings. January 14th. Mr. William Earl Bulwer installed Provincial Grand Master of Freemasons at the White Swan, St. Peter Mancroft, Norwich. January 15th. The thermometer very near to 0, 32 degrees below freezing point. January 16th. A fine grey eagle was taken alive in a trap upon the estate of Lord Montrath at Weeding. It measured from the extremity of each wing 7 feet 8 inches, and from the beak to the tail nearly 4 feet. February 15th. The Norwich Court of Guardians considered the question of the erection of a new workhouse. The average number of poor maintained in the 2 workhouses during the previous 18 years had been 1,282. It was recommended that one building be erected to accommodate 1,300, the money to be borrowed on shares of £100 each, bearing interest, and to be paid off by lot, so that the whole debt, with interest thereon, would be discharged in 20 years. A bill was brought before Parliament and received the royal assent on May 24th, and a site for the building was purchased near the opening to Chapel Field. On December 7th, in consequence of observations made by Mr. Alderman Rigby on the subject of outdoor relief, the question was deferred until the committee had informed the court whether these allowances may not be so extended without any diminution of the comforts of the poor, so as to render unnecessary the building of such a workhouse as has hitherto been proposed. The scheme for the erection of the workhouse was ultimately abandoned. February 21st. Died Mr. Henry Skipper, Dyer, St. Peter Hungate, Norwich. He was in his time a famous pugilist, and fought several pitched battles with Alger, Henry, and others. March 16th. Died at his house in Greville Street, Hatton Garden, London, in the 28th year of his age, Thomas Archibald Merry, M.D., one of the physicians of the public dispensary in Carey Street, and of the House of Recovery for Infectious Diseases, an institution which in a great measure owed its establishment to Dr. Merry's exertions. He was the youngest son of Dr. John Merry, founder of the Scots Society in Norwich, who died September 26, 1792. March 20th. Died lately at Strawberry Hill, near Collumpton, Devonshire, aged 78, the Earl of Montrath of Weeding Hall. The earldom is extinct. His lordship left a legacy of £2,000 to the Norfolk and Norwich Hospital. His invariable dread of smallpox occasioned his lordship to lead absolutely the life of a recluse. His terror was so great that he had 5 houses between his seat at Weeding and his house in Devonshire, to prevent the chance of infection, and at these houses small establishments were kept up, as he dared not sleep in an inn. March 24th. At the Norfolk Assizes, held at Thetford, the grand jury made a presentment to the effect that as hay and corn were considerably reduced in price, publicans and posting-masters might, without injury to themselves, decrease their charges. It was resolved that those publicans and posting-masters who have already reduced their charges are deserving approbation and encouragement. In an advertisement published on April 24th, the postmasters stated that from the heavy duties imposed upon carriages, the first expense of chaises and their repair, The increased price of horses and of smiths' work, they could not, without great injury to themselves and their families, make any abatement in the charge of 15 pence, which included the payment of a duty of 3 pence per mile, they having been considerable losers during the previous 2 years. March 27th. Died at Melton Constable, Sir Edward Astley, Baronet, who represented Norfolk in 4 successive parliaments. He was succeeded in the title and estates by Sir J. H. Astley, his only surviving son by his first wife, the eldest sister of John Lord Delaval, of Seaton Delaval, Northumberland. March 30th. News was received of the definite treaty of peace having been signed at Amiens on March 27th by the Marquis Cornwallis and Bonaparte. The Norwich Loyal Military Associations assembled at St. Andrew's Hall. Instead of field pieces and ammunition wagons, the martial divisions were preceded in their march from the hall to the marketplace by 2 brewers' drays laden with 6 barrels of Norwich porter, which were drunk with much joy. April 10th. Advertisement. To seafaring men, a double call to be sold. For price and particulars, inquire of the printers. Within the last 3 months, nearly 300 paupers have been discharged from the 2 workhouses, which at the present time do not contain more than 550 persons, the smallest number ever remembered. The next poor rate, in consequence, will not exceed 4 shillings 3 pence in the pound in Norwich. It appears from the returns of assessment of income that Norfolk and Norwich last year contributed £111,513, 17 shillings 1 pence, of which sum £18,801, 0 shillings 3 1/4 pence, was paid by persons possessing incomes under £200 a year, and £92,712, 16 shillings 9 3/4 pence, by persons of superior income. April 17th. Advertisement. Bear baiting. Henry Gerard respectfully informs the public that there will be a bear baiting in a meadow belonging to the Ferry Farmhouse, Great Yarmouth, on Monday next, the 19th instant, in the afternoon. Admission 1 shilling, 6 pence to be returned in liquor. The baiting was prevented by the action of the county justices. William Dunnett for horse stealing and John Saunders for stealing a cow were executed at Thetford. April 24th. The East and West regiments of Norfolk militia disembodied at Yarmouth and Dereham. The several corps of yeomanry cavalry and volunteer infantry, on being disbanded, were thanked by the government for their services. The whole of the French and Dutch prisoners confined in Yaxley Barracks were last week put on board different vessels in Lynn Harbor, from whence they proceeded to their respective countries. April 26th. Died at Bath, age 78, the Reverend Edmund Nelson, father of Lord Nelson. He was rector of Burnham Thorpe, to which he was presented in 1755 by Lord Walpole. April 27th. To commemorate the opening of the new organ built by the celebrated Mr. England of London, the oratorio The Messiah was performed at St. George Colgate Church, Norwich, which was lighted up and matted for the occasion. The organ was opened by Mr. Beckwith, who also conducted the band. 3 shillings was charged for admission to the church. May 3rd. The Corporation of Norwich voted an address to His Majesty the King on the acquisition of peace. The address was presented to His Majesty at a levee at St. James's Palace on May 21st by Mr. Jeremiah Ives, Jr., Mayor, Sir Roger Carrison, Mayor-elect, and Mr. William Foster, Jr. May 4th. Peace was proclaimed by the Mayor and Corporation, who went in procession through the streets of Norwich. Major Pattison's Corps of Volunteers and the several parochial military associations, after firing volleys in the marketplace, marched to the residence of the Mayor-elect, where they deposited their muskets and regimental colors. Officers and men afterwards repaired to Nietzsche's Gardens, where they dined. In the evening there was a general illumination. The day was similarly observed at Yarmouth. May 10th. A fete was held in Reffley Wood near Lynn. A fine Norfolk sheep was roasted for the feast, presided over by Sir Martin Folkes. May 13th. Died, age 85, Mrs. Beaton, of St. John Matter Market, Norwich. She was a native of Wales and commonly called here the Freemason, from the circumstance of her having contrived to conceal herself one evening in the wainscoting of the lodge-room, where she learnt that secret, the knowledge of which thousands of her sex in vain attempted to arrive at. She was a very singular old woman, and, as a proof of it, the secret died with her. May 14th. A heavy fall of snow, which in many places lay more than an inch thick upon the ground. On the 15th there was a severe frost, and snow fell for 2 hours. At Langley and other places it was between 3 and 4 inches in depth. May 22nd. Between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, the dwelling house of the Reverend Mr. Sykes of Guestwick was burglariously entered by 2 men. They presented themselves at Mr. and Mrs. Sykes' bedside. Their faces were blackened, and one of them had on a slip of linen, and the other a woman's checked bedgown. They each had a cudgel and a candle in their hands. They said, "We have pistols, your money or your lives." One of them remained by the bedside while the other plundered the drawers. Then they departed, carrying away some money and a watch. May 24th. The Duke of Cambridge sailed from Yarmouth in the Amphion frigate for Hanover, of which kingdom he was appointed regent. May 24th. Died, aged 90, Mrs. Anne Fuller of Raveningham. Her remains were interred at the parish of Toft Monks. The pall was supported by 6 grandchildren, and the funeral attended by children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren in her own lineal descent to the number of 47. May 29th. At a county meeting, an address to His Majesty on the peace was moved by the Honourable Colonel Woodhouse, seconded by the Honourable Colonel Harbord, and unanimously adopted. The address was presented to the King by Mr. Robert Wilson, High Sheriff. May 31st. A fire occurred at Swanton paper mill, a great part of which was destroyed, with all the paper. The damage was estimated at £4,000. June 1st. This day was ordered to be observed as one of general thanksgiving for the restoration of peace. The mayor and corporation of Norwich attended the cathedral, and the appointed service was performed at all parish churches. At Lynn, the inhabitants, instead of having an illumination, collected £300, which was distributed amongst the poor. June 21st. Holcombe sheep shearing commenced. A new thrashing machine was exhibited. An improved drill for turnip sowing was also shown. From the same barrel, seed and oil cake manure are delivered into one tube, through which it is deposited in the earth by the same coulters. June 22nd. Guild Day at Norwich. The mayor, Sir Roger Carrison, went to the cathedral in a most elegant new chariot, the colour of royal blue. The coachman and the 3 footmen behind had handsome new liveries, with gold-laced cocked hats and gold-headed canes. His worship wore a full-dress coat and embroidered waistcoat. At the Guild feast in St. Andrew's Hall, 800 guests were present, and at the ball given in the evening at Chapel Fieldhouse, Mr. T. A. Carrison and Miss Chadd opened the dancing for the 450 guests. June 26th. Advertisement. On Wednesday, the 30th instant, a main of cocks will be fought at Elsham between the gentlemen of Suffolk and the gentlemen of Norfolk for 10 guineas a battle and 20 the odd. Feeder for Suffolk, Nathaniel Rowan. Ditto for Norfolk, Henry Seaman. July 2nd. Dibdin gave his entertainment, Sans Souci, at the Theatre Royal, Norwich. The performance was repeated on the succeeding evening. July 5th. Parliament having been dissolved on June 29th, the election of members for the city of Norwich took place on this day. The candidates were the Right Honourable William Wyndham of Felbrigg and Mr. John Frere of Roydon, Mr. Robert Fellows of Shottisham, and Mr. William Smith. At the close of the poll, the numbers were Fellows 1,532, Smith 1,439, Wyndham 1,356, Frere 1,328. There was great rioting. The chairing took place on the day following the declaration of the poll. July 12th. After the lapse of 34 years, a contested election took place for the county of Norfolk. The poll opened on the 12th and continued for 8 days. The result was declared as follows. Mr. Thomas William Coke, 4,317. Sir Jacob Henry Astley, 3,612. The Honorable Colonel Woodhouse, 3,517. A scrutiny was demanded by the friends of the latter and granted. It commenced on July 30th and continued until August 28th, when Colonel Woodhouse's counsel retired from the case, and Mr. J. H. Astley and Mr. Coke were declared duly elected. The expenses of the contest were estimated at £35,000, and the amount spent by the successful candidates to bring distant voters to the poll was enormous. Mr. John Hookham Frere of Roydon was this month appointed Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary to the Court of Madrid. August 12th. This year's anniversary service at the Cathedral, in aid of the Norfolk and Norwich Hospital, realized £165, 3 shillings, 4 3/4 pence. With the proceeds of the dinner at the Maid's Head Inn, the total amount handed to the institution was £204, 17 shillings, 8 3/4 pence. August 14th. We hear from Brussels that a party of gentlemen from Lynn have reached that city in the Heb pleasure yacht. This being the first vessel that ever displayed the British flag in Brussels, the quay of the port has been crowded with spectators looking at her. August 17th. A duel was fought on Mousehold Heath, Norwich, by Mr. Robert Alderson, a well-known barrister, and Mr. Grigsby. The latter conceived that he had been unfairly treated in cross-examination by Mr. Alderson at the Suffolk Assizes, and, refusing to accept his explanation, sent him a challenge. Mr. Alderson was attended to the field by Mr. Mackintosh, and Mr. Grigsby by Mr. Turner. 2 shots were exchanged with no effect than that of Mr. Grigsby's first ball passing through the skirts of Mr. Alderson's coat. A cordial reconciliation was afterwards effected. August 28th. William Ricks was executed on Castle Hill, Norwich, for sheep stealing. September 5th. The organ of the Octagon Chapel, Norwich, was opened by Mr. Beckwith. The instrument was built by Crotch. October 4th. A grand musical festival was held in Norwich under the direction of Messrs. Beckwith and Sharp and Mr. Ashley of London. Mrs. Billington, Mr. Bartleman, and Mr. Bram were the principal artistes. The last performance was given on the 7th. October 8th. The Princess of Wales concluded a visit to the Marquis and Marchioness Townshend at Raynham and returned to Blackheath. October 13th. Mr. Alderman Francis Columbine resigned his seat. Owing to his pecuniary distress, the Corporation of Norwich granted to him and his daughter an annuity of £100. October 14th. Races were held at Blickling Park. Lady Caroline Harbord gave a ball and supper, attended by upwards of 100 guests from Aylsham and the neighbourhood. October 18th. 3 gentlemen, for a considerable wager, undertook to walk blindfolded from Post Office Court to the great doors of St. Peter Mancroft Church, Norwich, in 15 minutes. 2 of them performed it in less than the given time, much to the satisfaction of the spectators. But the other unfortunate gentleman bent his course rapidly for the upper market, and found himself at the expiration of the time at the great doors of St. Andrew's Hall. October 21st. Mr. Edward Rigby was elected alderman of the Great Northern Ward in room of Mr. Francis Columbine after a severe contest lasting 2 days. His opponent was Mr. Jonathan Davy. October 23rd. Died at Vienna, aged 80, General Jerningham, nephew of Sir George Jerningham, Baronet, of Costessey. He was upwards of 50 years in the imperial service and was chamberlain to the Empress Maria Theresa and to the Emperors Joseph, Leopold, and Francis. November 8th. Swaffham coursing meeting commenced. November 25th. Mr. Welby of Blickling undertook, for a bet of 50 guineas, to ride his mare 90 miles on the Aylsham road in 10 hours, all paces. She performed the first 80 miles in 8 hours, 25 minutes, and had an hour and 35 minutes to run the last 10 miles, but was unable to accomplish it, to the great disappointment of those who bet 3 and 4 to 1 that the mare performed the journey. End of Events of the Years 1801 and 1802 from Norfolk Annals, 1801 to 1850, Volume 1, by Charles Mackey. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Selected Lessons from Pitman's Commercial Spanish Grammar, 2nd edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pitman's Commercial Spanish Grammar, 2nd edition, by C. A. Toledano. Lesson 33, Lección 33. Augmentative and diminutive terminations. See also Appendix 4. Examples in English. Ball, balloon. Book, booklet. Lad, laddie. Man, mannequin. These terminations are frequent in Spanish, especially the diminutive. On, masculine, ona, feminine. Footnote. Feminine nouns, however, generally take on and become masculine as un mujerón, a tall woman, except when ambiguity might arise as un muchachón, a tall or big boy, una muchachona, a tall or big girl. End footnote. Denote augmentation as libro, book, librón, large book. Ito, masculine. Ita, feminine. Ico, masculine. Ica, feminine. Denote diminution to which an idea of endearment is always attached, which is natural in Spanish when speaking of little objects in the ordinary way. If for any reason disparagement or insignificance is suggested, then illo, illa, huelo, huela are used instead. Other terminations less used are aso, acho, onaso, achón, ote, astro, aco, and a few others. Augmentative, suggesting generally disparagement, etc. Ete, in, ino, itito, itico, itillo, and a few others, diminutive. If a noun ends in a vowel, this is elided. Footnote. If a noun ends in N, except proper names like Juan, or R, ito, ico, illo, huelo, change into cito, cico, sillo, suelo. If a noun of one syllable ends in a consonant, or a noun of 2 syllables ends in e or yo, or contains a diphthong, ito, ico, etc., change into esito, esico, etc. If a noun of one syllable ends in a vowel, ito, ico, etc., become esito, esico, etc. Other slight changes occur also. End footnote. Before adding the termination. The augmentative and diminutive terminations have no determinate meaning. They are vague and indefinite, and consequently, when preciseness is required, we must use the adjectives grande, pequeño, etc., which can be employed conjointly with the terminations as me dio 2 librones gruesos y 3 libritos delgados. He gave me 2 heavy big books and 3 small ones. Students should use the terminations on and ito, but no others until they become familiar with them with reading, as they cannot be used indiscriminately with all nouns. The termination asu serves also to indicate an injury or explosion from a weapon as un sablazo, a saber cut, un puñetazo, a blow with a fist, un navajazo, a stab with a knife, un cañonazo, a cannon shot. With some weapons, some other terminations are used. Una cuchillada, same as navajazo. Una paliza, a thrashing with a stick. Lesson 34. Lección 34. The adjective. The position of qualifying adjectives is generally after the noun, especially 1. Those denoting physical qualities as un hombre ciego, a blind man, una mesa redonda, a round table, paño negro, black cloth. 2. Those denoting nationality as quincalla inglesa, British hardware. 3. Those derived from verbs as mercancía averiada, damaged goods. The above rule is subject to many exceptions for the sake of euphony or to give more than the ordinary prominence to the adjective or the noun. However, the following rule will be found a reliable general one, and it is in fact the informing principle of all special rules given in the various grammars. An adjective used as an epithet should precede the noun. If used as a distinguishing word, it should follow. By an adjective used as an epithet, we mean one calling to mind a quality known or supposed to belong to the noun, as no perdió el aliento el valiente general. The brave general did not lose courage. By a distinguishing word, we mean one used to indicate the quality of a noun as compared with another of the same species, as quiero comprar maquinaria barata. I wish to buy cheap machinery. The partitive adjectives some and any are left out in translation when they do not convey the idea of limited quantity. When they do, algún, un poco de, singular, algunos, and unos, plural, are used. Un poco de and unos convey the idea of a more limited quantity or number than alguno and algunos. The following few examples are calculated to make it clear as regards the various shades of meaning. ¿Tiene usted alfombras? Have you any carpets? Tengo algún azúcar para vender. I have some sugar to sell. ¿Quiere usted un poco de papel? Will you have some paper? Yo tengo algunas obligaciones. I have some debentures. He recibido algunos cigarros. Y reservaré unas cajas de los mejores. I received some cigars. I shall reserve for you some boxes of the best quality. One adjective preceding 2 or more nouns agrees in gender and number with the first only, as la nueva caldera y accesorios gustó or gustaron mucho al cliente. The new boiler and accessories pleased the customer very much. NB. If a verb intervenes, the adjective is generally plural, and in case of different genders, is plural masculine, as Adjuntos remitimos factura y conocimiento. Enclosed we send invoice and bill of lading. When the adjective follows two or more nouns, it is put in the plural, as El trigo y el maíz están sostenidos. Wheat and maize are firm. If the nouns are of different genders, the adjective is plural masculine, as El encaje y las guarniciones han salido caros. The lace and trimmings came out dear. Exception. When all the several nouns preceding the adjective are in the plural, and all referring to things, not persons, the adjective may be made to agree in gender with the noun last mentioned, as Los tornillos y las tuercas están bien ajustados, or ajustadas. The screws and nuts are well adjusted. It is better to avoid this construction. 1. By saying, Las tuercas y los tornillos están bien ajustados. 2. By using an adjective having the same termination for masculine and feminine. 3. By giving a different turn to the sentence as, Son de buen ajuste. Adjectives that qualify the feminine nada, nothing, are always used in the masculine. Nada bueno espero de él. I expect nothing good from him. Adjectives referring to titles of individuals are placed in the gender of the persons bearing those titles, as Usted, contraction of vuestra merced, es muy buen amigo. You are a very good friend. Adjectives of color derived from a noun, as violeta, violet, rosa, pink, chocolate, chocolate, etc., do not take the mark of the plural, the words color de being understood before them as guantes crema, cream gloves. Lesson 35. Lección 35. The adjective, continued. Degrees of comparison. As, as, and so, as, are translated tan, como, as much, as, and so much, as, are translated tanto, tanta, tantos, tantas, como, or cuanto. NB. Cuan may be used instead of como before an adjective as tan razonable en precio cuan apreciado por la buena calidad. As reasonable in price as it is appreciated for its good quality. The more, the more, is translated cuanto más, tanto más, also más, más, without the article. Than whom, than which, is translated as follows. Sedas floreadas italianas que no las hay mejores en el mercado. Italian flowered silks, than which there are no better on the market. Adjectives ending in yo, not io, drop the whole diphthong before adding isimo, as amplio, amplissimo, very ample, except agrio, agriissimo, very sour. Those ending in z change, of course, the z into c, as feliz, felicissimo. Footnote. Z should not occur before E and I in modern Spanish. End footnote. Very happy. The irregular superlatives óptimo, pésimo, máximo, mínimo, ínfimo, and supremo are used very sparingly, but they are found both as superlative absolute and superlative relative as esta es una cantidad ínfima. It is an infinitesimal amount. El precio mínimo. Footnote. Although improperly, we often find más mínimo, más ínfimo, etc. El supremo bien de la vida es hacer a otros felices. The highest blessing of life is to make others happy. The irregular comparatives mejor and peor are in general use. Mayor and menor refer more generally to age, older, elder, and younger. Inferior and superior are generally used as their English equivalents. The expressions a larger building, a higher tree, etc. are generally rendered un edificio más grande, un árbol más alto, etc. Irregular superlatives. Acre, sour. Acérrimo. Amigo, friendly. Amicísimo. Antiguo, ancient. Antiquísimo. Áspero, harsh. Aspérrimo. Benéfico, beneficent. Beneficentísimo. Benévolo, benevolent. Benevolentísimo. Célebre, celebrated. Celebérrimo. Fiel, faithful. Fidelísimo. Íntegro, upright. Integérrimo. Libre, free. Libérrimo. Magnífico, magnificent. Magnificentísimo. Mísero, miserable. Misérrimo. Munifico, munificent. Munificentísimo. Pobre, poor. Paupérrimo. And pobrísimo, more used. Sabio, wise. Sapientísimo. Sagrado, holy. Sacratísimo. Salubre, healthy. Salubérrimo. Simple, simple. Simplicísimo. Ubérrimo, most fruitful. Some of the best modern authors write buenísimo, nuevísimo, etc. regularly without substituting the diphthong by the pure vowel, as bonissimo, novissimo, notwithstanding the shifting of the stress. Substantives used as adjectives admit of comparison as es tan caballero or más caballero que sus contrincantes. He is as or more gentlemanly as than his neighbors, competitors. Than, followed by a number, unless the sentence be negative, is translated by de. Than, followed by a finite verb, is de lo que, as cumple más de lo que promete. He accomplishes more than he promises. But hablar español es más difícil que escribirlo. To speak Spanish is more difficult than to write it. The following expressions are translated. Él le lleva 6 años. He is older than you by 6 years. Esta tela cuesta 5 peniques menos la yarda. This cloth is cheaper by 5 pence a yard. Esta casa es 10 años más antigua. This firm is older by 10 years. Lesson 36. Lección 36. The adjective continued. The adjective grande, great, large, may precede or follow a noun. If it precedes, it may drop the final syllable. When grande or gran precedes, it generally refers more to quality than to size. But this rule is not strict at all, as much is left to the tone of the voice and also to gesture. When santo means holy, it is always written in full. When santo means saint, it drops the to before the name following. Exceptions: Santo Tomás or Tomé, Santo Domingo, and Santo Toribio. But La Isla de San Tomás, the island of St. Thomas, West Indies. Some adjectives alter their meaning according as they precede or follow a noun, as cierto hombre, a certain man, not un cierto. Una noticia cierta, a certain, sure, news. Un pobre escritor, a poor writer, of little worth. Un escritor pobre, an impecunious writer. Un simple favor, a simple favor. Un favor simple, a simple favor. Un simple soldado, a simple, plain, soldier. Un hombre simple, a simple man, a simpleton. One and ones after an adjective are always left untranslated. Man and woman, in the majority of cases, are also omitted, as tengo algunos buenos, I have some good ones. Un francés, una francesa. A Frenchman, a Frenchwoman. Numeral adjectives used for measurement are translated as follows. Una plataforma de 30 pies por 6. A platform 30 feet long by 6 feet wide. Este tanque tiene 16 pies de profundidad. This tank is 16 feet deep. In, after a superlative relative, is rendered by de as es el negociante más próspero de la ciudad. He is the most successful merchant in the city. The proportional adjectives are el doble, the double, el triple, threefold, el cuádruplo, fourfold, el quíntuple, fivefold, el sextuple, sixfold, el décuplo, tenfold, el centuplo, 100-fold, siete veces tanto, sevenfold, ocho veces tanto, eightfold, etc., etc. The adjective is used also adverbally, oftener in Spanish than in English, as hablar claro, alto, bajo, fuerte, to speak clearly, loudly, softly, strongly, comprar caro, barato, to buy dear, cheap, ir derecho, to go straight, tener fuerte, to hold fast. exclamó ufano, cortés, enfadado, bondadoso. He proudly, courteously, angrily, kindly exclaimed. Justo ha llegado una carta. A letter has just arrived. Adjectives have a governing power through a preposition, and then the preposition to be used belongs to the idiom of the language. Practice will make perfect. The following are some examples in which the construction differs. Afable a, or con, or para con todos. Affable to all. Agudo de ingenio. Sharp-witted. Ajeno de la verdad. Foreign to truth. Alegre de cascos. Light-headed. Blanco de tez. Fair-complexioned. Cargado de espaldas. Round-shouldered. Codicioso. Deseoso de dinero. Greedy. Wishing for money. Cercano a su fin. Nearing his end. Desdichado de mí. Unhappy me. Difícil de comprender. Hard to understand. Dotado de buenas partes. Endowed with good parts. Duro de cabeza, de mollera, de corazón. Hard-hearted, hard-headed, hard-hearted. Lesson 39. Lección 39. All intransitive verbs in Spanish are conjugated with the auxiliary verb haber, as ha venido, he has or is come. A verb that governs an infinitive through a certain preposition, as convenimos en hacerlo, we agreed upon doing it, should drop the preposition when a finite verb follows. N.B. Many such verbs, however, may preserve the preposition even before a finite mood, as convenimos que or en que lo hiciesen. We agreed that they should do it. When the subject of a verb is a collective noun, the verb is placed in the singular. See Lesson 32 for exception. When a compound subject follows the verb, this may agree in number and person with the first subject only, as nos ha llegado la circular y los impresos que la acompañaban. We received the circular and the printed matter which accompanied it. The ambiguity between a reflexive verb plural and a reciprocal verb is avoided thus. Se comprometen a sí mismos. Emphatic. They commit themselves. Se comprometen el uno al otro, or los unos a los otros. They commit each other. A reflexive verb is that in which the second pronoun of the same person as the subject is the direct object of the action, as ellos se comprometen. They commit themselves. But when the second pronoun stands for the indirect object, the verb is only intransitive pronominal, as él se procuró un empleo. He procured for himself an employment. The passive voice. The passive voice formed with ser occurs much less in Spanish than in English. When the doer is not expressed, the active voice with se generally takes its place, as los niños se aman or se ama. Footnote. Notice singular number. End footnote. A los niños. Children are loved. When the doer is mentioned, the following construction is often used. A estos niños los aman sus padres. These children are loved by their parents. The English present participle, used substantively, is rendered in Spanish by a noun or by the infinitive mood of the verb, generally preceded by the definite article, as el cambio de las condiciones, the changing of the terms. El cambiar las condiciones, the changing of the terms. Su comunicación a las autoridades de la aduana. El escribir, or el haber escrito él a las autoridades de la aduana. His writing to the custom house authorities. El vender a crédito a largos plazos no es un principio sano. Selling on credit with long terms is not a sound practice. Prefiero comprar disponible, or las compras de disponible. I prefer spot buying. The English gerund following by is translated by the gerund without preposition or by the infinitive preceded by con as depositando or con depositar sus acciones se puso en perfecta regla. By depositing his shares, he put himself in order. The Spanish verbal forms ending in ante and yente as amante, lover, tratante, dealer, dependiente, clerk, etc., used to be termed present participles, and the analogous forms amando, loving, tratando, treating, dependiendo, depending, etc., gerunds, but this has now taken the place of both forms used as verbs, and the forms in ante and yente are classed as other parts of speech, according to their meaning as amante de la música, adjective, fond of music. Un tratante en trigos, noun, a dealer in wheat. Un dependiente de comercio, noun, a commercial clerk. Durante la exposición, preposition, during the exhibition. Mediante su ayuda, preposition, by means of his help. No obstante que vino, conjunction, notwithstanding his coming. Corriente, interjection. All right. Done. Lesson 40. Lección 40. The verb, continued. As in English, several past participles may be used with an active meaning, as un hombre leído, a well-read man, for a man who has read much and well. The following are some examples. Agradecido, grateful. Atrevido, bold, daring. Bien hablado, a courteous speaker. Callado, taciturn. Cansado, tiresome. Comedido, thoughtful, considerate. Corrido, footnote. With a passive meaning, it is abashed. End footnote. Acute, artful. Divertido, amusing. Entendido, experienced, conversant. Experimentado, experienced, expert. Sufrido, patient. The tenses. The periphrastic or progressive conjugation, I am buying, I was selling, I shall be buying, etc., exists in Spanish with the following differences from English. In the present and the past it is used, but only when the action embraces a certain length of time. Otherwise, the simple form I buy, I sold, imperfect indicative must be used as Fulano se arrojaba por la ventana, not se estaba arrojando. The Spanish Academy gives this example as of an action more or less instantaneous. So-and-so was throwing himself out of the window. The periphrastic form is inadmissible unless one is actually engaged in the action as Hoy como con mi amigo, not estoy comiendo, because not actually engaged in the action. Today I am dining with my friend. In the future, this construction is permissible only in such cases as Cuando venga mañana, yo estaré escribiendo. Tomorrow when he comes, I shall be writing. The periphrastic form never happens with the verb ir, to go, and seldom with venir, to come. The English present perfect, el pretérito compuesto, I have done, is often used in Spanish for the past definite I did, when the period of time in which the action took place is not specified. The Spanish Academy gives, Siempre que he ido a Madrid, he visitado el Prado. For, whenever I went to Madrid, I visited the Prado. We even find, ayer he hecho esto o aquello. For yesterday I did this or that. And this is accounted for by the nearness of the period elapsed. Although colloquially this does not sound at all so badly as in English, well-educated Spaniards will take care to avoid it. The second or by form of the imperfect subjunctive may be used also for the conditional mood as se lo diera si lo tuviese, instead of se lo daría, etc. I should give it to him if I had it. It is also found in books, not in conversation, for the compound imperfect indicative, especially after que, as los consejos que le diera, for que le había dado, the advice which I had given him. In Old Spanish, and even now in poetry, we find it used for every one of the compound past tenses. General observations. The verb to come should be rendered in Spanish by ir when the person is not in the place in question at the time of speaking, as ¿Quiere usted venir aquí a mi casa mañana? Will you come here to my house tomorrow? La vi escribir. I saw her writing. That is, I saw her write. La vi escribiendo. I saw her writing. That is, whilst she was writing. The emphatic word in an English sentence is often and more elegantly translated by a paraphrase in Spanish. ¿Es verdad que ha comprado los géneros? Has he bought the goods? ¿Es él quien ha comprado los géneros? Has he bought the goods? ¿De veras ha comprado los géneros? Has he bought the goods? Pues son los géneros lo que ha comprado. Has he bought the goods? Esta transacción hubo de arruinarle. This transaction was with an ace of ruining him. I believe myself to be clever, etc., is not translated, yo me creo ser hábil, but yo me creo or considero hábil, or yo creo ser hábil, or creo que soy hábil. Lesson 41. Lección 41. The verb, continued. Ser and estar. Such expressions as smoking is prohibited, etc., are translated either es prohibido fumar or está prohibido fumar. Both translations are grammatically correct. Está prohibido fumar is the general expression in this particular case. If we say es prohibido fumar, we are referring to the doer of the action. Es prohibido por la ley, por la policía, por los jefes, etc., etc. A case of passive voice. If we say está prohibido fumar, we have no doer in our mind, but only the thing itself. A case of a condition of things resulting from the action, the prohibition. Example. El fumar es prohibido por el jefe. Por esto está prohibido fumar en nuestro despacho. Smoking is prohibited by our employer. That is, our employer prohibits smoking. Therefore, it is not allowed in our office. The above example is given for the sake of illustration by contrast. In practice, of course, such oddities are avoided. The English expressions, it is I, you, he, we, they, who, ... must be rendered in Spanish by soy yo, es usted, somos nosotros, etc., quien or quienes, ... i.e., the English impersonal it is must be made personal in Spanish. We said that verbs may have a different government in the two languages as colgar de un clavo, to hang on a nail, entrar en una casa, to enter a house. This, one of the points for which rules cannot be laid, belongs to the idiom of the language, and practice is the only master. In reading, together with the meaning of a verb, ascertain its government. Some peculiarities of Spanish verbs. Acabar de, followed by an infinitive, translates to English to have just, followed by a past participle as acaba de flotarse una sociedad. A company has just been floated. Acertar a, followed by an infinitive, translates to happen as acertaron a pasar cuando ella estaba asomada a la ventana. They happened to pass when she was looking out of the window. Acertó a ser viernes aquel día. That day happened to be a Friday. Alegrarse de, celebrar. To be glad to rejoice at. Me alegro mucho de la noticia. Celebro mucho la noticia. I am glad of the news. Before an infinitive de is omitted after alegrarse, as me alegro decirle, I am glad to tell you. Caber is used figuratively in many locutions. No cabe en nosotros tal acción. We are not capable of such an action. No cabe en sí de gozo. He is beside himself with joy. Le cupo el premio gordo. It was his lot or luck to get the chief prize. No se puede saber lo que le cabrá a uno en suerte. One cannot know what one's lot will be. Esta tela es de calidad que no cabe más. This cloth is perfection itself. No caber en sí, to be puffed up with pride. Lesson 42. Lección 42. The verb, continued. Caer has several idiomatic uses. Este vestido le cae bien. This dress fits her well. Caer en gracia. To fall into the good graces of one. Ya caigo. Now I understand. Caerse redondo. To fall flat. Dar. Dar en el clavo. Acertar. To hit it. Dar por concedido. Dar de barato. To grant for the sake of argument. Lo doy por bueno. I consider it as good. Dar los naipes. To deal cards. Dar la enhorabuena, el pésame, los buenos días. To congratulate. To condole with. To wish a good day. Dar la hora. To strike the hour. Dar en caprichos. To give oneself up to whims. Dar en un error. To incur an error. Darse preso. To give oneself up. Darse al estudio. To apply or devote oneself to study. Dar a creer. To make believe. Dar con una persona. To come across a person. No se me da nada. I do not care a bit. Ahí me las den todas. I do not care a bit. Many other idioms are formed with dar, for which a good dictionary should be consulted. Dejar de. To cease from. To omit. To fail to. Dejemos de hablar. Let us cease talking. Dejó de hacerme la remesa que me había prometido. He omitted to send me the remittance he promised me. No dejaré de ejecutar su orden. I shall not fail to execute your order. Echar, to throw, forms also many idioms for which the dictionary should be consulted. Echar a correr, a reír, etc. To start running, laughing, etc. Echar a perder, to spoil, to ruin. Echar de beber, to pour out drink. Echar de ver, to perceive, to notice. Esto se echa de ver. This is obvious. Echar menos or de menos. To miss, to feel the want of. Echar la llave, el cerrojo, la tranca. To lock, to bolt, to bar, the door. Echar la culpa, to lay the blame. Echar mano, to lay hold, to lay hands upon. Echar un cigarrillo, un puro. To smoke a cigarette, a cigar. Estar, to be. Estar en que, to be of opinion. Estar por, to be in favor of. Estar para, to be on the point of. Estar por hacer, to be yet to be done. Faltar, to fail, to be wanting. Faltó a la promesa. He failed to his promise. Me faltan 5 duros. I am short of $5. NB. Me hacen falta 5 duros is I need $5. Guardarse de. To take care. To guard against. It carries with it a negative meaning. Me guardaré bien de hacerlo. I shall take care not to do it. I shall take care to do it would be translated, cuidaré de hacerlo. Hacerse, ponerse, volverse, llegar a ser, translate the English to become, when this is not rendered by turning the English adjective into a verb, as se hizo todo un inglés. He became quite an Englishman. Se puso colorado. He became red in the face. Se volvió loco de contento. He became mad with joy. Llegó a ser famoso. He became famous. Se enriqueció. He became rich. Hacer or mandar hacer una cosa. To have a thing done. Me hice enviar los bultos. I had the packages sent to me. Hice escribir una carta. I had a letter written. End of selected lessons from Pitman's Commercial Spanish Grammar, 2nd edition, by C.A. Toledano. Recording by Verla Vieira, Las Cruces, New Mexico, USA, September 18th, 2021.
Excerpts from the Privy Purse Expenses of King Henry VIII from November 1529 to December 1532. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Privy Purse Expenses of King Henry VIII from November 1529 to December 1532 by Nicholas Harris Nicholas, Esquire. Preface. The following pages present an account of the sums paid out of the privy purse of King Henry VIII from the 17th of November, 1529, to the end of December, 1532, and as every payment, whether for the daily expenses of the royal establishments, or for the gratification of His Majesty's wishes, is minutely noticed, it must be evident that they afford interesting information, not merely on the general customs and manners of the times, but on the personal character of that monarch, his occupations, amusements, and places of residence. Among the materials for history, private letters have long since been deemed of the utmost value, but the curious facts contained in records like those now introduced to the notice of the public have not obtained the attention which they deserve. Hence, it will not perhaps be irrelevant to give a brief account of the few works of this nature which have been printed, as well as of some which still remain in manuscript. The first in point of time is the Liber Quotidianus contra Rotulatores Garderobae Anno Regni Regis Edwardi Primi 28º A.D. 1299 and 1300. Printed in 1787 by the Society of Antiquaries from a manuscript in their library. This volume, which is but partially known, abounds in highly interesting information, illustrative of the history, manners, expenses, army, navy, provisions, costume, etc. of the 13th century, and as an adjunct to historical and antiquarian inquiries, it cannot be too highly estimated. Few manuscripts have been so well edited, but amidst much ground for praise, it is to be regretted that it does not contain an index, an omission which considerably lessens its utility. Another manuscript of the same kind, of the 31st and 32nd years of Edward I, is also extant, but it has never been printed. In 1790, the Society of Antiquaries published a collection of ordinances and regulations for the government of the royal household, made in diverse reigns from King Edward III to King William and Queen Mary, and which is copiously cited in the notes to this work. Only one more publication of the sort remains to be noticed, the Household Book of Henry Algernon Percy, 5th Earl of Northumberland, which appeared privately in 1770, edited by Bishop Percy, and which has been recently reprinted by the publisher of this volume. Independently, however, of household expenses which occur in separate volumes, many have been printed in other works. Of these, it will be sufficient to refer to the few which are to be found in the Archaeologia, in county histories, and, more particularly, the household payments of the family of Kiteson, in Mr. Gage's admirable History and Antiquities of Hengrave. Although not more than 4 accounts of the expenditure of sovereigns or individuals have been published, those which are known to exist in manuscript are both numerous and valuable. Besides those of the 31st and 32nd of Edward I, which have just been mentioned, 4 large volumes of the kind are preserved in the chapter house, one containing the royal disbursements from the 1st of October, 21st Henry VII, 1505, to the 20th November, 1st Henry VIII, 1509, another from the 1st of May, 1st Henry VIII, 1510, to February in the 9th Henry VIII, 1518. The third, entitled The King's Books of Payments beginning 1st April, 9th Henry VIII, 1518, to December in the 12th Henry VIII, 1520, and the fourth is called A Book of Arrears of the 14th Henry VIII, 1522-3. The expenses noticed in the following sheets extend from the 17th November 21st Henry VIII, 1529, to the end of December 24th Henry VIII, 1532, and in the Library of the Royal Society is the Book of Quarterly Payments from February in the 29th Henry VIII, 1538, to Midsummer 33rd Henry VIII, 1541. In the Library of the British Museum is the Household Book of a Citizen or perhaps Clergyman of London, from March 1594 to March 1595. Lord Bagot possesses an interesting manuscript of the household expenses of Edward Stafford, Duke of Buckingham, which his lordship some time since offered to allow the Society of Antiquaries to print, but extraordinary as it may appear, the proposition was not accepted, and doubtlessly many other documents of the same kind are extant. Of the manuscripts which have been cited, only those in the chapter house and the one in the Library of the Royal Society resemble that printed in this volume, but neither of them is precisely like it in its objects or contents. The one in the Library of the Royal Society consists principally of quarterly payments of wages to servants and retainers, and of sums paid pursuant to the warrant of the Lord Privy Seal. They present the charges of ambassadors, of other public officers, and of posts and couriers, as well as those of various articles purchased or prepared by the King's commands, a few extracts from which, of general interest, will be found in a subsequent page. These afford, however, but a very imperfect idea of the value of that manuscript in illustration of the history and manners of the time, though it does not appear to have been once noticed from the year 1762, when it was referred to by Walpole, to the present time. The manuscript now printed contains, on the contrary, what may be termed Henry's personal expenses, whether arising from his purchases, from his rewards to those who brought him presents, from his losses at dice, cards, bowls, and other games, from his attachment to Anne Boleyn, or his favorite courtiers, or from the wages and liveries of his servants, fools, jesters, and other minions. The accounts in the other manuscripts were paid quarterly, and rested on the responsibility of the persons entrusted to keep them. These were daily, and are attested at the end of each month by the signature of the King himself. Notwithstanding that they differ in character, they mutually confirm and illustrate each other, and if a judicious compilation were made from the whole series which has been mentioned, and which could be comprised in one or at the most 2 quarto volumes, invaluable information would be given to the world on the most interesting period of English history, the period marked by the revival of all which benefits and adorns society, science, literature, and the fine arts. The accounts of the citizen of London are remarkable for the minuteness with which the expense of every article of food, from a farthing's worth of fruit to several pounds' worth of meat, is stated, and as evidence of the price of provisions and other articles, wine, servants' wages, etc., at the time, it is extremely useful. In the margin, the names of the guests at dinner and supper on each day are recorded, and it altogether exhibits a curious picture of the manners of the Elizabethan age. It must be at once obvious that manuscripts which throw light upon British history, but which are not sufficiently popular to enable a bookseller to print them, ought to be published by the Society incorporated for the sole purpose of advancing the study of antiquity and the history of former times, and to which we are indebted for 2 of the volumes which have been alluded to, but the zeal which caused them to be edited has unfortunately long since evaporated. If it be thought impossible for the Society of Antiquaries to publish all the manuscripts which have been enumerated, the most striking entries and a summary of the expenses of different departments might at least be extracted from them. The objection that few of its fellows would undertake the trouble of editing such works without some pecuniary advantage may be met by the remark that it possesses 2 paid secretaries who are alike distinguished for their literary productions, or, if the duties of these officers be too severe to admit of their doing so, by asking whether it would not be a far more legitimate application of its funds to appoint persons to prepare such manuscripts for the press and to remunerate them for their labors, than to waste the Society's resources by publishing useless articles because they are gratuitous contributions, and still more by inquiring whether the cost of producing such compilations with illustrative notes would not confer infinitely more honor upon that body, and tend in a greater degree to advance the objects for which it exists, than a heavy expenditure on useless engravings. The manuscript of these sheets is imperfect both at the commencement and end. In 1 or 2 places, part of a leaf has been torn off, and in another a folio has been abstracted, whilst the first page is in many places illegible. Its contents and orthography are printed literally, and the imperfections in the copy pointed out by stars. The few blanks which will be found also occur in the manuscript. The earliest notice of which it has been discovered is in the Lansdowne manuscript 737, which contains numerous extracts made from it by Peter Leneve, Normie King of Arms, from 1704 to 1729, who says he bought the original, quote, of Wind, Esquire, and sold it for the same price to the Right Honourable Lord Harley, son and heir of the Earl of Oxford, 1723, and adds in the margin, it was the book of Sir Orlando Bridgeman, Knight, Lord Keeper, and in the beginning is his handwriting. The words printed in italics have been almost obliterated, perhaps in consequence of Leneve's having afterwards retained the volume instead of selling it, but perhaps because it was surreptitiously taken from Lord Oxford's collection. The next notice which occurs of it is in Walpole's Anecdotes of Painting, from which it appears that in 1762 it was in the possession of Mrs. Bridgeman of Hanover Square. The name might suggest the idea that her husband was a descendant of Sir Orlando Bridgeman, who purchased it in 1634, and hence that the book was in her possession in consequence of that relationship, but this is contradicted by the fact of its having passed from Sir Orlando's family to Mr. Wynd, and from him to Leneve some time after 1704, who in 1723 sold it to the Earl of Oxford, though in 1762 we find it belonged to a Mrs. Bridgeman. After that year nothing more is known of it than that it was purchased about a 12-month since at the sale of an undertaker and broker of the name of Gaume. In the fly-leaf at the beginning is the following memorandum, which Leneve says was written by Sir Orlando Bridgeman. Quote, "Accounts of H8 and signed with his own hand. I got it by chance, this year 1634. Unquote. With the exceptions just noticed, the manuscript is in fine preservation. From Leneve's extracts, the contents of the folio, which is now wanting, have been recovered, though not in the original words, and will be found at the end of this volume. But all the other imperfections seem to have existed when in his possession, for he takes no notice of the first folio. He expressly says of pages 131, 132, 133, that the leaf was then torn, and the last folio of the manuscript was the same as at present. Walpole conjectures that they were the accounts kept by, quote, Sir Brian Tuke, the treasurer of the chambers, unquote, but it is much more likely that they were those of Sir William Fitzwilliam, afterwards Earl of Southampton, treasurer of the household. Nothing positive, however, can be said on the subject. Such notes as are requisite to explain the items, or to describe the individuals mentioned, are introduced into the index, which contains references to every person, place, and thing recorded. The editor is sensible that many of his observations are imperfect, and not a few, perhaps, erroneous. In one or two instances he has been obliged to confess his inability to throw any light upon the subject, and he will be much gratified if his readers do not consider that there is still greater cause for a similar confession. Simple as many of the notes appear, the labor and research with which they have been attended were considerable, and to have partially failed when complete success was almost impossible would not, he trusts, be discreditable to a far abler antiquary. His friend, Dr. Mayrick, for whose assistance in his literary pursuits the editor has frequently had cause to express his gratitude, and James Heywood Markland, Esquire, Director of the Society of Antiquaries, have most kindly and liberally afforded him their aid, and the information which these gentlemen have respectively contributed is equal in interest and importance to what might be expected from their reputation. 1st August, 1827. Introductory Remarks. On the 23rd of October, 1529, Henry VIII came to his manor of Greenwich. In the November following he went on board the treasurer's ship, and about the 20th of the same month arrived at York Place, now called Whitehall, where he spent his Christmas. Anno 1530. Early in February 1530, His Majesty was at Hampton Court, and on the 16th at Battersea, but returned the same day to York Place. On the 21st he was again at Hampton Court, and on the 13th of March the celebrated Hugh Latimer, afterwards Bishop of Worcester, preached before him, and was rewarded with a gratuity of £5, from which time he cannot be traced by these accounts until the 5th of April, when he was at Moor Park in Hertfordshire, and towards the end of that month he was at Windsor. Between April and July, Henry seems to have resided either at York Place or Hampton Court. About the middle of July he was evidently at Oaking or Ockham Park in Surrey, on the 23rd at Guildford, on the 29th at Windsor, and returned to Hampton Court between the 10th and 13th of August, where he remained until the 16th, on which day he went to East Hampstead, and on the 17th was at Ashridge in Buckinghamshire. On the 21st he was at Ampthill, where he appears to have remained until about the 4th of September. On the 5th of that month he was at Hertford, having in passing through Hitchin on the preceding day given 40 shillings to the friars of that place. His Majesty did not quit Hertford Park until the 8th or 9th, when he proceeded to Waltham, at which place we find him on the 12th. He seems to have been again at Moor Park on the 21st, soon after which he returned to Hampton Court, where, it is particularly stated, he was on the 14th of October. He resided chiefly at that palace, occasionally, however, going to York Place, and perhaps to Greenwich, until the death of Cardinal Wolsey on the 29th November in that year, when Hall says, quote, "He removed from Hampton Court to Greenwich, where he with Queen Catherine kept a solemn Christmas, and on the 12th night he sat in the hall in his estate, where as were divers interludes, rich masques and disports, and after that a great banquet." Unquote. Quote, "Certain it is, however, that Henry did not leave Hampton Court until the 8th of December, and it is most probable that he did not go to Greenwich until about the 14th of that month, though it is unquestionable that he was there on the 19th. Unquote. The only evidence of the festivities mentioned by Hall are entries of money delivered to the Princess Mary and Lady Margaret Douglas, the king's niece, quote, "to disport with all this Christmas." Unquote. The large sum of £26.15 9 shillings 6 1/4 pence paid for plate and jewellery, chiefly for the latter, between the 21st of December 1530 and the 6th of January 1531, New Year's gifts, and money lost at play. Anno 1531, after Christmas, according to Hall, quote, "the king came to his manor of Westminster, which before was called York Place," unquote, and we find that on the 17th January 1531 he is said to have been there, and where it seems he was on the 28th of that month, on the 7th and 27th of February, and on the 9th of March. On the 20th he appears to have amused himself with shooting at Tothill near Bridewell, and on the 23rd he was clearly at his palace of Bridewell. The divorce then almost wholly occupied His Majesty's mind, though the only entries which in any way refer to it are of books sent to him from different abbots and priors, and the removal of boatloads of books from one palace to another. Hall takes no further notice of the king's residence until Whitsuntide, namely the 28th of May, after which he informs us, quote, "the king and the queen removed, apparently from Greenwich, to Windsor, and there continued till the 14th day of July, on which day the king removed to Woodstock, and left her at Windsor, where she lay a while, and after removed to the Moor, and afterward to Esthonstead, and after this day the king and she never saw together." Unquote. It is evident from these accounts that Henry again amused himself with shooting at Tothill about the 29th March, that he was at Greenwich on the 13th of April, that he went from it by water on the same day to York Place, but he returned soon afterwards, and was there on the 28th of May, whilst Hall's statement that he then proceeded to Hampton Court is proved by several entries on the 10th, 11th, and 12th of June, especially by a payment of 14 shillings 8 pence, quote, "to the watermen for carrying of the king's stuff from Greenwich to Hampton Court, 11 men for 2 days." Unquote. On the 15th he is expressly said to have been there, and again on the 18th, 22nd, and 24th, when watermen were paid for waiting, quote, "the day the king came from Westminster to Putney," unquote, an entry which probably referred to their attendance a short time before. On the 3rd of July, quote, Henry was at York Place, unquote, and on the 9th at Windsor. But so far from there being any corroboration of Hall's assertion that on the 14th of July, quote, the king removed to Woodstock, unquote, it may be inferred that he was either at Windsor or Hampton Court until the 28th, with the exception of the 22nd, when he was at Chertsey. It is, however, unquestionable that he commenced his progress towards the end of July, and the following seems to have been the itinerary of his journey. At Guildford on the 29th of July, at or near Farnham in Surrey on the 2nd of August, at Odiham on the 4th, at the Vine in Hampshire, the seat of Lord Sandys, from the 4th to the 5th, during which time he hunted in Wolmer Forest. On the 8th he was at East Hampstead, whence he proceeded to Woodstock, where we find him on the 22nd, and probably also on the 13th. His Majesty remained there until the 2nd or 3rd of September, and evidently enjoyed every diversion which the country afforded him, namely, hunting, shooting, hawking, fishing, etc. From Woodstock he went to Grafton in Northamptonshire, where he arrived on the 5th, when the mayor of Northampton sent him a present of pears, and where it appears he gave an audience to the Hungarian ambassadors, for whom a house was hired at Stony Stratford. Henry continued at Grafton until about the 10th, when he went to Ampthill in Bedfordshire, and purchased some silks and jewellery on the 15th, and on the 20th we find him at Waltham Abbey, where he was also on the 9th of October. Hall informs us that about this time the king caused a solemn obsequy to be kept at that place for the Duchess of Angoulême, mother of the King of France, who died on the 22nd of September, at which ceremony he assisted, attended by many of his nobles. On the 23rd of that month he healed a poor woman at Havering Bower, though he returned to Waltham before the 25th, and on or before the 31st he arrived at his palace of Greenwich, having previously fished at Hunsdon. It is uncertain how long Henry continued at Greenwich, but perhaps a few weeks only, for we find the road near Peckham mended in expectation of his passing it on the 23rd of November, on which day the watermen were likewise paid for removing his, quote, stuff, unquote, to Hampton Court, and on the 4th of December we positively learn that he was at that place. Hall says, quote, the king kept his Christmas at Greenwich with great solemnity, but all men said that there was no mirth in that Christmas, because the queen and the ladies were absent, unquote. There is only one entry, namely of the sum of £56 13 shillings 4 given to the Earl of Angus on the 15th of December, which tends to show where Henry was at that time, and which agrees with the chronicler's statement. Anno 1532. On the 16th of January 1532, it seems his Majesty was at York Place, and on the 18th books were sent there to him from the bookbinder, and we find that plate and furniture were conveyed there about the same time from Greenwich. He was still at Westminster on the 5th and 22nd of February and 8th of March, on the 18th of which month, according to Hall, he gave an audience to the Speaker and members of the House of Commons. No account of Henry's residence occurs after that date until the 8th of April, when Lady Sidney sent him a present of orange pies at Greenwich, and where he continued until the 16th. Early in April, quote, suddenly began a pestilence in Westminster, unquote, and the disease evidently extended to Greenwich, for on the 11th of that month several persons were sent out of that town, quote, by reason of the plague, unquote. On the 16th of April his Majesty went to Westminster, but returned again to Greenwich before the 26th, upon which day a hawk was brought to him at that palace. He was, however, at Westminster on the 8th of May, though it may be inferred that he was at Greenwich on the 15th. There can be little doubt that from the 8th of April to the end of May he divided his time between those palaces, for as the Parliament was then sitting at Westminster, his presence was occasionally indispensable, and we learn from Hall that on the 16th of May, Sir Thomas More delivered the Great Seal to the king at that place. On the 1st of June, Henry was at Eltham, where he resided until the 3rd of July, the entries during which period are excessively curious, as indicative of the manner in which he passed his time. He arrived at Waltham on or before the 4th of July, and continued there, or at Hunsdon, until about the 21st, when he commenced his summer progress into Berkshire, Bedfordshire, Bucks, and Oxfordshire. On the 23rd of July he was at Anthol, at which place he continued until the 28th or 29th, when he proceeded to Grafton, where, on the 31st, a monk brought him a letter in a purse. He quitted Grafton about the 5th of August, and on the 6th was at Buckingham. On the 10th he was at Woodstock, where he ordered £56 13 shillings 4 pence to be paid to Dr. Chambers for the scholars of Oxford on the 14th. From Woodstock he went to Langley Park, near Colnbrook, at which place 100 crowns were given to him to play at dice on the 18th, and on the 25th he was at Abingdon. On the 27th he was both there and at Ewelme, the distance between which does not exceed 10 miles. At the former, Sir Simon Harcourt's servant brought him a brace of greyhounds, and at the latter an Italian presented him with a melon. His Majesty appears to have passed through Reading on the 28th, and to have reached Windsor on the 31st of August, where he remained until the 17th of September, when he went to Chertsey. But on the 21st he was at Hampton Court. No notice is to be found of Henry's having been at Ampthill after the 28th of July, whence Hall asserts he proceeded to Windsor, where he created Anne Boleyn Marchioness of Pembroke on the 1st of September in this year, after which he removed to Greenwich. It is manifest from these accounts that the king was at Windsor on the 1st of September, but nothing occurs relative to that ceremony. She is for the first time described in them as Marchioness of Pembroke on the 19th of that month. His stay at Hampton Court was very short, for on the 28th he was at Greenwich. The period had now arrived which Henry had fixed upon for his interview with Francis, the French monarch, and having visited his fleet at Sheppey on the 30th, he set out for Dover early in October, and on the 6th was at the Moat Park, near Maidstone. Hall says that on the 10th of October the king came to Dover, and very early in the morning of Friday the 11th embarked for Calais, where he arrived at 10 o'clock on the same day. From these accounts it is evident that Henry went from the Moat to Sheppey by water, thence to Canterbury where he slept, and then proceeded to Dover. The payments mentioned, quote, to the waits of Canterbury, unquote, to the, quote, keeper of the house where the king lodged, unquote, in that city, to the master of the barge and waterman for rowing him to Sheppey, as well the reward for a man who brought bills to Dover, occurred after his Majesty had quitted those places, as the first 3 were paid on the 11th, and the 4th on the day when from the next item it is certain the king was at Calais, namely on the 12th, and which agrees with Hall's statement. The proceedings of the royal party whilst in France, the particulars of the interview between the monarchs, and of the feastings on the occasion, are minutely related by that chronicler, but it is not necessary to allude more fully to them than to observe that the accounts about that time are extremely interesting. Among the entries most worthy of notice are the present of grapes and pears from the great master of France to Anne Boleyn, the money lost by the king to the Cardinal of Lorraine, the Duc de Guise, and others, at tennis and dice at Boulogne, and which amounted in one day to £163 6 shillings 8 pence, the purchase of a hat and feather for Henry at that place, a gratuity to the singers of the French monarch and to those of the Cardinal of Lorraine, payment of the doublets given to the guard to wrestle in before the 2 kings at Calais, the sum of £700 paid to Cromwell without any reason being mentioned, the purchase of masking gear or masquerade dresses, the large sums paid for jewels, and which amounted during his stay in France to £3,592 12 shillings, the charges of the Fool's lodgings and expenses, Henry's offering to the image of Our Lady of Boulogne, and which is especially mentioned by Hall, the presents of hawks from Francis to Henry, the charges for boats for carrying the king from the ship to the shore and again from Calais to his vessel on his return, etc. The whole amount paid by the person who kept these accounts, from the time the king left Dover until he again landed there, namely 33 days, was £4,033 10 shillings 11 pence. Of that sum, as has just been shown, all excepting about a ninth was for jewellery, great part of which was evidently given as presents to persons in the King of France's suite. According to Hall, Henry embarked at Calais on the 13th of November at midnight, and arrived at Dover at 5 in the morning of the 14th, which agrees with the entry on the 13th of a payment of 4 shillings 8 pence, quote, for a boat to bring the king aboard his ship at Calais, unquote, and of the same sum, quote, paid to the king's own hands for his offering to Our Lady in the rock at Dover, unquote, on the 14th. It is certain that Henry remained at Dover until the 16th, when he went to Sandwich, and seems to have rested there that night, to the friars of which place he gave £3 10 shillings, quote, by way of reward, unquote, and crossed the river Stour on the next day, on his way to Canterbury, where he apparently stopped at the house of Sir John Feneux. The waits of that city again played to the king, and were rewarded with 18 shillings 8 pence on the 19th, on which day his Majesty arrived at Sittingbourne, and the, quote, wife of the Lion, unquote, or in other words, the wife of the man who kept the Lion Inn there, received a gratuity of 4 shillings 8 pence. On the 20th Henry was at Stone Castle near Dartford, where it may be inferred he remained that night, as £9 6 shillings 8 pence was given him, which he lost at play to Anne Boleyn, Sir Francis Bryan, and Sir Francis Weston. Thence the king removed to Eltham, at which place he was on the 24th, and on the 28th he was at Greenwich, where he remained until the 30th, on which day he went by water to Westminster. On the 1st of December he was at the Tower of London, but on the 9th his Majesty was again at Greenwich, before the 18th of which month he had been twice in his barge to the Tower. On the 21st he seems to have gone to York Place, but if so, he returned the same day to Greenwich, where Hall says he spent his Christmas, and which is corroborated by the last entry in these accounts, quote, item the same, i.e. the last day, delivered to the King's Grace at night at Greenwich, see Corons, £46 13 shillings 4 pence, unquote, evidently for play. It would be superfluous to point out all which occurs relative to Henry's progresses, but it must be observed that he was always attended by a smith with locks and bolts for his chamber doors, that money was given to a footman to be distributed in charity by the way, that in the hunting season his hounds were sent from one palace to another, the expenses of removing which are minutely stated, that he was generally followed by his fools, jester, minions, and other favourites, and that the celebrated Anne Boleyn frequently accompanied him. Wherever he went, gratuities or rewards were given to the keepers of the parks or forests through which he passed or hunted, not merely to those belonging to the crown, but to the keepers of the parks of private persons, and if he went on board one of his ships, a sum was distributed amongst the crew. Upon the personal character of Henry VIII, it has been remarked in the preface these accounts throw much light, and as whatever relates to the private conduct of eminent persons is by far the most pleasing and perhaps most useful part of antiquarian inquiries, the information here presented on that of Henry is both valuable and interesting. His Majesty's principal amusement was gambling in its most extensive and diversified shapes, and all his relaxations from the duties of his station, in a greater or less degree, partook of it. The philosopher will be at no loss to account for the fact, for it is the frequent attendant upon that satiety which unlimited power is sure to produce, though it is often equally the passion of those who want even the necessaries of life, that Henry, tired of more rational enjoyment, and incapable of finding a permanent relief from the ennui of greatness, should have indulged to excess in games of chance is not surprising, and to show the extent to which that passion was carried, it is sufficient to state that the whole amount paid for his losses at cards, dice, tennis, and other games, together with those lost in wagers, amounted in 3 years to £3,243 5 shillings 10 pence. It is not a little singular that though passionately addicted to gambling himself, he was sufficiently careful of the morals of his subjects to issue a proclamation in the 18th year of his reign, forbidding them to play at cards and bowls. Of his out-of-door amusements, shooting at the rounds, hunting, hawking, fishing, horse racing, bowls, and tennis were the chief, and in his palaces many hours were daily passed at the tables or backgammon, shovelboard, dice, and cards, wagers on races run against dogs, or at shooting or hunting, payments to people for making dogs perform tricks, gratuities to persons for different feats as eating a buck, riding 2 horses at once, and others of a similar description, are continually mentioned. Music and literature also occasionally lent their aids to his enjoyments, and that he encouraged the latter is manifest from the exhibitions he founded at the universities, his occasional gratuities to scholars, and his support of boys at St. Paul's and other schools, both in this country and Paris. His love of architecture is shown by the money he expended at building at his different residences, and we find that he spent on York Place from April 1530 to July 1532 £2,400, besides £10 19 shillings 2 pence for glazing it, and £20 0 shillings 8 1/2 pence for iron work on the house at Moor Park, £60 in April, and £50 in June 1530, and on his buildings at Hunston, £1,533 6 shillings 8 pence between May 1530 and April 1532, forming a total exclusive of repairs and alterations of £4,064 5 shillings 10 pence within 3 years. Nor was he indifferent to painting, as several entries occur of money given to painters for their works, but as they have been commented upon by Horace Walpole in his Anecdotes of Painting, they afford no new information on that interesting subject. That writer also gives several entries relative to Hans Holbein from the Book of Quarterly Payments in the Library of the Royal Society, and as they are intimately connected with the allusion here made to Henry's taste for the arts, accurate copies have been made of them from that manuscript. After the death of Jane Seymour, the king was not a little perplexed in his choice of her successor. The Duchess Dowager of Milan was first thought of, but she is said to have declined that honor, because nature had not prepared her for it by endowing her with 2 heads. Walpole informs us that the first of these entries refers to Holbein's having been sent to paint her portrait in December 1538. December anno 30 Henry VIII 1538, quote, item paid to Hans Holbein, one of the king's painters by the king's commandment, certified by my Lord Privy Seal's letter, £10, for his costs and charges at this time sent about certain his Grace's affairs into the parties of High Burgundy, by way of his Grace's reward, £10. That the painter was abroad at Christmas in that year is evident from the entries of payments then made to the royal establishment. Quote, item for Hans Holbein, painter, nihil, unquote. A letter from Nicholas Wotton, who, with the Richard Beard there mentioned, were deputed to negotiate the marriage between Henry and Anne of Cleves, illustrates the next entry. For it proves that, quote, his Grace's affairs, unquote, meant to paint the portrait of that lady, and of her sister Amelia. Wotton's letter, which has been printed by Mr. Ellis, is dated at Durin, the 11th of August, 1539. After describing Anne, he says, quote, your Grace's servant, Hans Albine, hath taken the effigies of my Lady Anne and the Lady Emily, and hath expressed their images very lively, unquote. July 31 Henry VIII anno 1539, quote, item to Mr. Richard Beard, one of the grooms of the King's Privy Chamber, and Hans Holbein, painter, by like letter sent into the parties of High Almaine, upon certain his Grace's affairs for the costs and charges of them both, £40, and to Hans Holbein for the preparation of such things as he is appointed to carry with him, £13 5s. 8d, in all the sum of £53 5s. 8d. Unquote. The history of that portrait, which, however, quote, lively, unquote, was not faithful, though such the ambassadors obviously meant to describe it, has been told by Walpole and Granger, and is repeated by Mr. Ellis. After that time several entries occur of the payment of Holbein's quarterly wages, of some of which the annexed are copies, quote, item to Hans Holbein, £7 10s, unquote. In 1539 he was paid half a year's wages in advance, quote, item paid to Hans Holbein the king's painter in advancement of his wages for 1/2 year beforehand, the same half year accounted and reckoned from Michaelmas last past, the sum of £15, unquote. At Michaelmas, 32 Henry VIII anno 1540, he is thus mentioned, quote, item for Hans Holbein, painter, £2, QRPUSPWARR, unquote. At Christmas in that year, quote, item for Hans Holbein, painter, £2, QRPUS monibus, unquote. At Midsummer 1541, after his name, nihil QRPUS occurs. On another occasion his wages were also paid in advance, quote, item paid by the King's Highness commandment, certified by my Lord Privy Seal's letters to Hans Holbein, painter, in the advancement of his whole year's wages beforehand, after the rate of £30 by year, which year's advancement is to be accounted from this present Michaelmas, and shall end ultimo Septembris next coming, the sum of £30, unquote. Among other curious entries in that manuscript are a New Year's gift of a screen to Henry from Luke Hornbond, painter, who is mentioned by Walpole, and whose wages were 4s. 6d. per quarter, and the following, the costs of the scaffold erected in Westminster Hall for the trial of the persons involved in Anne Boleyn's fate. December 30th, Henry VIII anno 1538, quote, item paid to James Needham by the King's commandment certified by my Lord Privy Seal for the costs and charges of the scaffold made in the King's Hall at Westminster at the condemnation of the late malefactors and traitors there, the sum of £28 19s, for the making and stuff of the said scaffold, as appeareth by reckoning thereof, made more at large doth appear, £23 19s, unquote. January 31st, Henry VIII 1540, quote, to the Queen's players for playing before the King, £4, also to the King's players for playing before the King, £6 13s 4d, to the Prince's players for playing before the King, £4, and a grant for life of £2 2s 4d per annum to, quote, Richard Parrow, one of the King's interlude players, unquote, in February 1540. The expenses of preparing beds at Dartford and Rochester for the King and Anne of Cleves, January 31, Henry VIII anno 1540, quote, item to Edward Lloyd, yeoman of the wardrobe of beds, and John Askow, groom of the same, for themselves and a smith that was with them, to set up 2 beds of the King's, one at Dartford and another at Rochester, and for making ready there for the Queen's grace by the space of 30 days, the yeoman at 2s the day, the groom at 20d, and the smith at 12d the day, as appeareth by a bill signed with the Lord Chamberlain's hand, £7, unquote. In January 32 Henry VIII anno 1541, quote, to the Duke of Suffolk's players for playing in the King's Hall on 12th even, the sum of 20s, unquote, and we learn from another entry that the names of 3 of the King's players were Robert Histow, George Birch, and Richard Parrow, and that the quarterly wages of the 3 were £1 13s 4d. Henry's fondness for jewellery was profusely gratified, and in the period embraced by these accounts, the enormous sum of 10,801 pounds 8 shillings 9 pence was expended in precious stones, gold chains, etc., besides 1,517 pounds to his goldsmith for plate. A considerable share of his attention was, it is well known, directed to his navy, and the few entries relating to it are of much interest. Horses or geldings, particularly racing horses and horses, quote, that did run, unquote, as well as riding boys, clothes bought for the boys, quote, that ride the running horses, unquote, and riding caps for them, are constantly spoken of, and dogs for the chase were frequent and doubtlessly acceptable present at the christenings of the children of some of the chief noblemen and of those of his favorites. Henry was sometimes a sponsor, and the sums paid to the nurse and midwife on such occasions are carefully noticed. The inferior attendants of the court, as huntsmen, falconers, and those of the king's guard, received small presents on their marriages, which varied from 2 to 5 pounds, according to their situations, or the degree of favor which they enjoyed. On the marriage of the son of, quote, Master Neville, unquote, however, the king gave him 10 pounds. Gifts to minstrels, to the astronomer, to physicians, to the keepers of the clocks at the different palaces, to posts and servants for bringing letters, to copyists, to the master of his barge, and the keepers of his majesty's dogs, bears, hawks, etc., are very numerous. His fools, jester, and minions are prominent characters in these accounts, and the information afforded respecting them tends to illustrate the manners of the age. Although it would be preposterous to follow a recent example of attempting to remove the stains on Henry VIII's character, stains which throw all common crimes into the shade, it would be no less absurd to deny him the common merit of having a few redeeming traits in his disposition. Besides the instances which have been alluded to of his taste for architecture, music, painting, and literature, we frequently find payments which must have originated in the best feelings of the human heart, and of which it will be sufficient to cite gifts, quote, to an old poor man, by the king's charitable alms that labored to obtain a bill to be signed, unquote, to a footman, quote, to relieve him in his sickness, unquote, to a French Fletcher, quote, towards his surgery, unquote, to the almoner, quote, for 2 sick men at Waltham, unquote, to a, quote, sick priest at Hampton Court, unquote, to, quote, a poor man that had 13 children for their relief, unquote, to, quote, little Gilliam in way of reward because he was sick in London, unquote, to, quote, 3 sick women at Greenwich, unquote, to, quote, a poor woman in Chertsey to purchase out the Great Seal, unquote, to, quote, a blind woman being a harper, unquote, quote, to a poor woman for to redeem her husband out of prison, unquote, to, quote, a poor woman to obtain her husband's freedom and hers in London, unquote, to, quote, a frantic man, unquote, to, quote, great William for his surgery when he was sick at London, unquote, etc. These could only have emanated from momentary emotions of benevolence, and they prove that, like even greater monsters, Henry's heart was not entirely shut to the wants and sufferings of his fellow creatures. It is true that pity was a stranger to his breast when either his pride, or safety, or lust, or revenge was in question, but he was undoubtedly compassionate upon less selfish occasions. Independently of gifts in charity, and a person supposed to be healed by the king's touching them, payments of 10 pounds per month were regularly made to Dr. Boff for His Majesty's private alms. Henry's principal associates, besides his fool, jester, Thomas Smith, Mark Smeaton, the 2 Williamses, Domingo, and 1 or 2 minions, all of whom appear to have been wholly supported and clothed at his expense, were his favourites Sir Francis Bryan, Sir Henry Norris, Lord Rochford, Sir Francis Weston, Sir Edward Seymour, the Sergeant of the Cellar, and a few others, and on perusing the evidence here afforded of the favour which they enjoyed and the intimacy to which they were admitted, the mind is impressed with horror at the reflection of how few of them escaped falling victims to his suspicion, jealousy, or revenge. But when the partners of his bed and throne met a similar fate, it would have been a subject of surprise had the companions of his hours of revelry and enjoyment, or the sharers of his sports and amusements, been spared. Of Anne Boleyn and her family, numerous curious particulars will be found, many of which tend to show the manner in which she was treated at court from November 1529 until her elevation to the throne, and as everything which relates to her is of great interest, the following abstract of them may be acceptable. The precise time when Henry's attachment to her commenced is uncertain, but 3 years before her marriage, the master of the robes paid for some purple velvet for her, and on the 28th for stuff prepared for her use. In December following, £180 were given to her by the king's order. In April 1530 her servant was paid for finding a hare, and in May the tailor and skinner were paid for her dresses, and bows, arrows, and other articles for shooting were bought for her. The large share of the king's affection which she then possessed, and which was perhaps deemed to be the harbinger of her subsequent honours, is evident from the fact of the mayor of London having sent her a present of cherries on the 5th of June, and the servant who brought them was rewarded with 6 shillings out of the privy purse. More bows were purchased for her on the 10th of that month, and in an entry in July as well as in the December preceding, a person called George Taylor is expressly styled, quote, "My Lady Anne's servant," unquote. Linen cloth for her was paid for in September, in which month 10 shillings were given for a cow that one of her greyhounds had killed. A remarkable entry occurs in November in that year, from which it appears that Anne Boleyn had pawned one of her jewels to her sister Mary, and that Henry ordered £20 to be given to redeem it. A few days afterwards about 20 yards of crimson satin were purchased for her use. In September 8 guineas were given for budge skins or furs for her. On the 21st of that month she received 20 shillings in silver. The next day linen cloth for her shirts was paid for, and she was repaid £5 which she had given to Henry Webb by the king's command. On the 23rd the same sum was given to her for playing money in groats, and on the 30th Henry gave her £100 as a New Year's gift. In February 1531 her mercer's bill was again paid, and on the 17th her servant Taylor received £11 6 shillings 8 pence to be, quote, "employed about my Lady Anne Rushford's business," unquote, before the end of which month a farm was purchased for her at Greenwich, and for which £86 13 shillings 4 pence were given. Her desk was garnished with latten and gold in April following, when her embroiderer was paid for work done for her. Early in May £40 were given her, quote, "to play," unquote. On the 22nd, having lost £12 7 shillings 6 pence at bowls to the sergeant of the cellar, that sum was paid to him out of the privy purse by his Majesty's commands, and on the 10th 8 yards of crimson cloth of gold were bought for her. From that time nothing more is said of Anne Boleyn until December, when her tailor's bill amounting to £28 6 shillings 4 pence for her clothes was discharged, shortly after which her skinner's bill of £40 15 shillings 8 pence was likewise paid. On the 29th of May 1532, the king's watermen were remunerated for conveying her to Durham House. In June a splendid cloak and nightgown were purchased, and the price of all the materials is detailed with the minuteness of a milliner's bill of the present day, from which it seems that both were made of black satin, that the former was edged and the latter lined with velvet of the same colour, and that the cloak cost altogether £9 4 shillings 8 pence, whilst the nightgown was lined with black taffeta and cost £10 15 shillings 8 pence. At the same time 16 yards of green damask were also purchased for her. In August in this year her future elevation became so certain that the wife of one of the most distinguished courtiers of the time, in imitation of the example set nearly 2 years ago by the mayor of London, endeavoured to propitiate her favour by a present, as on the 17th of that month Lady Russell, afterwards Countess of Bedford, sent her a stag and a greyhound, which she gave to the king, who ordered 40 shillings to be paid to the servant who brought them. On the 1st of September, Anne Boleyn was created Marchioness of Pembroke, and on the 19th of that month the Master of the Robes was paid for stuff which was delivered to her servant, probably for the costume in which she appeared at the ceremony, and about a fortnight afterward certain silks were provided by him for her apparel, the costs of which were £56. She accompanied Henry to Calais in October 1532, and her reception by Francis I, as well as the prominent part which she performed in the festivities that attended the interview between the two monarchs, are fully described by Hall. From these accounts we learn that the great master sent her a present of grapes and pears at Calais on the 14th of October, that on the 11th of November 15 shillings were paid to her, which she had won of Henry at cards at that place, that on the 20th, a few days after her return from France, she, Sir Francis Bryan, and Sir Francis Weston formed a party with the king at Pope Julius's game at Stonecastle in Kent, and again on the 25th, 26th, and 31st at Greenwich, on which occasions his Majesty was, as usual, unsuccessful, that on the 28th she won £11 13 shillings 4 of Henry at cards, and on the 25th of December more stuff was bought for her clothes. It is to be observed that according to some authorities, Anne Boleyn was privately married to Henry early in November 1532, immediately after their arrival at Dover from Calais, but nothing is to be found in these accounts either corroborative of or contradictory to the assertion. During the 3 years the whole sum expended for her clothes, etc., was £468 6 shillings 1 pence, and within the same time she received in money £218. These sums are not, it is true, remarkable for their amount, but they are sufficient to show the manner in which she was treated by Henry, and the place which she occupied in his affections. Before concluding these observations relative to this celebrated woman, the singular manner in which her sister and herself are described must be pointed out. Until December 1530, she is merely spoken of as, quote, "My Lady Anne," unquote, but from February to May 1531, with one exception, she is called Lady Anne Rochford, though from that time until her creation to the Marquisate of Pembroke, she is again styled Lady Anne, after which event she is mentioned either as My Lady Marquess or My Lady Marquess of Pembroke. Her sister Mary, too, though married, is called Lady Mary Rochford. Rochford was the title of their father when elevated to the earldom of Wiltshire, and was then borne by their brother George, who, having become involved in his royal sister's supposed crime, died like her upon a scaffold. Before these proofs of the esteem in which Anne Boleyn was held by Henry are contrasted with her subsequent fate, it is impossible to avoid reflecting on the little regard which was then paid to the virtuous Catherine. That her name should be but twice mentioned speaks volumes on her secluded situation, and whilst all that wealth and power could command were lavished on the new favourite, the magnanimous wife was equally neglected by her husband, his satellites, and the world. Remorse seems, however, at length to have touched Henry's heart, for a few years after her death, namely in November 1539, the following entry occurs in the Book of Quarterly Payments in the Library of the Royal Society. Quote, "Item to Mrs. Blanche Twyford by the Lord Privy Seal's letter for her long and painful service done unto the Princess Dowager by way of the King's reward, £66 13 shillings 4 pence." Unquote. Mrs. Twyford was bequeathed £10 by Catherine's will. The Princess, afterwards Queen Mary, is frequently noticed, but all which we learn is that she was ill in June or July 1531, and apparently again in March 1532, and that from £10 to £20 were occasionally given to her for pocket money or to be distributed in charity. The Duke of Richmond, Henry's natural son, is also spoken of, as well as his niece, the Lady Margaret Douglas, daughter of the Earl of Angus, but she is here called Lady Margaret Anguish. End of Excerpts of the Privy Purse Expenses of King Henry VIII from November 1529 to December 1532 by Nicholas Harris Nicholas, Esquire. Recording by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, July 25, 2021.
Selections from Chapters 2, 3, 4, and 7 of Sewing, Handicraft for Girls, a Graded Course for City and Rural Schools. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tindra. Sewing, Handicraft for Girls, a Graded Course for City and Rural Schools by Ida Bell McLaughlin. General Directions for Pupils of Sewing Classes. 1. Be sure that the hands are clean. 2. Always sit erect, well back in the seat, with the light coming over the left shoulder, both feet upon the floor, because the body will not become as tired, the hand will not shade the work, and it is easier to see the stitches. Do not fasten the work to the knee, because a stooping position easily becomes a habit. 3. Place the thimble upon the second finger of the right hand. Either the side or the end of the thimble can be used. Never sew without one. 4. Measure the thread either from shoulder to shoulder or from the end of the finger to the elbow. A long thread becomes soiled and worn before being used up and is more liable to knot. 5. Wind the thread once around the forefinger and break from the spool, because the broken thread twists more easily to a point than when cut. Cut the thread from the work when finished to avoid drawing the stitches or breaking at the wrong place. 6. Thread the needle from the end that hangs from the spool. In this way you are working with the twist of the thread, and there is less danger of knotting and kinking. 7. Do not wet the thread in the mouth. Roll the end of the thread between the thumb and forefinger and place through the eye of the needle. 8. To tie a knot, wind the thread around the forefinger once and a little over, and twist by rubbing the finger down the side of the thumb. With the nail of the second finger, bring the knot thus formed to the end of the thread. 9. Hold the unfinished work in the left hand. 10. Do not bite the threads. 11. Trim the selvage, as it is hard to sew through and draws up when washed. 12. The knot is always buried except in the basting, which is to be removed. Drills for beginners. Drill 1. Threading the needle with cotton. Needle number 8. Colored thread. A. Prepare the cotton by twisting between thumb and forefinger. B. Place the thread in the eye of the needle. C. Draw the thread through with the right hand. Drill 2. Making the knot. A. Hold the needle in the right hand and the end of the thread in the left. B. Wind the thread around the forefinger once and a little over, and twist the threads together by rubbing the finger down the side of the thumb. Do not accept careless knots. Drill 3. Use of the thimble. A. Push the needle with the thimble. B. Push the needle back with the finger of the left hand. Never allow a pupil to sew without a thimble. Drill 4. Threading the yarn needle. A. Prepare the yarn by loosening the end with the needle. B. Place the yarn over the point of the needle and draw into a smooth loop. C. Draw the needle out and thread into the loop. Needles number 10 will carry thread number 100, 90, 80. Needles number 9 will carry thread number 90, 80, 70, 60, Needles number 8 will carry thread number 70, 60, 50, 40. Needles number 7 will carry thread number 50, 40, 30, 20. Needles number 6 will carry thread number 20, 10. Needles number 5 will carry linen thread, luster cotton. Chapter 2. Course of Instruction. First Year, Third Grade, Equipment, Sewing Box or Envelope Case, Pin Cushion, 20 pins, Thimble, Needles, Scissors, Thread Cards, Practice Piece, Unbleached Muslin, 9 inches by 6 inches. Order of Exercises. Prepare thread cards, cardboard 4 inches by 4 inches, designed and cut for 4 kinds of thread. Exercise number 1, Basting Design. Exercise number 2, Running Design number 1. Exercise number 3, Overhanding on Practice Piece. Exercise number 4, Pincushion, Cross-Stitch, Christmas Piece. Exercise number 5, Running Design number 2. Exercise number 6, Overhanding, Running Designs 1 and 2 together. Exercise number 7, Running Design number 3. Exercise number 8, Hemming a Towel. Exercise number 9, Running Design number 4. Exercise number 10, Overhanding, Running Designs 3 and 4 together. Overhanding numbers 1 and 2 to 3 and 4. Detailed description of exercises. Teach 1 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch. Practice. Drills for Beginners, page 10. Exercise number 1, Basting. Materials. Unbleached muslin, 5 inches by 8 inches, stamped with the 3 basting stitches. Number 1, page 67. Colored thread number 50. Needle number 6. Make pupils perfectly familiar with the name and use of this stitch. See description of stitches used in plain sewing, page 66. Beginning at the right hand, follow the lines of the design with the thread, placing the knots over the dots on the right-hand side and fastening over the dots at the left. Under each stamped row of stitches, put in 1, 2, 3, or more rows, depending upon the rapidity with which each individual works. This will help to keep the class uniform. Exercise number 2, Running. Materials. Stamped Running Design number 1, page 12. Unbleached muslin, 6 inches by 8 inches. Colored thread number 50. Needle number 6. Make pupils perfectly familiar with the name and use of this stitch. See description of stitches used in plain sewing, page 66. The object of this model is to give the pupils practice in the running stitch. These designs are more interesting than practicing on plain cloth, so if the work is not satisfactory, cut the knot, pull out the thread, and try again. Give special attention to the knots and the fastening of the threads and the general neatness of the work. Place the knot on the wrong side and follow the lines of the design with the running stitch. Exercise number 3, Overhanding. Materials. Practice piece. Colored thread number 50. Needle number 6. Teach the overhanding stitch on the practice piece. See description of stitches used in plain sewing, page 66. Change the color of the thread once or twice and teach the joining of the thread. Baste 2 folded edges together and insist upon neat, careful work. Exercise number 4. Cross-stitch pincushion, Christmas piece. Materials: unbleached muslin, 4 inches by 8 inches, luster cotton, crewel needle number 6, thread number 50, needle number 6, cotton poplin 4 1/2 inches by 8 1/2 inches, stamped with cross-stitch design, or a square of Penelope canvas 4 inches by 4 inches may be basted on and the design worked out on this and the canvas threads pulled out. See illustration on page 36. Make the cushion of the muslin and stuff rather hard with fine sawdust. Work the cross-stitch design. Turn to the wrong side 1/4 inch all the way around and baste. Fold through the center the short way, wrong sides together, baste and overhand the sides. Draw the cover over the cushion and overhand the remaining side. Finish the edge with a cross-stitch, chain stitch, or twisted cord. Exercise number 5. Running. Materials: running design number 2, page 12. 7 inches by 8 inches, colored thread number 50, needle number 6. Follow the lines of the design with the running stitch. Exercise number 6. Overhanding. Materials: white thread number 50, needle number 6. Running designs number 1 and number 2 are to be overhanded together. Turn a 1/4 inch fold on the long side of both pieces. Baste the folded edges together and overhand. Exercise number 7. Running. Materials: running design number 3, page 12. 6 inches by 8 inches, colored thread number 50, needle number 6. Follow the lines of the design with the running stitch. Exercise number 8. Hemming. Paper folding for a hem. Materials: paper 4 1/2 inches by 7 inches. Fold the long way of the paper. First fold of the hem 1/4 of an inch. Turn 1/2 inch hem on one side and an inch hem on the other. Have each child cut from a card a gauge for measuring the hems and insist that the hems be turned evenly. Teach the hemming stitch on the practice piece with colored thread. Trim the edge neatly. Fold the hem accurately and baste in place. Bad habits that are hard to correct later can so easily be formed in making this stitch that I wish to caution teachers in regard to the position of the needle in relation to the hem, the amount of cloth taken on the needle, and the tendency toward making the blind stitch or the damask hem instead of the plain hemming stitch. Hemming a towel. Materials: crash 9 inches woof, 6 inches warp, white thread number 50, needle number 6, tape 4 1/2 inches. Turn 1/4 inch fold on each side and across the bottom and baste. Turn the second fold 1/4 of an inch on the sides and baste. Hem the sides. Turn an inch hem at the bottom, baste and hem, giving special attention to the corners where the bottom hem is turned over the side hems. Hem the top with a 1/4 inch hem if there is no selvage. Sew a loop in the middle of the top on the selvage as follows. Turn in 1/4 of an inch at both ends of the tape. Place the ends of the tape side by side and down 1/4 of an inch from the edge of the towel. Hem around the ends of the tape and backstitch across the tape just at the edge of the towel. Exercise number 9. Running. Materials: running design number 4, page 12, 6 inches by 8 inches, colored thread number 50, needle number 6. Follow the lines of the design with the running stitch. Exercise number 10. Overhanding. Materials: quilt lining, unbleached muslin 12 inches by 16 inches, white thread number 50, needle number 6. Running designs number 3 and number 4 are to be overhanded together. Turn a 1/4 inch fold on the long sides of both pieces. Baste the folded edges together and overhand. Running designs numbers 1 and 2 are to be overhanded to 3 and 4. Turn a 1/4 inch fold at the top of one piece and the bottom of the other. Baste the folded edges together and overhand. Baste the lining to the quilt. Turn in the edges and overhand. Tack. Electives. Instead of the pincushion, a child's picture book may be substituted. Running designs number 3 and number 4 may be omitted and the child's picture book substituted. If this is done, make a doll's pillow of running designs number 1 and number 2 by turning in 1/4 inch all the way around both pieces and overhanding them together. Stuff with cotton or with scraps of cloth cut to fingernail size. Instead of the small towel, encourage children to ask their mothers for a dish towel which they can bring from home to hem. Some housekeeper of the neighborhood may be glad to have her dish towels hemmed for her by the class. A child's picture book. Materials: pink, blue, or yellow paper cambric, 27 inches, coarse thread, coarse needle, bright, pretty pictures which the children have cut from papers, magazines, cards, etc. Paste. Fold the cloth through the center with the warp and cut on the fold. Fold both strips into 3 equal pieces with the woof and cut. Fold each piece through the center parallel to the selvage. Place 2 pieces together and pin at the fold, and pink through the 4 thicknesses around the edges with a pinking iron. Do the same with the other pieces. When finished, place them all together and stitch at the fold as follows. 1. Mark 3 holes on the fold with the needle, 1 in the middle and 1 2 inches above it and another 2 inches below it. 2. Tie a large knot 2 inches from the end of the thread. 3. Insert the needle at the lowest hole from the inside and draw it through, leaving 2 inches of the thread to tie. 4. Pass over the middle hole and down through the upper one, out through the middle hole on one side of the long thread, and back through the same hole on the other side of the thread, and tie the 2 ends of the thread together. Paste a pretty card or large picture on the outside for the cover. Page the book with neat figures and write the name of the child for whom the book is designed on the inside of the cover. Arrange and paste in the pictures neatly. Chapter 3. Course of Instruction. 2nd Year. 4th Grade. Equipment. Sewing box or envelope case. Pincushion, 20 pins. Thimble. Needles. Scissors. Thread cards. Practice piece, unbleached muslin, 9 inches by 12 inches. Order of exercises. Prepare thread cards. Cardboard, 4 inches by 4 inches, designed and cut for 4 kinds of thread. Exercise number 11, seam sampler, seam A, combination stitch. Exercise number 12, emery balls. Exercise number 13, seam sampler, seam B, stitching. Exercise number 14, a bag, Christmas piece. Exercise number 15, seam sampler, seam C, half-back stitching. Exercise number 16, a doll's sofa pillow. Exercise number 17, seam sampler, seam D, French seam. Exercise number 18, a pair of doll's pillow cases. Exercise number 19, seam sampler, seam E, French fell. Exercise number 20, textile fibers and fabrics, silk. Detailed description of exercises. Review. 1 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch. Teach. 1/8 inch, 3/8 inch, 7/8 inch. Seam sampler. Materials: plain percale 10 inches warp, 12 inches woof, white thread number 60, needle number 6. 5 exercises of the second year sewing will consist of seam work on the seam sampler. Each stitch will be first taught on the practice piece. Make pupils perfectly familiar with the names and uses of the different stitches as they are taught. As the year's work progresses, compare the different seams and teach when, where, and why these various seams are used in garment making. See description of seams, page 90. That the pupils may not lose interest in their sewing, the seam work is alternated with miscellaneous exercises. Fold the percale with the warp into 3 equal pieces. Cut off 1 piece. Have each pupil label her large piece with her name. Collect and put them away until ready for seam B. Do not leave them in the boxes or they will be lost or soiled with too much handling. Exercise number 11. Seam A. Combination stitch. See description of seam sampler given above. Materials. First section of seam sampler. Fold with the warp through the center and cut on the fold. Baste these 2 edges together 1/4 of an inch from the edge. Sew with the combination stitch 3/8 of an inch from the edge. Exercise number 12. Emery balls. Materials: unbleached muslin 6 1/2 inches by 6 1/2 inches, red cashmere 6 1/2 inches by 6 1/2 inches. This amount provides for 4. Thread, yellow, white, and red. Emery powder. Needles number 6 and number 3. Green luster cotton. To cut the pattern of the strawberry emery ball, draw a circle 3 inches in radius and cut on the line. Cut a circle from the unbleached muslin for the lining and 1/4 of an inch larger from the cashmere for the outside. Cut both into quarters. To make the case, fold the 2 edges of the muslin together and sew in a seam with the combination stitch, rounding the point to give the strawberry shape. Turn in a good seam at the top and gather. Fill with the powdered emery and fasten the gathering thread by overhanding over the top. Before sewing up the outside, put in the stitches with yellow thread to represent the seeds of the strawberry as follows. Hold the wrong side of the cloth toward you and put in a row of tiny stitches 1/2 inch apart. 1/4 of an inch above these, put in another row with the stitches midway between those of the last row, and so continue. If desired, these may be omitted and the seeds represented by French knots when the strawberry is finished. Seam up the outside, slip it over the case, arranging the seams on opposite sides to avoid the possibility of powder sifting through. Overhand the top and cover with the green luster cotton to represent the calyx, leaving a loop for the stem. Exercise number 13. Seam B. Stitching. Materials: second section of seam sampler. Fold with the warp through the center and cut on the fold. Baste these 2 edges together 1/4 of an inch from the edge. Stitch 3/8 of an inch from the edge. Exercise number 14. Christmas piece, a heart-shaped bag. Materials: silkoline 14 inches by 18 inches, tape 2 yards. Turn and baste a 1/4 inch fold all the way around the cloth. Crease and baste an inch hem at both ends. With right sides together, fold the bag with the 2 hems together to find the exact bottom of the bag and place pins on the seam to mark this. Instead of sewing up the seams as in making a straight bag, pin the bottom of the bag at the seam to the edge of the hem and fasten very securely. Then overhand the edges of the sides together in the 2 folds. Put in 2 lines of running stitches for the 2 tape casings. Run in the 2 tapes 1 yard each, bringing them out at opposite sides for the double drawstrings. Exercise number 15. Half back stitching. Materials: first and second sections of the seam sampler. Baste the 2 sections together 1/4 of an inch from the edge. Sew with the half back stitch 3/8 of an inch from the edge. Exercise number 16. A doll's sofa pillow. Materials: cotton poplin 6 inches by 11 1/2 inches. Care's twist. B. Crewel needle. Thread number 60. Needle number 6. Work the design in the running stitch with the twist. Turn 1/4 inch all the way around to the wrong side and baste. Fold right sides together the short way through the center and baste. Overhand the edges, leaving a small opening for filling with scraps of cloth cut into bits fingernail size or the cotton of milkweed pods. Overhand the opening. Exercise number 17. French seam. Materials: third section of the seam sampler. Fold with the warp through the center and cut on the fold. Follow the directions for the French seam. Exercise number 18. A pair of doll's pillowcases. Materials: 2 pieces bleached muslin, 7 1/2 inches warp, 8 1/2 inches woof. White thread number 60. Needle number 6. In a pillowcase, the warp threads should run lengthwise of the pillow. Crease 1/4 inch fold across one end and on both sides. Fold with the warp through the center so that the seam just turned comes on the inside. Baste the folded edges together on the right side. Overhand on the right side, using no knot, but sewing over the end of the thread. Turn 3/4 inch hem, baste, and hem. Trim the seam and overcast. Exercise number 19. French fell. Materials: seam sampler. Sew section 3 of the seam sampler to the others with the French fell. Follow directions for the French fell. Exercise number 20. Textile fibers and fabrics. Silk. Under the heading Textile Fibers and Fabrics, page 96, will be found subject matter which can be used in correlation with the geography, language, and history work. The 4th grade subject is silk. Secure, if possible, the silk cocoon and make a collection of silk fabrics. Language papers on the subject can be illustrated with pictures cut from papers and magazines. Electives: a doll's rag rug. This may be used instead of the emery ball. Materials: carpet warp, 6 yards. Large wooden needle. A loom. To make the loom, take a smooth inch board, 7 inches by 12 inches. Draw lines across the board 1 inch from both ends. Draw lines down both sides, 1/2 inch from the edge, connecting the end lines. Drive in brads or wire nails with small heads 3/8 of an inch apart, all the way around the oblong formed by the lines. To weave the rug, each girl will cut or tear her own carpet rags from discarded garments, etc. brought from home. These must be fresh and clean. Cut into strips from 1/2 to 1 inch wide that will thread onto the needle. To sew the rags together, lap one over the other about 1 inch and fold the long way through the center once. Backstitch several times through the 4 thicknesses, making each strip about 2 yards long. Wind the warp on the nails as tight as possible. Weave the rags over and under the warp threads. Stripes across the ends will add to the children's interest. Teach warp. woof, and selvage. A bag ornamented with the cross-stitch may be made instead of the silk-line bag. One pillowcase may be omitted and a pillow for the other case made instead. This will be stuffed with crumpled bits of tissue paper. Chapter 4. Course of Instruction. 3rd Year. 5th Grade. Equipment. Sewing box or envelope case. Pin cushion, 30 pins. Thimble. Needles. Scissors. Thread cards. Practice piece. Unbleached muslin, 9 inches by 12 inches. Order of exercises. Prepare thread cards. Cardboard, 4 inches by 4 inches, designed and cut for 4 kinds of thread. Exercise number 21. Patching sampler. Hemmed patch. Exercise number 2. A doll's kimono. Exercise number 23. Patching sampler, overhand patch. Exercise number 24. Basketry, Christmas piece. Exercise number 25. A garment brought from home to be repaired. Exercise number 26. Mitered corner. Exercise number 27. Napkin, damask hem. Exercise number 28. A pair of sleeve protectors. Exercise number 29. A pin cushion. Exercise number 30. Textile fibers and fabrics. Cotton. Detailed description of exercises. Review the divisions of the inch. Patching sampler. Materials. Gingham, 8 inches warp, 13 inches woof. White thread, number 70. Needle, number 7. It is desirable that each girl cut the 2 patches and the 2 pieces to be patched from the same piece of cloth, that there may be no difficulty in matching the pattern when patching or when later sewing the 2 patched pieces together. Fold the piece of gingham, 8 inches by 13 inches, with the warp into 3 sections, 2 of them 8 inches warp by 5 inches woof, and the third 8 inches warp by 3 inches woof. Fold the 3-inch piece across the warp in the center for the 2 patches. Cut on the creases. Pin 1 patch to one of the large pieces, label with the girl's name, and put it away for exercise number 23. Exercise number 21. Hemmed patch. Materials. First section of patching sampler. The hemmed patch is the strongest and the one most commonly used for repairing garments. The patch will not be noticeable if the pattern is skillfully matched. When matching stripes or plaids, always turn on the line where the color changes, never through the middle of a stripe. 10 minutes spent on a paper pattern will prevent the mistakes beginners usually make in this exercise. Trim the patch and crease a 1/4-inch fold on the 4 sides. In the large piece, cut a hole in the center, found by folding, and place the patch over this. Baste around it, matching pattern carefully. Do not allow pupils to go any farther until the patch is basted on exactly right. Turn to the right side and cut out the part supposed to be worn by the following successive steps. 1. Measure 1/2 inch, or as near it as the pattern will permit, from the edge of the patch, using pins for marking the line where it is to be cut. 2. Cut out the center, leaving about 1/2 inch extending over the patch. 3. Clip the corners diagonally the exact width of the fold to be turned in. Take great care and do not cut in too far, as this will spoil the patch. 4. Turn in the edge, baste, and hem. 5. Hem the patch on the wrong side. Exercise number 22. A doll's kimono. Materials. Outing flannel, 10 1/2 inches by 14 inches. Luster cotton. White thread. needle number 7, crewel needle, pattern. NB. The kimono may be cut in one piece with underarm seams or in 2 pieces with an additional seam in the back. The following are the successive steps for making the kimono. 1. Pin the pattern to the cloth and cut around it. 2. Baste the seams. Backstitch the seams 1/4 inch from the edge. Clip the seams 3 times at the turn under the arm. 3. Open the seams and baste flat to the cloth. 4. Finish the seams with a fine herringbone stitch. 5. Turn in to the wrong side 1/8 inch around the kimono. Baste. 6. Practice the blanket stitch over a folded edge before doing it on the edge of the kimono with the luster cotton. An alternating long and short stitch makes an attractive edge, or the stitches may be placed in groups of 3 or 5. Exercise number 23. Overhand patch. Materials. Second section of the patching sampler. The overhand patch is used on very thin material, such as lawn, dimity, or organdy, where strength is not required, and where the 2 thicknesses of cloth around the edge of the hemmed patch would be too noticeable. The pattern should be as carefully matched as in the hemmed patch, and equal care given to the corners. A paper pattern will assist beginners. Fold the large piece of gingham with the 4 corners together, and clip off the point from the center. The following are the successive steps for making the overhand patch. 1. Measure on each side of the center with the warp 1 1/4 inches and with the woof 3/4 of an inch. Mark with pins. 2. Cut out the oblong at these points, or as near as the pattern permits, observing also the pattern of the patch to be used. 3. Clip the corners diagonally the exact width of the fold to be turned in. 4. Turn in the fold on the 4 sides of the hole. 5. Crease the folds on the 4 sides of the patch so that it will fit exactly into the hole, matching patterns. 6. Beginning near the middle of one side, overhand the patch in, matching as you overhand. Do not baste. The 2 patched pieces are to be overhanded together. Turn a 1/4 inch fold on each with the warp, matching the pattern. Baste together and overhand. Teach the overcasting on the practice piece and overcast all raw edges on the patching sampler with a stitch 1/8 of an inch deep and 1/4 of an inch apart. Exercise number 24. Basketry, Christmas piece. This subject has such limitless possibilities, and its success or failure rests so entirely with the teacher that it will be necessary for each teacher to prepare herself to teach it and decide upon the style, size, and general character of the design of the baskets to be made by her class, allowing the pupils as far as possible to work out their individual tastes. See chapter on Basketry, page 108. Exercise number 25. A garment brought from home to be mended. Ask every pupil to bring some article from home, in preference a garment to be mended. There is no home that cannot furnish a garment that needs repairing. This is a practical application of exercises 21 or 23 and is a valuable experience for the children. Exercise number 26. Mitered corner. Materials: paper. Teach the mitered corner on paper only. Have it done over and over until every pupil understands how it is done and can do it alone, rapidly and perfectly. Ask pupils to bring paper from home, as almost any kind will do for this practice work. Have it made in hems of several widths. See description of miscellaneous exercises, page 82. Exercise number 27. A napkin, damask hem. Materials: damask, 8 1/2 inches by 8 1/2 inches, white thread number 60, needle number 7. Trim the napkin square. Napkins are usually hemmed with a very narrow hem, luncheon napkins sometimes with wide ones. The damask hem. Fold the hem the desired width, on this small napkin 1/2 inch, and then turn the hem back flat to the cloth and crease. The edge of the hem and the crease thus formed are overhanded together with fine even stitches. When laundered, this irons perfectly smooth. This method of hemming is used only on cloth too heavy to flat hem nicely. Exercise number 28. A pair of sleeve protectors. Materials: cotton twill 8 1/2 inches by 11 inches, tape 36 inches, ribbon elastic 4 inches, white thread number 70, needle number 7. To cut the pattern of a sleeve protector, cut an oblong 8 inches by 10 1/2 inches. Fold through the center the long way. Mark the top edge of the folded edge A, the bottom B, the upper right-hand corner C, and the lower D. Measure down on the folded edge from A 4 inches and mark E. Measure down from C 4 inches and mark F. Measure up from D 5 inches and mark G. Measure on the line B, D, 3 1/4 inches from B and mark H. Connect G and H with a straight line, with E as the center and EA as the radius. Draw a quarter of a circle connecting A and F. Cut on the lines H, G, and A, F. Cut the sleeve protectors from the pattern, beginning at the center of the bottom and holding the wrong side of the cloth next to you. Baste the edge of the sleeve protector to the line running through the middle of the tape. Make a tiny pleat in the tape at each corner so that when doubled over it will round the corner smoothly. Join the ends of the tape by folding back both ends and overhanding them together on the wrong side. Hem the tape down on the right side. Before basting the tape down on the wrong side, fasten the elastic in place on one side of the sleeve protector. The elastic is in 2 pieces, 2 inches in length. Place the first piece 1 inch from the bottom and the second piece 3 inches above the first. Baste the tape down on the wrong side and hem, leaving the opening for the other end of the elastic, which is fastened in place after the hemming is done. Lay the binding smooth over the elastic and stitch along the edge of the tape through the elastic to hold in place. Exercise number 29. A pincushion, couching, and lazy daisy stitch. Materials: cover, poplin, stamped, muslin for cushion, crewel needle, coarse colored thread, embroidery cotton. Proceed by the following steps. To make the cushion: 1. Fold through the center the short way and backstitch the side seams. Turn in 1/4 inch at the open end and baste. 2. Fill full and hard with fine sawdust. Overhand the end. To embroider the cover: 1. Lay the coarse thread along the edge, leaving a 1/2 inch at the end for joining later. 2. Blanket stitch over this thread held loosely to the edge with the white embroidery cotton, placing the stitches a little less than 1/8 of an inch apart, putting the needle in at the top line and out at the bottom line. Work from left to right. The beauty of this stitch will depend upon its regularity. 3. Join the coarse thread by overlapping a 1/2 inch. Do not cut the ends off blunt, but to a point, so the place of joining will not show. 4. Cut the scallops out and go around again with the white cotton in the blanket stitch, going into each loop. 5. Work the flowers in blue lazy daisy stitch with a yellow French knot center. 6. Pin the cover to the cushion at the corners. Exercise number 30. Textile fibers and fabrics, cotton. Under the heading Textile Fibers and Fabrics, page 96, will be found subject matter which can be used in correlation with the geography, language, and history work. The 5th grade subject is cotton. Many interesting collections can be made that will be instructive for the children. A. Cotton fabrics with their names and uses. B. Pictures. C. Cotton fiber in the various stages of manufacture. D. Maps upon which can be located the countries producing cotton and cities noted for the manufacture of cotton cloth. E. Compositions on cotton and allied subjects. Electives. The pincushion or a fancy bag may be substituted for the basketry and one of the other electives chosen for exercise number 29. A cover for a pincushion affords a good application for the mitered corner. This can be made any size, square or oblong. Ornament with fine feather stitching and the star stitch. The case for ruler and pencils may be substituted for the sleeve protectors. A case for ruler and pencils. Materials. Cretonne, 3 pieces, 3 1/4 inches by 22 inches, 3 1/4 inches by 13 inches, 3 1/4 inches by 10 inches. Thread. Needle number 7. The following are the successive steps. 1. Turn in 1/4 inch around the 3 pieces and baste. 2. Hem one end of the short piece, hem one end of the middle-sized piece. 3. Lay the wrong side of the middle-sized piece to the wrong side of the long piece, even at the end turned in only, and baste the 2 pieces together. 4. Make the pocket for the ruler, pencil, and eraser the desired size by backstitching. 5. Lay the wrong side of the short piece to the right side of the middle-sized piece even at the same end, and baste. 6. Overhand the 3 pieces together, taking care to fasten securely at the top of the pockets. 7. Fold the flap on the long piece to just meet the top of the long pocket. Hem it down at the end and overhand the sides. 8. The pupils will furnish snaps, 2, or buttons for fastening. A book cover. Materials. Grass linen or Holland 15 inches woof by 10 inches warp. White thread, number 70. Needles, numbers 7 and 5. Luster cotton. The design. Start several weeks before the class is ready to make it. Arouse an interest, and study designs for book covers. Ask pupils to bring from home books having good designs on the covers. Have them tell why they like certain ones and do not favor others. In a word, educate their tastes in this line before expecting them to originate designs. Do not attempt anything elaborate. Many artistic effects can be obtained by interlacing straight lines, and these have the advantage of being easily worked. Paper cutting is an excellent medium for experimenting. If a unit is to be repeated or if curves are desired in the outline. For example, fold an oblong, 4 1/2 by 7 inches, through the center both ways, and cut on a slightly curving line from the folded edges to the corner. Quite a variety of simple, graceful outlines can be made by slightly varying these curves, which, with a simple unit repeated around the center or in each corner, makes an effective design. Have the finished pattern before starting the book cover. Trace on the cloth by means of the carbon paper. It will be necessary to crease the cover over the book before putting on the design so that it may be placed just right. To make the book cover, work the design with the outline stitch before sewing up the seams. Overcast the raw edges at the top and bottom of the cover and hem with a 1/4 inch hem at the 2 ends that fold into the book. The raw-edged hem, finished with the herringbone stitch, could be used in place of the plain hem if desired. Turn in the top and bottom of the cover so that the book will slip in easily. Overhand that part which folds into the book to the outside, at top and bottom, thus forming the pockets into which the covers of the book slip. Do the overhanding on the wrong side, and then turn it to the right side. A book bag. Materials: Galatea or khaki, 15-inch woof, 13-inch warp. 2 strips for handles, 13-inch warp by 3-inch woof. Thread number 40. Needle number 7. The decoration of the bag should be done before sewing up the ends. Very artistic effects can be obtained in the applique. See directions for the design of the book cover, page 38. Cut a 3-inch strip from the length of the piece for the end pieces. Divide this into 2 pieces 7 1/2 by 3 inches. Find the middle of one end of both end pieces and notch them. Fold the large piece with the warp through the center and notch at both ends of the fold. Turn in a 1/4 inch around the large piece and baste. Turn in a 1/4 inch across the notched end and sides of the end pieces. Place the notch at the end of one side piece to one in the large piece, right sides together, and pin in place. Overhand on the wrong side, the 2 together across the end and up both sides. Put in the other end piece in the same way. Trim the end pieces even with the top of the case. Turn a 3/4 inch hem at the top. Before hemming, make the straps for the handles by turning in and overhanding the edges. Insert both ends of one strap under the hem of the right side of the bag, 2 inches from the middle or 4 inches apart, and the other strap on the left side. Hem and fasten the handles to the edge of the hem by backstitching. Chapter 7. Description of stitches. Stitches used in plain sewing. 1. Basting. 2. Blind stitch. 3. Buttonholes. 4. Combination stitch. 5. Darning. 6. Gathering. 7. Half back stitch. 8. Hemming. 9. Overcasting. 10. Overhanding. 11. Running. 12. Slip stitch. 13. Stitching. Basting. Basting is temporary sewing used to hold the cloth in place while putting in permanent stitches. As the basting threads are to be removed, place the knot on the right side. Fasten the thread securely by taking 2 or 3 back stitches. In removing basting threads, clip the threads at short intervals that they may be taken out easily. Much of the success of the work depends upon careful basting. The extra time required will be repaid tenfold. 1 stitch at a time for beginners, later 2 or 3 stitches may be taken. In basting hems, baste not on the edge but very near it. Do not baste on the line where you expect to stitch, but as near it as possible. A. An even basting is used on hems, seams of garments, or wherever 2 pieces of cloth are to be held firmly together. Take up 1/4 inch and skip 1/4. B. Uneven basting is used where very careful basting is unnecessary, as in the seams of skirts, or in working on a material that clings together, as a guide for stitching. Take up 1/8 of an inch and skip 3/8. When only loose basting is required, as when holding the lining and outside together, a long stitch and 2 short ones may be used. Blind stitch. The blind stitch and slip stitch are used to fasten a hem lightly where it is desired to conceal the stitches. To blind stitch a hem, turn back the edge of the hem to the basting and, holding the cloth along the edge of the finger, catch first cloth and then hem with a single stitch that does not show on either side. A slip stitch is a long stitch on the wrong side and a blind stitch on the hem. It is used on the milliner's fold. Buttonholes. A buttonhole is a slit cut and worked to admit a button for fastening purposes. It is much easier for beginners to commence on the blind buttonhole. This is made by working around a line instead of cutting the hole. The stitch, the fan, and the finishing can thus be learned without the care of the raw edge. The directions for making the buttonhole are as follows. A. Preparation of the hole. A. Cutting. With the buttonhole scissors, cut the hole 1/4 of an inch from the folded edge and straight with the threads of the cloth. B. Stranding. The strand consists of carrying the thread along the edge of the buttonhole near enough to be easily covered by the buttonhole stitch for the purpose of adding strength to the buttonhole. Thread 2 needles, one with fine thread or sewing silk and the other with coarser thread or twist, depending on the kind of buttonhole to be made. Place a knot in the coarse thread or twist, and with the folded edge of the cloth toward the left hand, bring the needle out just below the lower right-hand end of the buttonhole, which is the end farthest from the folded edge. At the other end, put the needle into the cloth just below the end of the cut, and bring it out just above, which will carry the thread along the edge of the buttonhole. Repeat the same on the other side, bringing the thread out at the point of starting. Do not cut this thread, as this is ready to begin the buttonhole stitch after the overcasting. C. Overcasting. With the fine thread or sewing silk, begin at the lower right-hand end. The object of the overcasting is to prevent raveling while working the buttonhole, and the fewer stitches which will accomplish the purpose the better. As the overcasting must be covered by the buttonhole stitch, do not take over 2 or 3 threads deep, and just as few stitches on each side as is absolutely necessary to prevent the loosening of the threads. Some materials do not require overcasting. B. Working the buttonhole. A. The stitch. Determine how deep a stitch is necessary so that the threads will not pull out, always keeping in mind that the shorter the stitch the better the buttonhole will look. This depends upon the kind of material in use. The first stitch begins 1 thread beyond the end of the slit. Holding the buttonhole along the cushion of the left forefinger with the folded edge of the cloth toward the left, place the needle into the slit under the lower edge of the buttonhole and draw the needle halfway through. With the needle still pointing toward the chest, take up the double thread at the eye of the needle and place it under the point passing from right to left. Draw the needle and thread out, and from you, so that the purl or twist comes to the edge of the slit. This makes a firmer edge than when the thread is carried around the needle from left to right. Each stitch is a repetition of the above. Place the stitches about the width of a thread apart, as this will avoid a crowded appearance and makes a firm, hard edge. Do not jerk the thread, but draw steadily and tight, otherwise the edge will be rough. Avoid stretching the buttonhole. The edges should touch when finished. B. The fan. At the end near the folded edge, the round end, spread the stitches like the sticks of a fan, drawing them closer at the top and spreading at the bottom. 5 stitches will work nicely around the end. the third stitch being straight with the buttonhole. C. Method of finishing the buttonhole. The simplest manner of finishing is as follows. The buttonhole stitches at this end are at right angles to the slit and not rounding as at the other end. After finishing the last buttonhole stitch, pass the needle down between the first and second stitch and bring it out between the last and next to the last stitch. Draw the thread tight so as to bring the edges of the buttonhole together. Put in several stitches in the same place. Pass the needle to the underside and fasten the thread. B. The bar. The thread being at the top of the stitch, pass the needle down between the first and second stitch and out at the bottom of the last stitch. Put in 3 threads across the width of the buttonhole, bringing the thread out at the bottom of the last buttonhole stitch. Turn the cloth so that the thumb covers the thread and the buttonhole, and work the bar by bringing the needle out each time over the thread as in the blanket stitch. Draw the purl edge toward the buttonhole. Do not put in too many stitches as it makes the loop stand away from the buttonhole. Near the middle of the bar, take 1 stitch through the cloth to hold it down. C. Caution. Be sure that the thread is long enough to work the buttonhole, but not over long, as the thread wears and is more liable to break. Use care and not break the thread, but in case this happens, take out the last few stitches, thread the needle on this short end, pass through the last purl, and fasten the thread on the underside. With the new thread, fasten without a knot on the wrong side, bringing through the last purl at the edge of the buttonhole, and continue. On cloth that ravels badly, put in 2 parallel rows of running stitches and then cut the buttonhole between the rows. Combination stitch. The combination stitch consists of 3 little running stitches and a back stitch over the last running stitch. Take 3 running stitches on the needle and pull it through. Take up the last running stitch for the first of the next group of 3. It is a little stronger than the running stitch. See illustration, page 67. Darning. The object in darning is to repair a rent if possible, so that it cannot be perceived. The warp and woof threads that have been worn away are to be rewoven into the cloth. No knots are needed. Leave a short end of thread to be clipped when the darn is finished. A. Stocking darning. Stockings should be darned on the wrong side. A square hole makes a more symmetrical darn than a round one, and should be used wherever there is no widening or narrowing in the knitting, as on the leg of a stocking. A round hole is better for the heel and toe. Cut away the part that is badly worn. First put in the warp threads, taking care to take up on the needle all the little loops around the hole, and making the darn symmetrical in shape. Then put in the woof threads, weaving carefully across the warp over the hole, passing over the threads that were taken up on the preceding row. Give special attention to the edge of the hole, passing first over and then under the edge, that there may be no ridge. If the hole is large or stretched out of shape, draw up the edges by whipping with fine thread. The darning stitches should extend only as far as the worn part. If the warp threads have strengthened the worn part sufficiently, the woof threads may be extended only far enough over the edge to fasten securely. In darning a large hole, it is sometimes wise to begin putting in the warp threads at the center first to prevent stretching. Do not draw the threads too tight, as they will shrink when washed. B. Cloth darning. This may be done with thread, ravelings, or hair. In darning with thread, darn on the wrong side, with ravelings or hair on the right. Darn at right angles to the tear or cut. Continue the darning stitches on each side of the tear only far enough to strengthen the worn part. Usually a quarter, sometimes 1/8 of an inch is sufficient. Continue the darn 1/8 of an inch beyond the end of the tear. The repairing shows less if the rows of darning stitches are of unequal length. In darning, take up the threads of cloth passed over in the preceding row, slipping the needle over one edge of the tear and under the other going one way, and reversing this order going the other way. This makes the edge smooth and does not throw it up in a ridge. If the material to be darned is thin or stretches easily, place the rent over a piece of glazed paper and baste around it before darning. If the cloth is worn and thin, place a piece of cloth under and darn through the two thicknesses. Take great care not to stretch the whole or to draw the threads tight enough to pucker. End of Sewing, Handicraft for Girls, a graded course for city and rural schools, by Ida Bell McLaughlin. Recording by Tindra.
Excerpt from Chapter 4, Sleep, from Human Personality and Its Survival of Bodily Death, by Frederick William Henry Myers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Excerpt from Chapter 4, Sleep, by Frederick William Henry Myers. Out of slumber proceeds each fresh arousal and initiation of waking activities. What other activities may in slumber be aroused and initiated, the evidence to be set forth in this chapter should help us to say. To some extent, at least, the abeyance of the supraliminal life must be the liberation of the subliminal. To some extent, the obscuration of the noonday glare of man's waking consciousness must reveal the far-reaching, faint corona of his unsuspected and impalpable powers. Entering, then, upon a review of sleeping faculty, thus inevitably imperfect, we may best begin from the red end of our spectrum of consciousness. The red end, which represents the deepest power which waking effort can exert upon our physical organism. Our survey of the efficacy of sleep, indeed, must make its beginning beyond that limit. For assuredly in sleep, some agency is at work which far surpasses waking efficacy in this respect. It is a fully admitted, although an absolutely unexplained fact, that the regenerative quality of healthy sleep is something sui generis, which no completeness of waking quiescence can rival or approach. A few moments of sleep, a mere blur across the field of consciousness, will sometimes bring a renovation which hours of lying down in darkness and silence would not yield. A mere bowing of the head on the breast, if consciousness cease for a second or two, may change a man's outlook on the world. At such moments, and many persons like myself can fully vouch for their reality, one feels that what has occurred in one's organism, alteration of blood pressure, or whatever it be, has been in some sense discontinuous, that there has been a break in the inward regime, amounting to much more than a mere brief ignoring of stimuli from without. The break of consciousness is associated in some way with a potent physiological change. That is to say, even in the case of a moment of ordinary sleep, we already note the appearance of that special recuperative energy which is familiar in longer periods of sleep, and which, as we shall presently see, reaches a still higher level in hypnotic trance. This recuperative power, then, lies just beyond the red end of our spectrum of waking faculty. In that obscure region, we note only added power, an increased control over organic functions at the foundation of bodily life. But when we pass on within the limits of our spectrum of waking consciousness, when we come to control over voluntary muscles, or to sensory capacity, we find that our comparison between sleeping and waking faculty is no longer a simple one. On the one hand, there is of course a general blank and abeyance of control over the realm of waking energies, or in partial sleep, a mere fantastic parody of those energies in incoherent dream. On the other hand, we find that sleep is capable of strange developments, and that night can sometimes suddenly outdo the most complex achievements of day. Take first the degree of control over the voluntary muscles. In ordinary sleep, this is neither possessed nor desired. In nightmare, its loss is exaggerated in quasi-hysterical fashion into an appalling fear, while in somnambulism, a kind of new personality developed ad hoc, the sleeper, as we shall see later on, walks on perilous ridges with steady feet. I have already said that morbid somnambulism bears to sound sleep a relation something like that which hysteria bears to normal life. But between the healthy somnambulist and the subject of nightmare, we find from another point of view a contrast resembling that between the man of genius and the hysteric. The somnambulist, like the man of genius, brings into play resources which are beyond ordinary reach. On the other hand, just as in many hysterics, certain ordinary powers of movement have lapsed below voluntary control, so also the dreamer who dimly wishes to move a constrained limb is often unable to send thither a sufficient current of motor energy to effect the desired change of position. That nightmare inability to move, which we thus feel in dream, when neither he that fleeth can flee, nor he that pursueth pursue. That sensation which both Homer and Virgil have selected as the type of paralyzing bewilderment. This is just the abulia of the hysteric, the condition when it takes a man half an hour to put on his hat, or when a woman sits all the morning looking at her knitting, but unable to add a stitch. Somnambulism, however, is too vague and undefined a term for our present discussion. It will only be by a comparison with hypnotism in the next chapter that we can hope to get some clearer notion of sleep-waking states. Let us pass on to consider intensephalic sensory faculty, mind's eye faculty, as shown in sleep or dream. Here too we shall find the same rule to prevail as with motor faculty. That is to say, on the whole, the sensory faculty is of course dimmed and inhibited by sleep. But there are nevertheless indications of a power subsisting as vividly as ever, or with even added acuteness. Beyer-Larger in France and Griesinger in Germany, both about 1845, were among the first to call attention to the vivid images which rise before the internal vision of many persons between sleep and waking. M. Alfred Maury, the well-known Greek scholar and antiquary, gave to these images a few years later the title of Illusions Hypnagogiques, and published a remarkable series of observations upon himself. Mr. Galton has further treated of them in his Inquiry into Human Faculty, and cases will be found in Phantasms of the Living, Volume 1, pages 390, 473, etc. These visions may be hypnopompic as well as hypnagogic, may appear, that is to say, at the moment when slumber is departing as well as at the moment when it is coming on, and in either case they are closely related to dreams, the hypnagogic illusions or pictures being sometimes repeated in dream, as with Maury, and the hypnopompic pictures consisting generally in the persistence of some dream image into the first moments of waking. In either case, they testify to an intensified power of inward visualization at a very significant moment, a moment which is actually or virtually one of sleep, but which yet admits of definite comparison with adjacent moments of waking. We may call the condition one of cerebral or mind's eye hyperesthesia, an exalted sensibility of special brain centers in response to those unknown internal stimuli which are always giving rise to similar but fainter inward visions, even in broadly waking hours. For those who are already good visualizers, such phenomena as these, though striking enough, present no quite unique experience. For bad visualizers, on the other hand, the vividness of these hypnagogic pictures may be absolutely a revelation. The degree of acuteness, not of the visualizing faculty alone, but of all the senses in dream, is a subject for direct observation, and even, for persons who can at all control their dreams, for direct experiment. Some correspondents report a considerable apparent accession of sensory power in dream. Others again speak of the increased vividness of dramatic conception, or of what has been called in a hypnotic subject, objectivation of types. In each of these dreams, writes one lady, I was a man, in one of them a low brute, in the other a dipsomaniac. I never had the slightest conception of how such persons felt or thought until these experiences. Another correspondent speaks of dreaming two disconnected dreams, one emotional and one geometrical, simultaneously, and of consequent sense of confusion and fatigue. The chapter on dreams in R.L. Stevenson's volume Across the Plains, already referred to in the last chapter, contains a description of the most successful dream experiments thus far recorded. By self-suggestion before sleep, Stevenson could secure a visual and dramatic intensity of dream representation, which furnished him with the motives for some of his most striking romances. His account, written with admirable psychological insight, is indispensable to students of this subject. I am mentioning these well-known phenomena, as the reader will understand, with a somewhat novel purpose, to show namely that the internal sensory perceptions or imaginative faculty of sleep may exceed that of vigilance in something the same way as the recuperative agency of sleep surpasses the vis medicatrix of waking hours. I pass on to a less frequent phenomenon, which shows us at once intense imagination during sleep, and a lasting imprint left by these imaginations upon the waking organism, an unintended self-suggestion which we may compare with Stevenson's voluntary self-suggestion mentioned just above. The permanent result of a dream, I say, is sometimes such as to show that the dream has not been a mere superficial confusion of past waking experiences, but has had an unexplained potency of its own, drawn, like the potency of hypnotic suggestion, from some depth in our being which the waking self cannot reach. Two main classes of this kind are conspicuous enough to be easily recognized. Those, namely, where the dream has led to a conversion or marked religious change, and those where it has been the starting point of an insistent idea or of a fit of actual insanity. The dreams which convert, reform, change character and creed have of course a prima facie claim to be considered as something other than ordinary dreams, and their discussion may be deferred till a later stage of our inquiry. Those, on the other hand, which suddenly generate an insistent idea of an irrational type are closely and obviously analogous to post-hypnotic self-suggestions, which the self that inspired them cannot be induced to countermand. Such is the dream related by M. Taine, where a gendarme, impressed by an execution at which he had assisted, dreams that he himself is to be guillotined, and is afterwards so influenced by the dream that he attempts suicide. Several cases of this kind have been collected by Dr. Faure and Dr. Tissier in his interesting little work Les Rêves, has added some curious instances from his own observation. A striking illustration may be drawn from the following incident in the story of Krafft Ebing's patient, Ilma S., the genuineness of whose stigmata seems proved by that physician's care in observation and by the painfulness of certain experiments performed upon her by students as practical jokes and against her will. May 6, 1888. The patient is disturbed today. She complains to the sister of severe pain under the left breast, thinks that the professor has burnt her in the night, and begs the sister to obtain a retreat for her in a convent where she will be secure against such attacks. The sister's refusal causes a hystero-epileptic attack. At length, in the hypnotic trance, the patient gives the following explanation of the origin of the pain. Last night an old man came to me. He looked like a priest and came in company with a sister of charity on whose collet there was a large golden bee. I was afraid of her. The old man was amiable and friendly. He dipped a pen in the sister's pocket and with it wrote W and B on my skin under the left breast. Once he dipped his pen badly and made a blot in the middle of the figure. This spot and the B pain me severely, but the W does not. The man explained the W as meaning that I should go to the M church and confess at the W confessional. After this account the patient cried out and said, "There stands the man again, now he has chains on his hands." When the patient woke into ordinary life, she was suffering pain in the place indicated, where there were superficial losses of substance penetrating to the corium, which have a resemblance to a reverse W and B, with a hyperemic raised spot between the two. Nowhere in this peculiar neurotrophic alteration of the skin, which is identical with those previously produced experimentally, are there traces of inflammation. The pain and the memory of the dream were removed by the doctor's suggestion, but the dream self-suggestion to confess at the M church persisted, and the patient, without knowing why, did actually go and confess to the priest of her vision. In this last case, we have a dream playing the part of a powerful post-hypnotic suggestion. The meaning of this vague term suggestion we shall have to discuss in a later chapter. It is enough to notice here the great power of a subliminal suggestion, which can make an impression so much stronger, not only than the usual evanescent touch of dream, but than the actual experiences of waking day. But this case may also serve to lead us on to further reflections as to the connection between dream memory and hypnotic memory, a connection which points, as we shall presently see, towards the existence of some subliminal continuity of memory, lying deeper down than the evocable memory of common life, the stock of conscious reminiscences on which we can draw at will. With regard to memory, as with regard to sensation, we seem in waking life to be dealing with selection made for purposes of earthly use. From the pre-conscious unselective memory which depends on the mere organization of living matter, it is the task of consciousness, as it dawns in each higher organism, to make its own appropriate selection and to develop into distinctness certain helpful lines of reminiscence. The question of self-preservation, what must I needs be aware of in order to escape my foes, involves the question, what must I needs remember in order to act upon the facts of which I am aware? The selected currents of memory follow the selected avenues of sensation. What by disuse I lose the power of noticing at the time, I also lose the power of recalling afterwards. For simpler organisms, this rule may perhaps suffice. Man needs a more complex formula. For it may happen, as we have already seen, that two or more phases of personality in one man may each select from the mass of potential reminiscences a special group of memories of its own. These special groups, moreover, may bear to one another all kinds of relations. One may include another, or they may alternate and may be apparently co-exclusive. From these dissociations and alternations of memory, there will be many lessons to learn. The lesson which here presents itself is not the least important. What is the relation of the sleeping state to these dissociated, these parallel or concentric memories? Is it the case that when one memory includes another, it is the waking memory, as one might expect from that state's apparently superior vividness, which shows itself the deeper, the more comprehensive record? The answer of actual experience to these questions is unexpectedly direct and clear. In every recorded instance, so far at least as my memory serves me, where there has been any unification between alternating states, so as to make comparison possible, it is the memory furthest from waking life, whose span is the widest, whose grasp of the organism's upstored impressions is the most profound. Inexplicable as this phenomenon has been to observers who have encountered it without the needed key, the independent observations of hundreds of physicians and hypnotists have united in affirming its reality. The commonest instance, of course, is furnished by the ordinary hypnotic trance. The degree of intelligence, indeed, which finds its way to expression in that trance or slumber varies greatly in different subjects and at different times. But whensoever there is enough of alertness to admit of our forming a judgment, we find that in the hypnotic state there is a considerable memory, though not necessarily a complete or a reasoned memory, of the waking state. Whereas with most subjects in the waking state, unless some special command be imposed upon the hypnotic self, there is no memory whatever of the hypnotic state. In many hysterical conditions also the same general rule subsists, namely that the further we get from the surface, the wider is the expanse of memory which we encounter. If all this be true, there are several points on which we may form expectations definite enough to suggest inquiry. Ordinary sleep is roughly intermediate between waking life and deep hypnotic trance, and it seems a priori probable that its memory will have links of almost equal strength with the memory which belongs to waking life and the memory which belongs to the hypnotic trance. And this is in fact the case. The fragments of dream memory are interlinked with both these other chains. Thus, for example, without any suggestion to that effect, acts accomplished in the hypnotic trance may be remembered in dream, and remembered under the illusion which was thrown round them by the hypnotizer. Thus, Dr. Auguste Voisin suggested to a hypnotized subject to stab a patient, rarely a stuffed figure, in the neighboring bed. The subject did so, and of course knew nothing of it on waking. But 3 days afterwards he returned to the hospital complaining that his dreams were haunted by the figure of a woman who accused him of having stabbed and killed her. Appropriate suggestion laid this ghost of a doll. Conversely, dreams forgotten in waking life may be remembered in the hypnotic trance. Thus, Dr. Tissier's patient, Albert, dreamt that he was about to set out on one of his somnambulic fugues, or aimless journeys, and when hypnotized mentioned to the physician this dream, which in his waking state he had forgotten. The probable truth of this statement was shown by the fact that he did actually set out on the journey thus dreamt of, and that his journeys were usually preceded and incited by remembered dreams. I need not dwell on the existence, but at the same time the incompleteness of our dream memory of waking life, nor on the occasional formation of a separate chain of memory constructed from successive and cohering dreams. It should be added that we do not really know how far our memory in dream of waking life may have extended, since we can only infer this from our notoriously imperfect waking memory of past dreams. A cognate anticipation to which our theory will point will be that dream memory will occasionally be found to fill up gaps in waking memory, other than those due to hypnotic trance. Such so-called ekmnesic periods, for instance, as sometimes succeed a violent shock to the system and may even embrace some space of time anterior to the shock. These periods themselves resemble prolonged and unremembered dreams. Such accidents, however, are so rare and such dream memory so hard to detect that I mention the point mainly for the sake of theoretical completeness, and must think myself fortunate in being able to refer the reader to a recent case of M. Charcot's, which affords an interesting confirmation of the suggested view. I pass on to the still more novel and curious questions involved in the apparent existence of a dream memory, which, while accompanying the memory of ordinary life, seems also to have a wider purview and to indicate that the record of external events which is kept within us is far fuller than we know. Let us consider what stages such a memory may show. 1. It may include events once known to the waking self, but now definitely forgotten. 2. It may include facts which have fallen within the sensory field, but which have never been supraliminally apperceived or cognized in any way. And thus also it may indicate that from this wider range of remembered facts, dream inferences have been drawn, which inferences may be retrospective, prospective, or, if I may use a word of Pope's with a new meaning, circumspective. That is to say, relating not to the past or to the future, but to the present condition of matters beyond the range of ordinary perception. It is plain that inferences of this kind, if they exist, will be liable to be mistaken for direct retrocognition, direct premonition, direct clairvoyance, while yet they need not actually prove anything more than a perception on the part of the subliminal self, more far-reaching, a memory more stable, than is the perception or the memory of the supraliminal self which we know. These hypermnesic dreams, then, may afford a means of drawing our lines of evidence more exactly, of relegating some marvelous narratives to a realm of lesser marvel, and at the same time of realizing more clearly what it is in the most advanced cases which ordinary theories are really powerless to explain. As to the first of the above-mentioned categories, no one will raise any doubt. It is a familiar fact, or a fact only sufficiently unfamiliar to be noted with slight surprise, that we occasionally recover in sleep a memory which has wholly dropped out of waking consciousness. In such cases, the original piece of knowledge has at the time made a definite impress on the mind, has come well within the span of apprehension of the supraliminal consciousness. Its reappearance after however long an interval is a fact to which there are already plenty of parallels. But the conclusion to which some cases seem to me to point is one of a much stranger character. I think that there is evidence to show that many facts or pictures which have never even for a moment come within the apprehension of the supraliminal consciousness, are nevertheless retained by the subliminal memory, and are occasionally presented in dreams with what seems a definite purpose. I quote an interesting case in Appendix 4a. The same point, as we shall hereafter see, is illustrated by the phenomena of crystal vision. Miss Goodrich Freer, for example, saw in the crystal the announcement of the death of a friend, a piece of news which certainly had never been apprehended by her ordinary conscious self. On referring to the Times, it was found that an announcement of the death of someone of the same unusual name was contained in a sheet with which she had screened her face from the fire, so that the words may have fallen within her range of vision, although they had not reached what we broadly call her waking mind. This instance was of value from the strong probability that the news could never have been superliminally known at all, since it was too important to have been merely glanced at and forgotten. In these cases, the dream self has presented a significant scene, has chosen, so to say, from its gallery of photographs the special picture which the waking mind desired, but has not needed to draw any more complex inference from the facts presumably at its disposal. I have now to deal with a small group of dreams which reason as well as remember, if indeed in some of them there be not something more than mere reasoning on facts already in some way acquired, something which overpasses the scheme prescribed for the present chapter. In the first place, we cannot doubt that definite data already known may sometimes be treated in somnambulism or ordinary dream with more than waking intelligence. Such are the cases of mathematical problems solved in somnambulism, or of the skeletal arrangement discovered by Agassiz in common sleep for scattered bones, which had baffled his waking skill. I give in Appendix 4b the striking case of Professor Hilprecht, where dream intelligence is carried to its highest point. Professor Romain Newbold, who records the case, is well versed in the analysis of evidence making for supernormal powers, and his explanation of the vision as the result of processes of associative reasoning analogous to those of the upper consciousness must, I think, be taken as correct. But had the incident occurred in a less critical age of the world, in any generation one may say but this, how majestic a proof would the phantasmal Babylonian's message be held to have afforded of his veritable cooperation with the modern savant in the reconstruction of his remote past. I repeat that with this case of Professor Hilprecht's, we seem to have reached the utmost intensity of sleep faculty within the limits of our ordinary spectrum. In almost every region of that spectrum, we have found that the sleeper's faculty, under its narrow conditions, shows scattered signs of at least a potential equality with the faculty of waking hours. We have already seen this as regards muscular movements, as regards inward vision and audition, and as regards memory. And these last records complete the series by showing us the achievement in sleep of intellectual work of the severest order. Coleridge's Kubla Khan had long ago shown the world that a great poet might owe his masterpiece to the obscuration of waking sense. And the very imperfection of Kubla Khan, the memory truncated by an interruption, may again remind us how partial must ever be our waking knowledge of the achievements of sleep. May I not then claim a real analogy between certain of the achievements of sleep and the achievements of genius? In both there is the same triumphant spontaneity, the same sense of drawing no longer upon the narrow and brief endurance of nerves and brain, but upon some unknown source exempt from those limitations. Thus far, indeed, the sleep faculties which we have been considering, however strangely intensified, have belonged to the same class as the normal faculties of waking life. We have now to consider whether we can detect in sleep any manifestation of supernormal faculty, any experience which seems to suggest that man is a cosmical spirit as well as a terrestrial organism. and is in some way in relation with the spiritual as well as with the material world. It will seem in this view to be natural that this commerce with the spiritual environment should be more perceptible in sleep than in waking. The dogma which my point of view thus renders probable is perhaps, as a mere matter of history, the dogma of all dogmas, which has been most universally believed by mankind. Quod semper, quod ubique, quod ab omnibus. For how many narrow theological propositions have we not heard this proud claim that they have been believed everywhere, and by everybody, and in every age? Yet what can approach the antiquity, the ubiquity, the unanimity of man's belief in the wanderings of the spirit in dream? In the Stone Age, the skeptic would have been rash indeed who ventured to contradict it. And though I grant that this Paleolithic psychology has gone out of fashion for the last few centuries, I do not think that, in view of the telesthetic evidence now collected, we can any longer dismiss as a mere bizarrerie of dream imagery the constant recurrence of the idea of visiting in sleep some distant scene, with the acquisition thereby of new facts not otherwise accessible. Starting then, not from savage authority, but from the evidential scrutiny of modern facts, we shall find, I think, that there are coincidences of dream with truth, which neither pure chance nor any subconscious mentation of any ordinary kind will adequately explain. We shall find that there is a perception of concealed material objects, or of distant scenes, and also a perception of a communion with the thoughts and emotions of other minds. Both these phenomena have been noted sporadically in many ages and countries, and were observed with serious attention especially by the early French mesmerists. The first group of phenomena was called clairvoyance or lucidité, and the second communication des pensées, or in English, thought transference. These terms are scarcely comprehensive enough to satisfy a more systematic study. The distant perception is not optical, nor is it confined even to the apparent sense of sight alone. It extends to all the senses, and includes also impressions hardly referable to any special sense. Similarly, the communication between distant persons is not a transference of thought alone, but of emotion, of motor impulses, and of many impressions not easy to define. I ventured in 1882 to suggest the wider terms telesthesia, sensation at a distance, and telepathy, fellow feeling at a distance, and shall use these words in the present work. But I am far from assuming that these terms correspond with definite and dearly separated groups of phenomena, or comprise the whole field of supernormal faculty. On the contrary, I think it probable that the facts of the metatherial world are far more complex than the facts of the material world, and the ways in which spirits perceive and communicate, apart from fleshly organisms, are subtler and more varied than any perception or communication which we know. I have halted above at another line of demarcation which the dreamer's own sensations suggest, the distinction between active psychical excursion or invasion and the passive reception of psychical invasion from without. But even here, as was also hinted, a clear line of division is hard to draw, for whether we are dealing with dream perceptions of distant material scenes, or of distant living persons, or of discarnate spirits, it is often impossible for the dreamer himself to say either from what point he is himself observing, or where the scene of the vision is laid. For the present I must confine myself to a brief sketch of some of the main types of supernormal dreams, arranged in a kind of ascending order. I shall begin with such dreams as primarily suggest a kind of heightening or extension of the dreamer's own innate perceptive powers as exercised on the world around him. And I shall end with dreams which suggest his entrance into a spiritual world, where commerce with incarnate or discarnate spirits is subject no longer to the conditions of earthly thought. I begin then with some dreams which seem to carry perceptive faculty beyond the point at which some unusual form of common vision can be plausibly suggested in explanation. Mr. Lewis's dream of the landing order, Appendix 4a, may be taken as an instance of such a dream. I will next refer to certain cases where the sleeper by clairvoyant vision discerns a scene of direct interest to a mind other than his own, as the danger or death of some near friend. Sometimes there is a flash of the vision which seems to represent correctly the critical scene. Sometimes there is what seems like a longer gaze, accompanied perhaps by some sense of communion with the invaded person. And in some few cases, the most interesting of all, the circumstances of a death seem to be symbolically shown to a dreamer, as though by the deceased person or by some intelligence connected with him. See Mrs. Story's narrative, page 109. One of the best instances of the flash of vision is Canon Warburton's, which I quote from Phantasms of the Living, Volume 1, page 338, a case whose remoteness is rendered less of a drawback than usual by the character of the narrator and the simplicity and definiteness of the fact attested. The following is his account. The Close, Winchester, July the 16th, 1883. Somewhere about the year 1848, I went up from Oxford to stay a day or two with my brother Acton Warburton, then a barrister, living at 10 Fish Street, Lincoln's Inn. When I got to his chambers, I found a note on the table apologizing for his absence, and saying that he had gone to a dance somewhere in the West End, and intended to be home soon after 1 o'clock. Instead of going to bed, I dozed in an armchair, but started up wide awake exactly at 1, ejaculating, "By Jove, he's down," and seeing him coming out of the drawing-room into a brightly illuminated landing, catching his foot in the edge of the top stair, and falling headlong, just saving himself by his elbows and hands. The house was one which I had never seen, nor did I know where it was. Thinking very little of the matter, I fell a doze again for half an hour, and was wakened by my brother suddenly coming in and saying, "Oh, there you are. I have just had as narrow an escape of breaking my neck as I ever had in my life. Coming out of the ballroom, I caught my foot and tumbled full length down the stairs. That is all. It may have been only a dream, but I always thought it must have been something more." W. Warburton. In a second letter, Canon Warburton adds, July 20th, 1883. My brother was hurrying home from his dance, with some little self-reproach in his mind for not having been at his chambers to receive his guest, so the chances are that he was thinking of me. The whole scene was vividly present to me at the moment, but I did not note particulars any more than one would in real life. The general impression was of a narrow landing, brilliantly illuminated, and I remember verifying the correctness of this by questions at the time. This is my sole experience of the kind. The last words are in answer to the question whether he had had similar vivid visions which had not corresponded with any real event. The impression here produced is as though a jerk were given to some delicate link connecting the two brothers. The brother suffering the crisis thinks vividly of the other, and one can of course explain the incident, as we did on its first publication, as the endangered man's projection of the scene upon his brother's mind. The passive dozing brother, on the other hand, feels as though he was suddenly present in the scene, say in response to some sudden call from the brother in danger. And I am here bringing into relief that aspect of the incident on account of its analogy with cases soon to be quoted. But the main lesson no doubt may be that no hard and fast line can be drawn between the two explanations. And here I feel bound to introduce a sample of a certain class of dreams, more interesting perhaps, and certainly more perplexing than any, but belonging to a category of phenomena which at present I can make no attempt to explain. I mean precognitive dreams, pictures or visions in which future events are foretold or depicted, generally with more or less of symbolism, and generally also in a mode so remote from the previsions of our earthly sagacity that we shall find ourselves driven in a later discussion to speak in vague terms of glimpses into a cosmic picture gallery, or of scenic representations composed and offered to us by intelligences higher and more distant than any spirit whom we have known. I give in Appendix 4c a thoroughly characteristic example, characteristic alike in its definiteness, its purposelessness, its isolated unintelligibility. Dr. Bruce's narrative, which I next give in Appendix 4d, written by an intelligent man, while the facts were yet fresh, seems to me of high importance. If we accept the rest of his story, we must, I think, suppose that the sense of spiritual presence with which the incident began was more than a mere subjective fancy. Shall we refer it to the murdered man's wife, with whom the dreamer seemed afterwards to be in telepathic relation? Or shall we interpret it as a kind of summons from the dying man, drawing on, as it were, his friend's spirit to witness the actual murder and the subsequent scene? The fact that another friend, in another locality apparently, had a vision of a similar nature, tells somewhat in favor of the supposition that the decedent's spirit was operative in both cases, since we very seldom, if ever, find an agent producing an impression in two separate places at once, or nearly so, except at or just after the moment of death. In this view, the incident resembles a scene passing in a spiritual world. The dying man summons his brother-in-law. The brother-in-law visits the scene of murder and there spiritually communicates with his sister, the widow, who is corporeally in that scene, and then sees further details of the scene after death, which he does not understand and which are not explained to him. Fantastic though this explanation seems, it is not easy to hit on a simpler one which will cover the facts as stated. Could we accept it, we should have a kind of transition between two groups of cases, which, although apparently so different, may form parts of a continuous series. I mean, the cases where the dreamer visits a distant scene, and the cases where another spirit visits the dreamer. Taking then Dr. Bruce's case to bridge the interval between these two groups, I go on to a case which properly belongs to the second, though it still has much in common with the first. I shall quote Mrs. Story's narrative at full length in the text, because the case is, in my judgment, both evidentially very strong, and also, in the naivete of its confusion, extremely suggestive of the way in which these psychical communications are made. Mrs. Story, who is now dead, was, by the testimony of Edmund Gurney, Professor Sidgwick, and others, a witness eminently deserving of trust, and, besides a corroboration from her husband of the manifestation of a troubled dream, before the event was known, we have the actual notes written down by her, as she informed us, the day or the day after the news of the fatal accident arrived, solely for her own use and unmistakably reflecting the incoherent impressiveness of the broken vision. These notes form the narrative given in Phantasms of the Living, Volume 1, page 370, which I reproduce here. The fact that the deceased brother was a twin of Mrs. Story's adds interest to the case, since one clue, a vague one as yet, to the causes directing and determining telepathic communications lies in what seems their exceptional frequency between twins, the closest of all relations. Hobart Town, July, 1874. On the evening of the 18th July, I felt unusually nervous. This seemed to begin with the occurrence of a small domestic annoyance about 8:30. When I went to my room, I even felt as if someone was there. I fancied, as I stepped into bed, that someone in thought tried to stop me. At 2:00, I woke from the following dream. It seemed like in dissolving views. In a twinkle of light, I saw a railway and the puff of the engine. I thought, what's going on up there? Travelling? I wonder if any of us are travelling, and I dreaming of it. Someone unseen by me answered, no, something quite different, something wrong. I don't like to look at these things, I said. Then I saw behind and above my head William's upper half reclining, eyes and mouth half shut. His chest moved forward convulsively, and he raised his right arm. Then he bent forward, saying, I suppose I should move out of this. Then I saw him lying, eyes shut, on the ground, flat, the chimney of an engine at his head. I called in excitement, that will strike him. Then someone answered, yes. Well, here's what it was. And immediately I saw William sitting in the open air, faint moonlight, on a raised place, sideways. He raised his right arm, shuddered, and said, I can't go on, or back, no. Then he seemed lying flat. I cried out, oh, oh, and others seemed to echo, oh, oh. He seemed then upon his elbow, saying, now it comes. Then, as if struggling to rise, turned twice round quickly, saying, is it the train, the train, the train? His right shoulder reverberating as if struck from behind. He fell back like fainting. His eyes rolled. A large dark object came between us like panelling of wood, and rather in the dark something rolled over, and like an arm was thrown up, and the whole thing went away with a swish. Close beside me on the ground there seemed a long dark object. I called out, they've left something behind, it's like a man. It then raised its shoulders and head and fell down again. The same someone answered, yes, sadly, yes. Sadly. After a moment I seemed called on to look up, and said, is that thing not away yet? Answered, no. And in front, in light, there was a railway compartment in which sat Reverend Mr. Johnston of Echuca. I said, what's he doing there? Answered, he's there. A railway porter went up to the window asking, have you seen any of... I caught no more, but I thought he referred to the thing left behind. Mr. Johnson seemed to answer no, and the man went quickly away. I thought to look for it. After all this, the someone said close to me, now I'm going. I started and at once saw a tall, dark figure at my head, William's back at my side. He put his right hand in grief over his face, and the other almost touching my shoulder, he crossed in front, looking stern and solemn. There was a flash from the eyes, and I caught a glimpse of a fine pale face like ushering him along, and indistinctly another. I felt frightened and called out, is he angry? Oh no. Is he going away? Answered, yes, by the same someone, and I woke with a loud sigh, which woke my husband, who said, what is it? I told him I had been dreaming something unpleasant, named a railway, and dismissed it all from my mind as a dream. As I fell asleep, again I fancied the someone said, it's all gone, and another answered, I'll come and remind her. The news reached me 1 week afterwards. The accident had happened to my brother on the same night, about 9:30. Reverend Mr. Johnston and his wife were actually in the train which struck him. He was walking along the line, which is raised 2 feet on a level country. He seemed to have gone 16 miles, must have been tired, and sat down to take off his boot, which was beside him, dozed off, and was very likely roused by the sound of the train. 76 sheep trucks had passed without touching him, but some wooden projection, likely the step, had touched the right side of his head, bruised his right shoulder, and killed him instantaneously. The night was very dark. I believe now that the someone was, from something in the way he spoke, William himself. The face with him was white as alabaster, and something like this, a small sketch pasted on in profile. There were many other thoughts or words seemed to pass, but there are too many to write down here. The voice of the someone unseen seemed always above the figure of William, which I saw, and when I was shown the compartment of the carriage with Mr. Johnson, the someone seemed on a line between me and it, above me. In an account book of Mrs. Story's, on a page headed July 1874, we find the 18th day marked and the words, Dear Willie died, and dreamed of it all appended. The first letter, from the Reverend J.C. Johnston to the Reverend John Story, announcing the news of the accident, is lost. The following are extracts from his second and third letters on the subject. Echuca, 10th August, 1874. The place where Hunter was killed is on an open plain, and there was consequently plenty of room for him to escape the train, had he been conscious. But I think Meldrum's theory is the correct one, that he had sat down to adjust some bandages on his leg and had thoughtlessly gone off to sleep. There is only one line of rails, and the ground is raised about 2 feet, the ground on which the rails rest. He had probably sat down on the edge and lain down backwards so as to be within reach of some part of the train. It was not known at the time that an accident had occurred. Mrs. Johnston and myself were in the train. Meldrum says he was not very much crushed. The top of the skull was struck off, and some ribs were broken under the armpit on one side. His body was found on the Sunday morning by a herd boy from the adjoining station. August 29th, 1874. The exact time at which the train struck poor Hunter must have been about 9:55 p.m., and his death must have been instantaneous. The above corresponds with the account of the inquest in the Riverine Herald for July 22nd. The Melbourne Argus also describes the accident as having taken place on the night of Saturday, the 18th. The following remarks are taken from notes made by Professor Sidgwick during an interview with Mrs. Story in April 1884, and by Mrs. Sidgwick after another interview in September 1885. Mrs. Story cannot regard the experience exactly as a dream, though she woke up from it. She is sure that it did not grow more definite in recollection afterwards. She never had a series of scenes in a dream at any other time, and she has never had anything like hallucination. They were introduced by a voice in a whisper, not recognized as her brother's. He had sat on the bank as he appeared in the dream. The engine she saw behind him had a chimney of peculiar shape, such as she had not at that time seen. And she remembers that Mr. Story thought her foolish about insisting on the chimney, unlike, he said, any which existed. But he informed her when he came back from Victoria, where her brother was, that engines of this kind had just been introduced there. She had no reason to think that any conversation between the porter and the clergyman actually occurred. The persons who seemed to lead her brother away were not recognized by her, and she only saw the face of one of them. Mr. Story confirms his wife having said to him at the time of the dream, "What is that light?" Before writing the account first quoted, she had just mentioned the dream to her husband, but had not described it. She desired not to think of it, and also was unwilling to worry him about it because of his Sunday's work. This last point, it will be observed, is a confirmation of the fact that the dream took place on the Saturday night. And it came out clearly, Mrs. Sidgwick says, that her recollection about the Saturday night was an independent recollection, and not read back after the accident was known. The strongly nervous state that preceded the dream was quite unique in Mrs. S.'s experience. But as it happened that, according to her recollection, it commenced at least an hour before the accident took place, it must be regarded as of no importance evidentially. The feeling of a presence in the room was also quite unique. Here, says Gurney, the difficulty of referring the true elements of the dream to the agent's mind is very great. For Mr. Hunter was asleep, and even if we can conceive that the image of the advancing engine may have had some place in his mind, the presence of Mr. Johnston could not have been perceived by him. But it is possible, of course, to regard this last item of correspondence as accidental, even though the dream was telepathic. It will be observed that the dream followed the accident by about 4 hours. Such deferment is, I think, a strong point in favor of telepathic, as opposed to independent, clairvoyance. I propose an alternative explanation, for reasons which I endeavour to justify in later chapters, that the deceased brother, aided by some other dimly discerned spirit, was endeavouring to present to Mrs. Story a series of pictures representing his death, as realized after his death. I add this last clause because one of the marked points in the dream was the presence in the train of Mr. Johnston of Echuca, a fact which, as Gurney remarks, the dying man could not possibly know. I have dwelt on these 2 cases of Dr. Bruce and Mrs. Story because the reader will, I think, come to feel, as our evidence unrolls itself, that he has here complex experiences which are confirmed at various points by simpler experiences, in such a way as to make these stories seem a confused but an intimate transcript of what other narratives show in hints and glimpses alone. In Mrs. Story's case, the whole experience, as we have seen, presented itself as a dream, yet as a dream of quite unusual type, like a series of pictures presented to the sleeper who was still conscious that she was lying in bed. In other cases, the psychical invasion of the spirit, either of a living or of a deceased person, seems to set up a variety of sleep-waking states, both in agent and percipient. In one bizarre narrative, a man dreaming that he has returned home is heard in his home calling for hot water, and has himself a singular sense of bilocation between the railway carriage and his bedroom. In another curious case is recorded a kind of encounter in dreamland, apparently more or less remembered by both persons. An invasion of this type, coming upon a sleeping person, is apt to induce some change in the sleeper's state, which, even if he regards it as a complete awakening, is generally shown not to be so, in fact, by the dreamlike character of his own recorded feelings and utterances. Gurney called these borderland cases, and the whole collection in Phantasms of the Living will repay perusal. I introduce one such case in Appendix 4E as being at once very perplexing and, I think, very strongly attested. I knew Mr. and Mrs. T, who certainly were seriously anxious for complete accuracy, and who had, as the narrative shows, made a brief memorandum and consulted various persons on the incident at the time. These cases of invasion by the spirits of living persons pass on into cases of invasion by the dying, the impression being generally that of the presence of the visitant in the percipient's surroundings. Sometimes the phantasm is seen as nearly as can be ascertained at the time of death, but there is no perceptible break in the series at this point. Some appear shortly after death, but before the death is known to the percipient. See Appendix 4F. Finally, there are cases when the appearance takes place some time after death, but presents features unknown to the percipient. End of extract from Chapter 4, Sleep, by Frederick William Henry Myers. Read by Rachel May Ferryman.